Okay, audio check, 1, 2.
Yeah, I got music.
I got music too.
Hey, my name is Andre from the Matchball Grid. Hope you're doing well. This is the volume I'll talk at.
Hello, welcome, and a good time zone to everyone here. We are at the Null Signal Games 2023 APAC Continentals, the first competitive event where the Automata Initiative is standard legal. I've got some wonderful co-hosts today. I have an Andre Metropole Grid, everybody.
Hey y'all, I'm super stoked to be here today. It's in the evening for me, and we have it's going to be a wild day of Netrunner. We have about 95 players today. I'm absolutely hyped. Hopefully you're doing well.
Thanks very much. Up next we have Miles.
G'day everyone. Good afternoon. Very excited to be here for APAC. It's going to be an incredible, exciting tournament. First one of the new meta rotation. Looking forward to today. It's going to be great. Hope you all have a great time.
Thanks very much, and last but not least, we've got River.
Hey everyone, thank you for tuning in. I'm very excited to be here and stream APAC.
Stream APAC. It's going to be an exciting one. When I checked sometime last night, there were, I think, 55, 56 players registered for the tournament, and now there's 95 players.
Yeah, I think this is the biggest APAC of all time. Obviously, we have a new set drop, a new rotation, but I do believe now you can enter as many Continentals as you want. So I think just overall, the numbers are going to be going up. This is really, really exciting.
This is twice the size of the previous APAC. Really incredible stuff today. And I'm really happy. We're always happy here in Australia because we're on this weird time zone separate from the entire rest of the world. So we're always really, really happy to get one during the day. We finally get the time zone advantage.
Yeah,
you can see like
much better than waking up at 1 a.m. to play in my first AMT.
Yeah, if you look through, we have, again, you can see all the players that are playing today. There's a Cobra link that you should have access to. I believe our pairings are up, so we can start looking at the meta and picking a table we can sit down at. But there are so many players, mind you. While this is the APAC Continentals, you can enter from any place in the world. This is open to everyone. So you're having players who are playing from, all across the world at ridiculous time zones. We're having a lot of players from my time zone that I know are starting right now. It's nearly 11 in the evening, and they'll probably be finished playing around 5 to 6 in the morning. So that's probably going to, have some impact on how play goes a couple more rounds into this evening. But yes, it's a wild day. Perhaps I think we have some pairings up if we want to jump to a table maybe, because I think the players are already just sitting down at their JNet tables.
Are they? I'm looking at the Cobra, and the only player meeting, or the only pairing I have is for the player meeting, which I don't know how much we particularly care about that one. Let me pull up JNet.
You're totally right, but people are on JNet, so we might be missing something here. We'll look into that really quick, but yeah, on the Cobra link, currently we don't see the actual pairings themselves. We'll get that sorted out in just a second. Otherwise, just for those who are tuning in, maybe for the first time, welcome. to the Null Signal Netrunner. This is Null Signal Games' Twitch channel. To understand what's happening today, obviously very exciting. This is in the standard format. So this is a bigger card pool we're playing in today, and standard is really exciting for two big reasons today. Firstly, we have the new set, the Automata Initiative, dropped on just Monday. Now, normally when new sets release, it takes about 2 weeks for the set to be considered tournament legal, but it is such a busy August. There is 3 Continentals, 3 weekends in a row. There's Nationals going on this month. There's a lot of Netrunner. So that sort of process of 2 weeks to wait for the meta to adjust for people to get physical cards, that's kind of been waived. This is the soonest I think a new set has been out, and we have a major tournament. Let alone on top of this, particularly and only in the standard format, we have a huge rotation. So we lose about, the format actually gets smaller today. I think we lose about 120 cards from the Flashpoint cycle, and then about, I'm guessing 80 cards from Data and Destiny, the NBN and mini faction deluxe box. So it's an entirely new field. Even if it was just rotation, as much as everyone's hyped for new cards, this would be a brave new world of Netrunner. So now we have 2 angles to look at the meta and understand how some of these players today can solve the issues that are being presented to them. What are y'all most excited for when it comes to just the rotation? We're going to talk about new cards, but just the rotation. What are the concerns you think players have today?
Look, the one that jumps out to me, and the one in my short week of playtesting, is those bin breakers going is just such a huge impact to Anarch. It's really incredible how much it changes your playstyle to not be able to zero or moshing or whatever those breakers in the bin. It's a huge impact. And apart from that, we've just seen the loss of so much powerful ice, so many powerful win conditions. It's probably the most impactful rotation we've ever had.
I think something that I'm really excited to see, and something that I've seen in the little amount of testing that I've done this week, is that the nearprint of hard-hitting news is not as sort of game-winning in those early stages, and it just enables this really aggressive like early plays by the runner that we haven't seen in a long time at sort of like the higher level of play. So I'm really excited to see some really aggressive runs early on.
That's a huge thing. Understanding that hard-hitting news isn't around yet. We have a new card, Oppo Research, a much more interesting card. It has the threat mechanic. We'll be talking about that pretty shortly. But now runners understand that if they're interacting on turn 1, turn 2, as long as they don't steal an agenda, as long as they don't trash something, even in the early game before we hit that threat 3 threshold, there's only 2 tags. That's doable, and that actually opens up a lot of different decks that might have been blocked out of the meta because they can't produce an appropriate amount of credits to be able to, interact that soon on. So I'm interested to see whether the dominance of things like Hoshiko decks that just have, hundreds of credits in there, maybe you can play something that's a bit more, flying closer to the ground, and that's incredibly exciting.
And what kind of decks are you guys expecting to see today?
Real quick,
Oh,
before you answer that, we are just waiting on the player attendance check. That's what the pairing on Cobra is for. They're just having everybody
right on.
sit in a table in JNet just to make sure that they've got everybody accounted for, and then they'll do the pairing. So, but yeah, what are you excited for?
It's really nice that the buddy system still works here. That's great. What am I excited for? So I think today we're going to see 2 big camps. We're going to see players who are super excited to play some of the new cards. We have 4 new identities that came out just on Monday. Again, that's 2 runners, very interesting runners, and 2 corps. I think the runners have been absolute, from the community, from what I've heard, people just love them in terms of the story, the flavor, but also the mechanics. They're very exciting. Whether we're going to see some Byroids smash into central servers, access some additional cards early in the game, maybe get that sort of Adam energy that Adam unfortunately has rotated out of standard, or Arasana. Arasana is like what everyone wants from a shaper. Ridiculous kickflips. You got that Trojan slinging. You have an interesting economy, an interesting way to get value from running. Something that's really refreshing for shaper. And then while we have the players who are there trying to do new stuff out, I think we're going to also have a lot of players that are here for no nonsense. I think I figured out what's the meta is going to be, and I think I'm going to use that information to come up with whatever is good. Is the outfit good now? Is it still good now? Can we just score out really quickly with slash and burn? Maybe you don't have to swing too big into these new identities to be able to get some of the powerful cards to do work that just came out of the set.
Yeah, and I think on Arasana, I think they're really interesting in the way that they are that big rig shaper design that some people, I guess, does have a inherent sort of design flaw. If you push big rig shaper too much, it becomes very non-interactive, very boring sort of thing. But they've built a suite of these Trojans that aren't necessarily going to win you the game. They're not necessarily going to be that Doom rig, but they still get to move a lot of cards around, have a lot of moving pieces, and I think that's a really nice way to solve some of that design tension there.
Yeah, I think you're right, River. And Arasana feels almost in some ways to me like the old prepaid Kate, where you'd be, or a Catman or something, where you'd be pulling out these tricks that the corp wasn't prepared for. And it's amazing in Arasana because they can't see what you've got in your hand. They've got no idea if you've got a Slap Vandal. Other times they might be able to see an SMC on the board or what's in your bin for a symbol chip. But Arasana has this real surprise factor where you can pull out crazy solutions to problems just out of nowhere, which is such a shaper thing to do.
Yeah, and you contrast that to like Endurance, for example, obviously banned now, but the idea that, okay, you get 8 credits, you manage to get that on the board, you manage to make it stick, and you just run over everything is maybe less interesting in some ways than this bigger rig of smaller pieces.
I think on the corp side too, right? We talked about the runners, and I think the runners are going to get a lot of attention today. But we have 2 new corp identities. Again, it's only been a couple days, so they're obviously not tournament proven yet. So we have Epiphany Analytica, which is an NBN. I think a lot of people are going to play that as an asset spam type matchup. You have now that Oppo research to get some teeth, to get some threat attached to your cards. I got to really stop saying threat in that way when we're talking about Netrunner, because it's going to be very confusing going forward. But that ability seems really powerful to see exactly how runners are going to interact with it. If they're going to trash multiple cards, what cards you can leave up, all those sort of calculations are going to be brand new. And then, of course, man, I am so excited to see Atea. Atea, if you haven't seen this new Jinteki identity, it has a heck of a text box. Again, some illicit activities they're up to. We only got 2 remote servers, but you get these ridiculous efficiency tricks that sort of install one card, get another card for free. You can build tall servers. You can do things with traps. You can get those upgrades working for you, the new sysops that move around. There is so much flexibility, and it's a really hard question to understand what you need to be able to do against an Atea deck, because we're going to see, I think, 2 or 3 kinds of Atea decks just in this tournament alone.
Yeah, are there some Atea decks that you guys have been seeing out in the wild?
It's been kind of early. I've had a lot of fun with like Tattoo Bola. I think is absurd. I think a Blade of Barrier is an absurd card, and you have those sort of like flexible tricks. We have Adrian Sayas. Adrian Sayas is just a powerful upgrade for defensive play in remote servers. It is definitely worth saying that we're going also into this event. We talked about the new cards and we talked about the rotation. There also is a ban list that dropped also on Monday, the same day. That's another wrench into the the machine of people understanding how Netrunner works. And for Jinteki, it is pretty impactful. The loss of Obokata Protocol, it is replaced with a different 5/3 agenda. You can argue it's a similar sort of effect, but not exactly. So understanding also how like Jinteki agenda suites work. I think we're going to see Nisei Mark IIs. I think we're going to see off-world offices. I think we're going to see Jinteki decks that are seamless launching, that are Lacosteing, that are actually scoring out aggressively, and that's always a treat.
Can I make a bold prediction for an agenda we might see in an Atea deck today?
Yeah, I think I know where this is going.
Timely public release. You know
People
what's up.
love this one. Yeah, exactly. It is so interesting. There's such an exciting kind of hook to that one. It's an agenda that when you score it, you get an agenda counter, a 4/2 neutral agenda, and it just lets you install, I think, a piece of ice from, is it just HQ or HQ and archives at instant speed?
I believe it's just HQ.
Okay, still good enough.
HQ and archives. I could be wrong.
Okay.
Okay.
Still very flexible. Why do you like that, Miles? What can you do in Atea with this really cool agenda?
Well, what you can do with this really cool agenda, Andre, is in one of your remote servers, at the end of the runner's turn in that last paid ability window, you can use Atea to install a piece of ice from your hand and install an agenda into the other server right at the end of the runner's turn. So Atea says you cannot, if you install an agenda, you can't score it this turn. But by the time it's your turn, it's not, this turn anymore. It's not the same turn that you installed it. So you can install a 4/2 or a 3/2 at the end of the runner's turn, seamless at the next turn, score it out, and there's not a thing they can do about it.
I'm really, really interested to see whether that Atea fast advance. I think you also have access to like Bast Chiraboga tricks. I think unfortunately you don't have great 3/2 agendas in Jinteki, but if you can fast advance quote unquote 4/2 agendas, that's quite something. So again, it's up to the the creativity of some of the deck builders we're going to see today, and yeah, we're in for a treat, that's for sure.
Oh yeah, this is the Wild West. APAC is Cowboy Zone today. We are absolutely sending it.
There's always like this interesting evolution. APAC has classically been the first Continentals, and so seeing what happens today is going to impact what's going to happen next week, mind you, which is the America's Continentals. That Continentals is in person in I think Bellevue, Washington, and I'm going to say the Mox Ruby is the name of that location. By the way, if you're going there, it seems like a sick event, and you can pick up the Automata Initiative in person. They're selling it there, so if you're in the west coast of the states, you want to travel, it looks like a banger event. And then of course the weekend after that, we have Euro Africas. We'll be back to the Jinteki.net. So anybody can enter. If you're really excited today, maybe you barely missed the top cut, maybe you had such a great time regardless. We'll see you maybe in 2 weeks back online, which is we're going to see again a change in the meta over the weeks, and seeing how people interact with that or react to that specifically is always a treat of the Continentals month.
I really look forward to playing in a terrible time zone for me, playing in the online Euro Africas, because I wanted to commentate today so badly. But I also do really badly with playing in early metas. I just get very stressed, so I was like, I'll take this one off, and then I'll play in the awful time zone in a few weeks. It'll be fine.
It's a great move. Sorry, Andre, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say that's like that is I think a legitimate thing, and there's a lot of people out here who, I don't want to say the term guinea pigs, but there's a lot of learnings you can watch from top tables watching today to understand how do you have to interact with Oppo research, how do you have to interact with the threat mechanic, and yeah, maybe if you watch today, you're in a really good spot for next week and 2 weeks. It's a wild new meta out here.
It is, and I've just taken a quick look in the channel, and it looks like we're going to be starting games at right on the hour. I can see we've got about 63 people in chat at the moment, so please keep it locked. We'll be starting games in about 15 minutes.
Perfect. I'm assuming before that, we're going to have some look at the identity breakdown. That is something that's currently hidden on Cobra. You're not going to know that until the event starts, and you can follow along at home with the Cobra link. So if you're rooting for a certain player, for your meta mates, they're all will be there. You can watch the standings as they go up. Numbers go up. It's a really nice feeling. To understand what we're doing today, this is the Swiss rounds. We're doing double-sided Swiss. That is classically how Netrunner's been played. Single-sided Swiss is a really cool thing that's been happening more modernly. But in short, 2 players are going to be paired against each other, and they'll have about 65 minutes to play 2 games of Netrunner. One player will be playing the runner, and then they'll flip to play the corporation, and you get 2 matches within that time. Understand how it works is every win you get, that will be worth 3 points. So the maximum score you can get from one round is 6 points. And then after a round has finished, you will be paired against another opponent that ideally has the same score as you. And I'm not actually sure right now how many rounds we're going to have. We'll be updated really soon based off the player count. But at the end of today, we'll have a top cut. Again, I'm not sure yet, but we'll find out soon whether it's a top 8 cut or top 16 cut. And those players will be returning tomorrow in what is usually a double elimination. So it's a bit of a slightly different format that has, it seems like immensely higher stakes, where if you just lose 2 games, you're out. And then we will have an APAC Continental champion.
And then, of course, they have the opportunity to go on to, well, they and the other 3 players from the top 4 go on to the Intercontinental Championship, I understand.
I think that's right. I'm not sure what the number is. Well, again, we'll get all this updated to us really soon, but Intercontinental Champions is one of the few invite-only tournaments in Netrunner. Again, if you're new to Netrunner, if you're watching this stream and you think, whoa, how do I play in Continentals? These players must have been grinding to get all their tournament pro quest points. No, this is open for everyone. You can show up, and we are on the stream going to focus a lot on top tables, on players with high points and those high stakes, those narratives, but understanding that the majority of people here are just coming out so they can enjoy and play a game with either friends or strangers that they're going to meet online and have a fantastic time. That is a very important thing to understand. Organized play, as much as it is for competitors, it is equally, if not more, for just people having a good time. So if you see this and this looks cool to you, why don't you come out to Euro Africa's online, or hey, we'll see you in Washington State.
Absolutely, and there's no barriers at all. The recent East Coast Nats champion has been playing for like 6 months. What a legend.
Absolute legend.
I could.
Yeah, that was the East Coast National Champions.
I could go on, and I did in fact go on and on about Wiki's victory at East Coast Champs. You could listen to that. I was just a quick plug from myself here. I was on the episode 2 of the Querying the Message podcast. That's right, I'm QTM, baby. In which we talked about our experiences at East Coast Champs. What a phenomenal time we had there. Just some really fantastic people, some really heartwarming stories to tell and listen to, and after that, a couple of other members discussing the newest set as well. So yeah, you can find that in podcasts in GLC. Just, I'm not biased or anything, except I am. So, but yeah, to not get distracted.
I think it's also a good podcast.
Well,
Great podcast.
Yeah, at least one of these people is biased. So if not two. So
Monday, this is the biased stream. I'm going to be rooting for the Aussies on this stream incredibly openly. This is not a fair and balanced stream. I want to get that out of the way right now.
Listen, when I was talking to to Jeff and Dan about how I could NBNify the stream, I meant it in a positive way, right? Like, not actual control in the message. Come on. But yeah, just real quick, Wiki's performance was so phenomenal at East Coast Champs, and there is something I want to say that I forgot to mention on the podcast. Well, I didn't even put it together, actually. In the top cut, Wiki's loss was to D. That was a rematch. That was a grudge match.
And D's a hell of a player.
Yeah. Just phenomenal. The heel of Netrunner made it to second place, on their own merit, and is just a phenomenal player. But yeah, I'm sorry once again that that my painting you as the villain realigned the cosmos. No, phenomenal players all around.
Draven in the chat said, "Struth, I hope the blooming Aussies do well." Thanks, Draven.
Yeah, I imagine we'll see some Aussie slang going up in the chat. Not super common on Twitch, but it's good when it happens.
I think y'all might have to kind of keep us educated about that slang if that shows up, because
Too right,
I'm
mate.
sure I could understand what's going on. I'm excited though.
Too right, Andre. No worries about that at all. You'll be getting some. Don't you worry about that.
So we're looking here at, again, 95 players that showed up today. This, if I'm not mistaken, is like easily the biggest APAC Continentals, and it is a lineup of players. Like, there's some stiff competition here. I believe we have Continental champions. I believe we have World champion here. So yeah, you have a lot of work to do if you're going to be at those top tables for sure. So those are players you always want to keep watch on. But again, as we've been seeing, there's been a lot of, I don't want to say upsets, but there's been a lot of players who have been really new to the game, who have, as we saw last weekend, who are doing absolutely phenomenally in the competitive field. So again, if this game is a bit intimidating and you think, oh, I've only been playing for a while, that's not the narrative that actually exists anymore. It hasn't for a while. So we're excited to see some names that we're maybe not too familiar with at the top tables as well. It's always a treat.
Yeah, River, how long have you been playing for? I know Andre and myself have been around for a long time. How long have you been in the game?
Oh, well, I started playing for the very first time in 2017, I believe. I did, when I started back again this year, I looked up when my friend first messaged me about Netrunner on Facebook, and I went back all the way to 2017 or 2016. And my friend, who I still play with today, got me into the game, and then I sort of dropped it. Like, after a while, I was sort of like, oh, I can't keep up with this LCG model. I was still a student, didn't have very much money. And then this year, one of my New Year's resolutions was, I have these Netrunner cards. I really enjoy this game when I get to play it. So I'm going to play. I'm going to make time for it every week. And yeah, getting back into it, I think with the release of Midnight Sun late last year, and then Parhelion, and now the Automata Initiative, I think it's a great time to be in the game. And I see, I do a lot of tournament organizing and streaming and stuff, or like a little bit of streaming as well. And just seeing new people come to the game every day. Like, just last night I went on Reddit and I had a look, even though Reddit not such a great place at the moment. But I saw someone just being like, hey, I'm in Sydney, can someone teach me how to play Netrunner? I've got these cards, and I get really intimidated watching the videos. And I was like, yes, another one. Yeah, it's such a good time to be in the game. And yeah, I've been playing for about Yeah, like on and off for many years, but only seriously this year from about January. And yeah, it's a really good time. I won a circuit opener. That was fun.
Hey, well done.
Yeah, that was my biggest Netrunner achievement, but hopefully I can do better at more tournaments in the future.
Just the beginning, huh?
I'm sure you will.
So that's like a kind of a common thing that you also hear, which I think is absolutely phenomenal, is there's certain names that you might know if you're plugged in online, if you're in green level clearance, you're on Reddit, whatever of people who are, big parts of the community, people who are parts of Null Signal Games, mind you, a volunteer organization. And it's always so surprising to me to hear that a bunch of these people have not been playing the game for that long. Maybe it's just so cool to see people who come into this game, they understand really quickly, wait, this is something special. This is something that I care about. This is something that I want to push forward in the world. And so then you see people taking on big roles who are putting a lot of effort into this as a labor of love that, they haven't been here for 10 years. They've been here for a year, for 2 years. They started playing during the pandemic, and it doesn't matter. If you think that you're not good at the game competitively, if you think you haven't been playing the game for so long, it doesn't matter if you want to get involved. So again, there's so many folks out there who, if you want to help make Netrunner a better, cooler thing to more people, it's always a possibility. So that's always super exciting to hear.
And I also think, to add to that, like, I'm not a super outgoing person. Obviously, I said before, I stream, I do some tournament organization. But it's the sort of thing where, like, maybe sometimes you get those confident things of like, oh, if I put this out in the world, if I try and help this thing, maybe people will shout me down or like not like it, sort of thing. I've had none of that. Like, I'm not very good at what I do, and people are just so encouraging. They love this game. They want to see more done with it. They want to see people hosting tournaments, streaming. Like, people are just amazing. So don't have any fear if you've thought about doing content creation or doing more in the Netrunner community. Like, get out there. Like, it's a really lovely community.
It is. It's one of the best, and it almost feels like back in the heady days of 2014 when there was like 10 Netrunner podcasts. There's all these new ones popping up again. It's very exciting.
It's really cool right now. There's so much new content coming out. It's an absolute treat for, I enjoy Netrunner content. Of course I do. And now there's more new stuff all the time. It's really cool to hear other people's opinions, other people's angles, the way that they think about the game, their experiences with community generation, with like learning the game. It's an absolute treat. And it wasn't exactly like this 2 years ago. Like right now is a really hot time. 2 years ago was fine too, but it's great right now as well.
Oh yeah, it's absolutely just going crazy right now, and I'm loving seeing a lot of people are coming from startup into standard now with this rotation, because people were, I guess, freaked out. They didn't like hard-hitting news and boom and some of the things that were those really, really high power cards that were in Flashpoint, and we're seeing a lot of new players, especially in Melbourne where I am, moving into that standard format now, which is really exciting.
That is totally worth saying, that at all levels of organized play, if you're new to Netrunner, proxies are legal. So if you're looking at standard that has a bigger card pool of either Null Signal Games cards that you currently don't have, or the Fantasy Flight Games stuff that doesn't exist, you can proxy it. So it should be as approachable as possible. But let me tell you, there is a chance if you're, I'm going to be a bit abrasive here, but if you're one of those players who's looking at standard and thinks like, well, the power level of standard is pretty busted, maybe I don't want to touch that. I actually think that standard is of a lower power level now than maybe startup is. So there's just more choice to play with. We'd love to have you. Standard's a pretty cool thing, and I think we're going to see that today.
Yeah, I think the thing that really sold me on standard, like I was a startup player earlier this year, and I transitioned into standard, because I really wanted to play in the tournaments, of course, and NSG's in the background, like, yes, that was our goal. No, but I wanted to play in the tournaments, and once I started playing standard, I realized that it's not so much that you just get to play similarly in startup, like you get to play one really strong strategy with all the better cards and just put in all the best value cards that you can. You actually get to have multiple strategies in the same deck. Like in startup, if you have a deck that's based on like, oh, you like endurance and you're like, I really want to run lots, build up those endurance counters and then just run over things, and then your endurance gets blown up, like you don't have a fallback. Whereas in standard, you can have like several good end games built within your deck by using powerful cards from each faction or from each style of play. And you can end up with this really like, oh, they blocked me off in this way, but now I can do my sneak door better and get in that way sort of thing. You get like a much more full Netrunner experience, in my opinion, having recently moved to standard. It's not just like the redundant, really good cards, if that makes sense.
Yeah, couldn't agree more there, River. I think that bigger card pool just gives you more options, and I think the power level is kind of smoothing out overall. Null Signal has been absolutely fantastic at releasing cards that are all more or less all playable. Back in the FFG days, I was going through the Flashpoint as it was rotating. You've got all these things like Fairchild 3, Hard Hitting Use, Tapworm, huge powerful cards that saw tons of play, and then there's also like just some other things that I forgot existed because no one ever played them, because only people would play like 20% of the cards in a cycle. But with Null Signal, everything's great, everything's seeing play, and as a result, we're seeing a lot more variety.
Speaking of variety, I believe we have our standings up, so we can at least look at what the distribution is of what we're going to see today. And a bit of a surprise here. Most popular corporation, 20 players today are on the outfit. Now,
I've got to say, I'm not surprised by that at all. The outfit is looking really strong at the moment.
It is looking strong.
Great.
Yes, so that is a deck that actually was hit by rotation, losing Mouseless for Wayland decks, but also losing Bulwark as being a bad publicity card is a huge deal for the outfit. We have Balance Xiao now, the bully that's coming on a Code Gate slot, 3 Sabertine, 6 Strength, really nice numbers if you res it for free. So we're going to see some fast events. We might see some Slash and Burn. I'm pretty doubtful. I think you're still playing Regulatory Capture, of course, and then just some Atlases, maybe jamming some Oaktowns. But then that follows on the corpse side by Sports Metal, Go Big or Go Home. In terms of sports metal cards we saw in this new set, I'm guessing it's just Wage Workers, unless people are doing some pretty wild stuff with Grease the Palm, but I think you do that alongside Wage Workers, so that's going to be pretty exciting. On the runner side, 22 players finally dethroning Hoshiko on 419. I think it's one of the easiest decks to probably build going to this meta. Criminal didn't lose too much besides Bugalter getting banned out. So while we got 2 very playable programs in this set, we also got a new console, Hermes. To understand whether Hermes is a very powerful effect, mind you, just Leela Patel's text if you played many years ago on a console slot. It's interesting. Maybe it's powerful enough against sports metal, but if people are not install advancing, is that better than playing one of those economic based consoles, things like Paragon, things like Penny Shaver? We'll see how people play that, because there's some very interesting decisions to be made there.
Yeah,
now
absolutely.
The new stuff.
Sorry, Andrew.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, sorry. I was just going to say, like, I'm actually kind of proud of myself, because these top 3 IDs on both sides are exactly what I thought it was going to be from our testing. So Sports Metal, the big one for Sports Metal is Wage Workers. Yeah. And they got some serious things they can do with that. Some really spectacular things you can pull off with Wage Workers in sports.
For the old HB heads, it's like the Jeeves model Biroids, but a bit more interesting, a bit more flexible. There's some limitations as well. You're not purging that well, but as long as you do 3 of the same action, you can get a click back. It doesn't care about when those actions happened. If you res the Wage Workers mid-turn, if you're triple advancing, get a click back. If you're playing 3 operations, get a click back. That's fantastic. I do want to shout out the new identities. Epiphany Analytica only on 3 players today. Atea on 7 players. I do think that deck is a bit more taxing for tournament play, especially if it goes into the late night. If you're playing, not in the APAC region, maybe you're playing too late in rounds. I think it's a very thinky deck, so maybe not the easiest to play in tournament settings. And Reality Plus, mind you, 12 players. I think Reality Plus is in a really good spot right now. So many incidental tags, Oppa Research for 0 credits in the early game. That is a very strong ability.
Should we jump into a game?
Yeah, I think we have players sitting down.
Yeah, I think Monday is setting that up at the moment. I just wanted to, as this is an Australian stream, also an Asia Pacific stream, but just as I'm Australian and I believe Miles is in Australia as well, I just wanted to do a little acknowledgement of country, something we do in Australia to recognize the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. So I'm streaming from Gadigal land. I recognize that this land was never ceded, and I pay my respects to the elders past, present, and emerging.
Right on.
Thanks, River.
No worries.
Okay. All right. So that's going to be just the beginning of APAC Continentals. We're just about to get into the game, so hype in chat again. If you want to subscribe, if you're on Twitch, on No Signal Neverner, they would appreciate that for sure. But we're going to dive into table 1. So Monty's going to take us in a direction. Again, the first table, whatever we choose here, it's, everyone has the same ranking, everyone's top table. So
Yeah.
maybe we'll pick something that seems more interesting.
Honestly, what faction, what identity do y'all want to see? Let's find one.
Let's see something new.
Oh yeah, something new, please.
All right. Let's see here. Oh, do they not tell us who is doing what?
No. Yeah. Because it's not single, right? So they can choose when they hit the table. Oh, for real?
So I guess this is the one round where we do get a bit more choice, because everyone's on those same standings, and then we'll stick to the sort of higher up tables as the day goes on, I imagine. But yeah, it's great to see. I love the first round of tournaments. Like any level, any sort of meta is just means nothing. Like you can just find any player, right? Like it's so much excitement, so much anticipation.
Round 1's wild, that sort of nerves you get when you sit down and you shuffle up your deck for the first time, maybe in a couple of days, and then you get a bit shaky. It's a bit different on JNet, but there will always be some nerves round 1, and generally round 2, I think, is where people start to play even cleaner once they realize, oh wait, I got this. So buckle up. Round 1's always good fun.
Yeah, I remember back when I played Star Wars Destiny, there was a lot of sort of scissor paper rocking in some of those matchups, and if you knew that you were going to make it to those top tables, maybe you had a pretty good idea of what your deck could do. But there was a lot of jank that was like very prolific, at least in my local meta, and that round 1, if you found someone who was playing jank that you weren't prepared for, you could just get domed, and I was such exciting times.
That's like an interesting thing, is like looking at this meta and trying to determine what you need to be prepared for, right? Like I think you could guess outfit fast events from the sports meta. Like that is kind of a given in all metas, that always just exists. What I think I'm interested for, obviously we're going to see APA research today, but I think one big angle that I'm not convinced we're going to see, but is kind of interesting, is the idea that program destruction is something that is way more worth pursuing in this meta than it ever has been for the last 5 or 6 years in standard. The big thing here, we've said this before, but these sort of conspiracy breakers, Black Orchestra, Paperclip, and MK Ultra, the bin breakers as a lot of people call them, were like very, very resilient to program destruction, because just like the cat, they keep coming back. And now with one entire faction not having those, and you would see those splashed out of faction pretty consistently, if you trash a criminal's decoder, do they have a way to break code gates? They probably have Amakua, but you know what I mean here? I think it is a way that you could consider attacking the table.
Yeah, I think it'll be really interesting to see. I know, like in some of the testing groups I'm in, I saw a lot more talk about like what can we surprise people with in terms of those scary ice, that if you like Archer, or look, off the top of my head I can't remember the other, like trash a program, trash an installed runner card, like what can we surprise people with to take out some of those breakers and force them to find new ones? Like this is not a problem we've had for the last several years. Like
we might even see Stavka Havrun making an appearance, which made a big splash in startup, but never really took off in standard because of the bin breakers. But maybe we could be seeing some of that.
I think we might be ready to go here on table 19 real soon.
Sorry, that was a confusion mix up on my part. It's actually going to be table 30. I have the game up now. Sorry, was looking around for some new IDs and just could not get it.
Thanks for pairing with this team stream chat. I see a few people being like, hey, where are the games?
Oh man, what is this board state already? Table 30, How you doing out there? We are far into a game, and we're going to have some interesting IDs here. Firstly, just to go over this really quickly, this is a tail on the bottom, the new Jinteki identity. It says limit of 2 remote servers. The first time each turn you install a card in the root or protecting one server, you can install a card in the root or protecting the other server, ignoring all costs. Very flexible identity, and right now already, this is turn 7, so we're a fair bit in here, excuse us, but we see things like the Fuji asset retrieval already here in Alice Merchant's score area. Mind you, Alice Merchant, a standard-only Anarch. She says once you run Archive, first time a turn, the corp is forced to trash a card. That's why we're seeing here 2 pieces of ice already there on Archives. That's a Palisade. It's only 2 strength, technically 1 strength now with that Chisel that's slowly trying to break down that wall. But 2 cards in the server, we're just slowly advancing them out. Hideyoshi, they're just throwing the advancements on. What's the threat here on the table? There's some real threats if you don't run the right thing in these matchups.
And this game is looking spicy already. I can see in the runner's bin we've got a counter surveillance. The runner doesn't have any tags currently, so maybe that got hit with Fuji net damage, maybe something like that, but it looks like we might be on a tag me kind of plan.
So another huge card, Steelskin Scarring, one of them was just played, and that's going to be the most important card in the matchup because Hideyoshi actually could win potentially this upcoming turn. If one of those cards on the table is a Fuji asset retrieval, if they can get more advancements on it really quickly, you need something like a double seamless launch. You can score that out, do 2 net damage, potentially do neurospike damage. I think you are going to be required, you're going to see more advancements slowly on there. But if you have 2 clicks left after you score out a Fuji asset, you can do, in theory, with 2 neurospikes, that is 8 damage. So if you don't have a steel skin in hand, that could be it.
So what do we think might be in these remotes? It's looking like we might be playing the classic Clearinghouse or Urtica game.
I think that's a really safe bet. Clearinghouse Urtica, maybe you're going to see, I don't know if Gene Splicer's still around. I'm not sure if Hideyoshi actually cares about getting to points. But we also look in the bin, we're seeing Mindscaping. So you mentioned there's a tag me strategy, maybe afoot. That's going to be a bit difficult if there's do X for 3 net damage. But Scarius, he's calling it here. Single ice getting botchless. We'll see what that could possibly be. There's some really weird kickflips that can be done here. We're going to access. It's a Fuji asset retrieval.
Fuji, huge steal. Absolutely enormous steal. This stage of the game, and we see 2 Devil Charms go into the bin, but Scarius is up on 6 points to the corpse 0. Very exciting.
We're checking both of them. Now, that is a Fauna Tria. That's going to give you a tag. We have at least 5 cards in hand. Mind you, this new Sentry, if you let the net damage fire and you have fewer cards in hand, you won't actually get the tag, but we're accessing here. This could flatline.
Oh, 3 damage only. We're still in it. Oh, it just survives.
If that was an Urtica Cypher, that was game here. And now if Hideyoshi can do a single damage, it would have to be a punitive counterstrike here, and that could be game. If Hideyoshi just has that, I think it's a 2, maybe a 3 influence Wayland card. It does a trace based off of how many points you stole in the last turn. But barely surviving there, calling both servers. A lot of times you see runners will call one server, find the agenda, and assume the next one is a trap so they don't have to run it. I think there is obviously some fear about that that Wayland advanceable trap. I keep forgetting the name. You just said it. But that one is the one I think that you can't leave brewing.
Yeah, that's the Clearinghouse I was thinking of there, Andre. So it looks like Hideyoshi taking it in their stride, install double advance behind the Phonotria. A really cool new ice, this one, Phonotria. I like it a lot.
And we're calling it again.
We're calling it again. Beautiful stuff.
Steelskin Scarring, mind you, being played to draw some cards. So we're going to access here with at least 2 cards in hand, I think, after this fires, depending. This could be an Urtica. Could be a Cerebral Overrider for 2 core damage. Urtica for 4 damage is not unlikely. It's just an NGO front. Yeah. A standard staple allows you to crack that at instant speed before the runner can access it. So that's just going to be 8 credits for Hideyoshi's entire turn. But Scary is left with 2 cards in hand and 1 credit, but we are so close to game point. What do you imagine the other agendas in this deck are? I don't know if we're going to see Blood in the Waters, but with the agenda suite for this deck, I'm not sure what we'd fill it out with. Mind you, Obokata has gone, so there's not a lot of agendas that will hurt you unless you're running like 3 1s.
We do see a seamless launch in the bin, which is kind of interesting. I'm gonna guess we're playing a lot of 3-pointers since we've got these Gene Splices here. Like, you really want to get those extra fake points in, but seamless launch often implies 4-2s to me. Maybe I'm being too adventurous there.
I think there's a chance the seamless is... Oh, sorry, go ahead, River.
I feel like Blood in the Water isn't actually off the table with those Gene Splices because they enable that sort of reducing of hand size to score the Blood in the Water at a more sort of... Sorry. Got on top of my words there. But yeah, like I wouldn't be surprised, you know, it's very easy to sort of just slip them in where you get the runner down to like 1 or 2 cards and advance once, score.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's like not the power of the Urtica damage, but if they don't run it, you have something for it, which at least is a nice spot to be. Now, Hideyoshi there, this is something that I think a lot of players are going to slowly learn throughout the day, throughout Atea. They use the Atea ability there. So they installed an ice outside of server 2 for 1 credit and got the free install in server 3. In theory, if you install in server 3 first, the ice that you put on server 2 actually is free. So you save a credit if you order that slightly differently. Now, Hideyoshi on 10 credits, but still a lot of ice not to res. Weather HQ is entirely flooded. Just going to be a spin doctor there in server 3. And an unadvanced card on the table wasn't seemingly Rashida. Maybe we're going to see defensive upgrades. I think Daniela Hore, the new upgrade, a Sysop from Jinteki, would probably make a lot of sense in this sort of archetype.
Yeah, I think you're right. This always seems, we've got the free ice installed there, which is great. Really nice ability. I don't know if you guys have seen this play, but something that someone did against me on Janet the other day is you can install one of those moving Sysops in your second server, get the free ice install, and then move it across to your big Doom server at the end of turn. Really cool.
There is so much flexibility with the Atea ability. It is definitely worth knowing. This is something that has changed throughout the history of Netrunner, but specifically swapping. As long as one of the cards that you're swapping enters the table from your hand, it is considered an installation. So the sort of cards that we see like a Blade of Barrier, Tattoo Bola, that swap cards onto the table, even things like Daruma, they can give some immense flexibility to what Hideyoshi they can do mid-run in really interesting spots. Let's say we're hitting something on the table. Whether we'll see double advance is probably what this deck wants to do, but I think Hideyoshi here is deciding if they want to continue to build out that 2 remote server. Again, 2 server Netrunner is so fascinating, understanding which one you have to run.
Yeah, now we're seeing some really interesting plays. If you're the Corp here, I mean, it's a bit hard to tell exactly what the Corp's doing. It looks quite damagey, but you're looking across the table at an aggressive runner. They're on 6 points. They burn through most of their deck. Not a lot of resources showing. What do you think your strategy would be like as the Corp here?
I think for the Corp, it's going to be a bit difficult. The 2 Fuji Acid Retrievals are the most elegant thing for you to possibly combine with the threat of a Neurospike. And that's, I think, largely why the Seamlesses are in the deck. So if you advance it to 3 advancements, you can do Seamless to 5 score, and then you can do 2 damage on the score ability, and then you do Neurospike into Neurospike. Now with 2 Fujis out, that leaves Hideyoshi with only 1 very good on-tempo Neurospike target. We're assuming there's probably a Seamless in hand, but yeah, now on the table, again, understanding if that's the Urticas, that's just going to clear cards out of your hand. Also, this is a big change for players who haven't realized this exactly, but while Fuji Acid Retrieval is kind of replacing Obokata, this is not an additional cost to score this. So in theory, if Scarius accesses a Fuji Acid Retrieval, even with no cards in his hand, he will steal it and win the game before he's flatlined to net damage. So you might see some really aggressive lines in the late game if you just run out of cards.
Look, I wouldn't be surprised to see some aggressive lines from Scarius. Full stop here. He's a local player. He's a very aggressive player. A bit of a great bloke, loose unit. Love him. And I think we're going to see some really aggressive lines here. But coming into challenge HQ here, chisel on the enemy. Let's see what we get.
That was potentially a lethal line there, accessing with only 2 cards in hand after the enemy has cleared out here. Wait, an enemy flatlines here. There is so many risks the runner is taking.
Just up sting an enemy too. Ooh, risky move.
Now there is a simul chip here. That is a Tattoo Bola, so it is just going to end the run. 1 strength, we can't deal with that exactly. But once you pass this is a very exciting card. You can swap this, which means if you install an ice here, the Hideyoshi can install something on server 3 for free or in server 3. Now the simul chip doesn't give you access to that much. A Botchless could do it, but I think you're going to be stuck maybe behind some other ice, and it's just going to end the run. and Geofront being cracked in server 3. But Scarius, they're taking huge risks again. Oh, Sansan City Grid?
Oh, wow.
We can see a flatline here with Neurospike on a small agenda.
Launch. Oh, we're going to see a flatline with Fuji.
Yes, the Fuji flatline on and Sansan City Grid.
Oh my gosh.
What in the
amazing.
world?
Unbelievable.
1 card in hand, you don't even need the Neurospike if they only
Wow.
hold 1 in hand on top of a Sansan just to get that a bit faster, the Seamless. And again, I imagine those 2 cards in HQ were both Neurospikes, and you don't even need that. What an exciting game. Scarius taking some wild risks and barely almost getting there on 6 agenda points, but Hideyoshi had the last punishment. Saying in chat, I was sure you're gonna win. Then pulls off that ridiculous line. So cool.
Wow, well played. And I think we can see here from the runner side maybe taking very, maybe you don't need to necessarily take those risks when you're so far ahead and getting punished for it.
I think there's probably some pressure there with only 9 cards up in stack. Again, it's not Obokata land. I don't know whether this deck is actually running Snare. Again, it's closed deck lists in the Swiss rounds. It changes once you get to a top cut, so very exciting to see Hideyoshi play more of that throughout the event, because that looks like a really spicy list. I do think Neurospike as a whole, like that whole Neurospike type archetype, we didn't see a lot of it classically in standard pre-rotation, but there's a lot of cards that support that across Jinteki and Wayland in this set, so I think you're going to see a fair bit more of it. We'll see if it's really bad into Hermes. It might be, but it is a very interesting angle to attack.
Yeah, really wild first game there. That's what we wanted, right? That's what we were here for. We
Yeah.
were here for some fireworks, some new IDs, some weird things. I love it.
We couldn't have asked for better for round 1. That is so wild to see the new cards get a flatline in such a creative way. We're just gonna take a second. We're waiting for table. I think it's still table 30 to spin up again, and we'll see the other side of that match. Mind you, this is not single-sided Swiss like some events have been so far these last couple months. It's double-sided, so both players are now going to swap, play runner to play corp, and then they're going to run it back, and they have probably still 45 minutes to finish a game, maybe a bit more.
Just
Yeah, that was
Right.
a reasonably quick game for.
It's like, that's the thing that can happen with Atea. Like, we came in a bit late, obviously, on the stream. We were 7 turns in, but like Atea can just generate board state at such a speed because every install on the remote server gives you another install. And specifically, if you're going tall with your iced servers, like you're not paying extra credits. It's like very expensive to put 3 ice on a remote server, but Atea can do it, not only saving clicks, but saving credits. So I've been very impressed sometimes looking at my Atea games to be like, wow, this is turn 13. This looks like a turn 22 board state. So pretty exciting. It looks like we have the other side of the matchup. This is classically a well-trodden matchup. Oh, actually, sorry. I thought this was Sports Metal. This is going to be HB Precision Design System Gateway Special. Only 44 cards, so that should only be up to 18 points of agenda, 18 to 19 points of agendas. When you score something, you get something back, but it's not going to be about the scoring here because Freedom is going to come in, and Freedom is going to be trashing cards. Are y'all excited about Freedom in the new set? There's a lot of Freedom support.
I'm excited about Freedom. We've got Solidarity Badge, we've got Audrey, really cool little cards for Freedom, and I think he's the third most represented ID today. Yeah, I reckon Freedom's got some nice new toys here, and we've got a run on R&D. We're just going to start getting that Freedom value straight out the gate.
So to understand what the Freedom value here is, Freedom's ability says once per turn, when you access a card that has hold on, we gotta go. But Troopies on the table, we have to assume server 1 is probably a Managarm Skunkworks, just calling it there. But Precision Design is going to seamless launch that out, return the seamless to hand. And who needs ice? You have defensive upgrades. Let's go.
That's such a bold play. I love it. And you were saying, Andre, it's a well-trodden matchup, and I was like, not with Scarius on one side, it's not.
So now we're going to check this. If this is a Managarm, we can trash it pretty cheaply. And again, Freedom trashes things. So Freedom's ability says once per turn, when you access a card that even doesn't have a trash cost, you can spend X virus counters as equal to the res cost of that card or play cost of the card. So there we trash the Managarm Skunkworks, not for 3 credits, but we trash it for 2 virus counters. And the nice synergy here is with the new Audrey V2, 2MU gives you this AI that can break anything, and it requires cards from hand, and it requires virus counters to break subroutines. So there's a chance that Hideyoshi can go this whole game without spending any credits to trash cards, let alone to break cards, as long as that train can continue chugging along and just eating whatever it touches. That's a drafter.
Yeah, that's a great thing to draft right now.
That's a really good thing. It requires you 1 card from Audrey, but it is a card that recurs things, so why not? That's an Elevagao off the top of R&D, a 2-1 agenda. Sick rip, but that still charges you up. Hideyoshi is going to probably need maybe some economy here. That's largely what the Fermenter is going to do. Mind you, I think they are spending the Fermenter tokens to trash things on the table, so there's a real cost associated with that. But we'll see here. Maybe we'll see a strike fund, and you will maybe actually gain money by going through whatever ice is on server 2.
And Scary saying, I'm not scared of no R&D. I trust in my R&D. I've got a rush, and that's the true PD way.
Yeah, there's a... What?
Oh,
all right.
No.
Genuinely okay. That is only 2 cards from hand and like 2 virus counters. Like you can get through this thing, but that's obviously not what any player expected to be there on server 2. What's going on? Is this a ganked in server 2?
If it is, isn't it? Isn't gank 3 to trigger?
It's free to trigger. You just trash it yourself.
Oh wow, no way. Maybe it is. That would be hilarious. We've just got to. We are from the villain. He says, Twitch, we're
You know
seeing a Nancy PD on stream here, ladies and gentlemen. What on earth else is in this deck? I love it.
Sometimes you find yourself in a new meta and you're like, I got 4 influence to spend.
And
it's just Vitruvius.
Oh my goodness.
That's a wild call there. I think with Audrey, you're like pretty incentivized to run anything. We also see a Contaminate hit the bin. That lets you charge up your stuff, which is really nice if your Audrey gets not exactly purged out. Oh no, you can do anything. It's not like the other one. So you just put 3 virus counters. That's really good. But we're going to continue hammering. And this is the thing. It's like a lot of times in Freedom decks, you don't see like genuine multi-axis. Like you probably won't see a Stargate. You're definitely not going to see a Conduit. Probably not see a Conduit. Because the biggest thing here is Freedom. There, you run R&D, you trash a Spin Doctor for free. This is how you generate the ability to see more cards quicker. It's just, you're digging. And that can be hard. Because every time R&D is open, you're probably going to see 2 cards a turn, not just 1 card a turn. And Scarius probably has to deal with that sooner than later.
And again, this is that effect we're seeing from hard-hitting news not being existent anymore, but even its replacement not being as obtuse. Hideyoshi's in a much safer spot, just sitting on very few credits, very little rig, and just being able to check and run early on is so good for the game, in my opinion. Like,
yeah, that's exactly it. Like interacting on 0 credits. I don't know whether we expect an Oppo or the old Hardy news in this list, but I do think you're going to see that play pattern a lot. Where as long as Freedom is not, and admittedly Freedom does want to trash, it's a totally different financial game. It's really, really exciting for a lot of runners.
So do we think this deck is running like ganked and snares? Anansi is 4 influence. I'm looking at it now. I had no idea because I've got to admit I've never once tried to splash an Anansi. So mad respect. What do we think? I think ganked is a really good shout. What else could we be doing?
I think Snare, right? Like that's an expensive card, and PD classically hasn't had that much money since Cyberdeck Sandbox has been banned out. So whether you're going to spend some interesting splashes, mind you, a Maryland campaign off the top, I think the cool thing is Scarius can just put something behind the Nancy, and if Hideyoshi can't Hippo to trash the Nancy, yeah, you're just going to see this, like Seamless Launch. Let's see what we get here. Double Seamless Launch? Is this a 5-3? No, just Tempo Off-World Office. Why not? We get a Seamless back.
Yeah, nice. You got the Seamlesses, let's use them.
And this is where, like, you know, the Anansi is maybe just taxing enough that it's hard to deal with this thing. It's also, like, a notable thing. A lot of Anarchs are kind of going back maybe to playing Mimic. And, you know, that means a fixed strength breaker. You can't deal with the 4 and 5 strength sentries that easily. But we'll see what Hideyoshi has here. Again, I think you need a Hippo. And as soon as you Hippo through this Anansi, no scoring server for Scarius. I'm not sure if Scarius will be able to fast advance out all the points. It'll be nice to res ice on R&D, and you really have to here. An imp is coming down with the cookbook, and now we have the console, the virus, the Knob Curie console. It gives you a lot of MU for viruses, and says the first time you make a successful run, before you access cards, you can put a virus counter on one of your cards. So either infinite imp counters, or more likely at this point also just infinite Audreys.
We see a Regolith come down on the corpse side, just sucking on that helium mining tube gas and making themselves some money up on Mars.
You see this card so much in PD, right? Like, it's just kind of an econ issue, is that if this thing gets pinholed, right, Scarius is doing okay. Whoa, that's a buffer drive. I'm assuming we need that, hopefully, to get enough fuel for Audrey, but I think this game will be over before that recursion really matters. 2 cards on the table. We're assuming some Marylands out there, maybe a Spin Doctor that you'll res and get value before they can trash it, but it's really hard to generate value from assets on the table when they get trashed for free and generate virus counters. So maybe I'm a virus, that'd be kind of sick.
Wouldn't that be a fantastic bait?
Server 4? We're checking it. My trick didn't work. That's just Genta on the table, I'm guessing?
I think we definitely learned that one before. And it's another Vitruvius.
No.
Oh, wow. Okay.
It's just a Vitruvius. That's a hard call to make. Again, Freedom just loves touching things. That gives you the free Knob Curie. It's pretty likely they'll access those cards. So now Freedom on game point. All the 3/2s are out, barring, we're assuming there's always one Luminal Transubstantiation somewhere in the deck.
So we are pretty incentivized to maybe check that other remote, although Scarius talking about tricks means, I don't know, maybe it's a snare, question mark, but pretty incentivized to start hitting those single accesses now because Freedom gets so much value from them anyway.
That's just a Maryland. They probably can get imped away here. You don't have the credits. There you go. That charges the Audrey. Just kind of moves the virus counter over. It's really nice to play imp and Audrey because you're just moving your counters. You don't have to put them back into your token box. But now with enough cards in hand, if Hideyoshi draws a bit, again, you can freely face check into anything. That's a very notable thing about the rotation, is the most commonly played card across all factions that allows you punish runners for relying on only AI subtype breakers was IP block. And that card has rotated out of the standard format. And while there's still really good candidates to punish AIs, I don't think you're expecting to see most of them in HB decks. So there's a big chance that Audrey's the only breaker you're going to need, as long as you can feel it with card draw. I think in other factions you might see Swordsman. I think you're definitely going to see Virtual Service Assistants today. I think that's a slapper of a card. But Hideyoshi probably doesn't have to install that much more for the game. Just has to generate some accesses here and probably figure out how to deal with server 2.
I think we might have even be seeing our old friend Wraparound come back, which everyone sort of forgot existed, but it is in system update.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, some new art.
Yeah, it actually is pretty good against AI. It's 7 strength, good against Turtle, 1 more than Slap Vandal, which I'm sure was extremely intentional. And yeah, we might be seeing some of that even.
So there we got that Botulus on server 2. Not an AI, a virus, but it breaks everything. And it looks like we're going to have an ambitious work here for the Chisel, slowly carving down that Anansi. We saw 2 Chisels on both sides of the table. I don't know if this is something that's going to be representing in the new meta. Maybe that's a way just to like work on the strength so Audrey gets there cheaper. But that's a pulse. So you're going to lose a click here. That is 2 subroutines you can deal with. The first one actually doesn't matter, so you only have to deal with the second subroutine. This is a harmonic ice. I don't know whether this is hinting there'll be more harmonics on the table in the deck, but that one we're sailing through relatively well. And now in Anansi on 4 strength is still going to be, I believe, 2 cards, and then just 2 virus counters off the Audrey. V2, feed me, Seymour.
One for the theater geeks out there.
Oh, actually, sorry. Chisel hits here on encounter, so that's only actually 1 card with Audrey. That's a really nice interaction, and there's a cool interaction. Strike Fund was thrown away to the Audrey, which means it was trashed, so it should fire, and then immediately goes back into the bottom of the deck with Buffer Drive. So unfortunately, we're not going to see it probably before the game is over, unless there's a shuffle effect, which I don't know what shuffle effects we're expecting. Maybe I think Gachapon is the most reasonable. Maybe Labor Rights exists. That also triggers with these cards. But that's kind of neat that you can get that continual value, as much as I'm pretty sure we're going to see a conclusion to the game before that will catch up with anyone. Oh, I don't think they got the credits. Did they order it incorrectly on JNet?
Might be something to do with it bugging out and going to going to the bottom, because I've noticed there's another weird one where if Marilyn with Regenesis is another one where I've seen this, where Regenesis, the agenda, if nothing has entered the bin, you can score something out of archives, that one. But with Marilyn campaign, it like temporarily goes to the bin.
Hey, there it is.
Oh, it's the snap.
Oh, there it is.
Unbelievable. Marilyn temporarily goes to the bin, and that breaks Regenesis on JNet, so it might be something like that.
Yeah, just
that's a nice
quick
Hideyoshi
clarification. If you trash a strike fund and don't resolve it until after the buffer drive has resolved, then the strike fund is no longer in the zone where its effect is active, and so it can't resolve. So in person you would just say I resolve this, but here if you click buffer drive first, then you have to give yourself the credits manually.
So on JNet, there'll be a drop down and it asks you which one you want to do first. So as long as you hit that in the right order, but they fixed it totally fine. That was a snare. 4 credits now. That was affordable, and that knocked out some cards from hand. We got to see a second buffer drive, pretty greedy. A Light the Fire. That's a really nice way if you're expecting more mana garms. Allows you to trash anything in the server with no abilities. And we're just going on back. That magnet though.
Ooh, we've got
nice hit.
EDRG absolutely just fanging it up this server. Last click. We love to see it. It makes it pretty tough to deal with that Anansi now, with that Chisel gone.
Yeah, it means that the Anansi won't go down as fast. It's still only going to be 2 cards. Hopefully you hit a Steelskin Scarring there, because there's a chance that this is a lethal snare, but we're just going to let that Magnet fire. We could have Audrey through it, but Hideyoshi saying, I've done enough today. Let's see here, Scarius. I think we know Scarius has a Seamless Launch in hand, so that could be anything, but it looks like... Oh no. Hate to see that.
Something's gone wrong.
That's a Regolith. I don't think he intended to res that right away. Now he has to remember. Sometimes when you play online, there are things like that can happen. Misclicks can happen. People are pretty generous giving takebacks. Again, always call a judge if you think there's a problem or you just want someone else's opinion. So we're just going to do undo click. That's a nice way. Now Scarius can put anything on the table. It looks like it's going to be a going to be one of these, a regolith again.
We're just getting some money here. So this is again a little bit dangerous. We're giving Freedom a free trash target. They can use counters off that chisel. The chisel can't do anything, but it is still a counter battery for viruses. So we've given them potentially an opportunity to charge that Audrey, charge that Imp, or even more their Audrey with Knobkery.
Now, nothing happened with server 2, so unlikely to be Yoshida. Maybe it's a Spin Doctor, but I think it's more
Definitely a
likely this
snare.
is a snare, exactly. Maybe a Mana Garm setting up for the future. But Scarius, we know he has a seamless launch in hand, so there's a big chance that, again, ganked anything else, like it's probably not an agenda. So Hideyoshi there has some interest to smash centrals. Again, it's been a couple turns. His aggression, it seems like, or their aggression, excuse me, so sorry. It seems to have turned off. So we'll see if they well, there's a Spin Doctor at least. We'll see now after we draw 2 cards into HQ whether you want to go get some accesses on HQ.
So we see the snare being shuffled back in, surely?
Yes, indeed. Snare and Spinny back into the deck. Fantastic.
Now again, it's so wild with 1 credit. Go ahead, sorry, River.
Just the commitment to putting snare and a Nancy in a PD deck. Like I'm just in awe. Like chef's kiss.
You must respect. And now we see an Avgustina coming down. So we could be sabotaging some cards off HQ and R&D here. It's pretty late in the game for this, though.
Yeah, it's a bit of a small effect. You kind of, you need to be doing a lot of sabotaging. It's going to be a while for this to like really be a burden, especially with 6-card hand size. Precision Design can shrug it off maybe a bit more than most corporations. Now, a Purge there, that's actually a really easy thing to rebuild. If you run that Regolith with only 3 credits left on it, you can trash it for free with Imp, move it to Audrey. I don't know if you want to install another virus here to get Augustina value, but at least that will put Scarius on some sort of clock. Very interesting card, mind you. Augustina says the first time each turn you install a virus program, sabotage 1. And speaking of sabotage, there is a big chance that the existence of Audrey, which is a 1 program solution to getting to HQ, we might see things like Chastushka. We might see finality. Like we can see real strong run events that require successful runs on certain servers, because you're not required to be like, wait until I find my buzzsaw, wait until I find my cleaver, which is a thing that Anarchs are not particularly good at compared to some of the other factions.
It looks like we're going to see Imp being used to trash that Regolith, and Audrey is now back online, ready to break a piece of ice. We see yet another Chisel come down, which is going to get a sabotage. It looks like we're preparing... Sorry, Andre.
I was just going to say sabotage is a mechanic that came in the last cycle. So here Scarius has to decide where to trash 1 card, because it's sabotage 1. Either from HQ, so they'll know the card, it goes face down into archives, or from the top of R&D. However, they can't look at the top card of R&D, and if it's a bigger sabotage 3, they have to make the decision of which cards they trash from HQ before they go to R&D. So sabotage 1, you're just picking 1 card. Looks like it was an HQ card, and we're making a taller server here. Let's see another magnet. We have a card in server 2 on top of something. I think that was a snare.
I think it was a snare. And I think now maybe it's another snare. It's hopefully an agenda. Oh, we don't have influence for another snare, do we? Yes, we do. Wow, okay. We've got a big Doom server, but this is a server, like, horrifyingly, you can potentially get through this server for, like, no credits, which is pretty wild.
It's wild. I think now Audrey being limited out is going to be an issue. We just don't have enough virus counters on it. Let's see here the price. Look at the top 4. You trash all 4 and you can install 1. It looks like we trashed, I think we're seeing them in the bin. So a Conduit, an Audrey, a Knobkery, and a Nihilist. I think
we're seeing the Conduit come down.
Yeah, it looks like the buffer drive putting the Audrey on the bottom of the deck. That's just kind of, hit points for the Audrey engine. But I wonder if we're installing none of those. Like the Nihilist is a really slow card. It's a bit inconsistent. Again, the game seems to be a bit longer than I thought it would be. Conduit is instant pressure. We have some MU. It does come in with 1 virus counter because of the cookbook. That's nice. It will cost sabotage 1. That's nice as well. And you install it for only 0 credits. 1 credit, excuse me. The 1 credit Hideyoshi they had.
And this is what I was talking about in the discussion we had earlier about Standard not being just an overall more powerful game, but having these multiple strategies in the one deck. You can afford to have these conduit slots. Oh my god.
Oh my god. It's R&D.
This is firing.
They can't break.
They can't break all of it.
Wait,
they can break 2 of the subroutines. No, you're never dead with 3 cards.
Well,
actually, without credits.
Yeah.
Without credits, no, you're not dead.
No,
Oh,
you're
you're
not
dead.
dead. You're not.
No,
Are you
no,
dead?
you are dead. You're
Yep,
dead.
you're dead. You're dead. You are dead,
Because
Squirrel. You're not.
the only way to break subroutines is with cards from hand, and then if you don't break all the subroutines, you are unfortunately dead. So Anansi gonna flatline an Audrey freedom in precision design.
It is the new meta, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Australia. I reckon, you know what? I'm not surprised if Breeze has built these decks and gone, you know what? Australia, spider deck. Doing a spider deck. Welcome down under, everybody.
Oh, everything's so dangerous. If there was a steel skin in hand, I think there's a chance, yeah, you can survive that based off of ordering, but unfortunately there, and you could see two cards that could have been the last run of the game, but I don't think you can imagine a better card there than Anansi. 8 influence on nasty spiders. I think we're expecting at least 4 more ensnares. Pretty wild.
Wow,
What a good game
incredible
for the
stuff.
stream.
What a good game. I had to scroll up to see because I knew that Scarius had put something into the chat. Back in turn 6, that game was 15 turns, by the way. He says it'll be nice to res the ice on R&D.
He did. He did say that. Oh, amazing game. But
Great
yeah,
start to APAC so far. Great start to APAC. We are seeing the spice we needed and more.
Yeah, for sure. I don't think we expected it to be that wild, but like, sign me up anytime. That's amazing. I think we have a bit more time in the round. I'm not sure what the timer is. Mondi, do we have time to jump into another table? Or you want to throw to a break potentially?
We've got another 25 minutes. Let's pull up another game, see what we've got here. Does anything stand out to y'all?
The ones generally at the top of the table list have just started recently. So the top 2 tables right now, one of them has Bridgman in it, a very esteemed player, playing with the new card art with Finn's face on it is part of the prize support. We also have a world champion, Sokka 234 at table 24. So either way, I don't think we can go wrong.
And Sokka is actually playing Atea.
Ooh.
Pretty typically, you know what? Let's see if we can make sure that this is a kosher game to stream.
Yeah, if you're just tuning in, we're in the middle of round 1. Again, this is double-sided Swiss. I think today, again, we'll find a confirmation soon. I'm not sure if it's 5 or 6 rounds, but last night I know we were talking about how many players we're expecting today. There's only 50 people signed up so far, and that number has just about doubled overnight. So a lot of folks at the last minute there are just kind of getting their deck lists in, trying to do all that last-minute testing, because of course the rotation, the ban list, the new set, they're barely 5 days old. Not even 5 days old.
yeah, and if you are just tuning in and you're a fan of Jinteki, you want to scroll back just for that last game, not the first game where the Jinteki ID is being played, but the second game of that first round where the Jinteki Ice was being played. It's very satisfying to see those Anansis come down and get rezzed. Just incredible.
Okay, we have the go-ahead to watch Game 2 of Sokka versus Motion Blur, if y'all want to take it away.
Thanks, Monty. So, we got Sokka here. Sokka 234, the current reigning world champion, across from Motion Blur, also a very competitive player. And we're seeing on the bottom Atea again. There's a couple players today playing. I think it's about 7 or 8 players playing this new identity. It gives you a lot of stuff. It gives you creativity. It gives you click compression. It gives you flexibility. It also only gives you 2 remote servers. And currently Sokka thinks 2 is probably a bit too rich for his taste. So we're working on 1 remote server already. We are a couple turns in, 8 turns in. Score area. We see hybrid releases for both players, and if we look in the bin here, there's some damage, some sculpting in archives with the mindscaping. And we also see Moonpool, which is generally going to be seen. I think this might be a fast events deck, and Sokka might need to keep a server open so you can do some of those fast events tricks, like install a Moonpool, technically install an agenda, then install a Moonpool, install like a Basture Boga, or you just have to install the agenda first. I think that's a very important thing with Atea.
Yeah, very important to recognize. This is sort of Jinteki Acer group in a lot of ways. Gives you some really, really impressive click compression, but you've got to be careful how you approach it. It's one of those IDs where the undo click is practically a default action.
Across the table, Motion Blur on 419. This criminal has just been so powerful for such a long time. The most represented runner today. His ability, if you want to install a card, you're going to pay a credit or it's going to be exposed. And pay a credit, be exposed, there's some good information there. Maybe you're in a new meta and you don't know what all the cards do. That's a nice way to find out. Generally, corporations are paying for that, especially because Amakua is so prevalent. Let's see here, Sokka, if he has a trick here. Install into server 5. We can get a free install either in front of or in server 4. And that's a Yagi Uda, so there's going to be fast events here. Just Audacity from hand.
Wow, fantastic. So this is an all-in fast advance deck.
This is Jinteki fast events. Yeah, the rumors are true that you can do this. Now, this is just a blank 3-2. Most 3-2s are blank. We might have one longevity serum. But Sokka here, I'm assuming server 4 is probably a spin doctor if you're happy throwing out your whole hand. Emotion blur here as Kurupira, a new Fractor, and we have a Carmen, so we're only worried about some of those code gates. We'll see if Sokka has a punishment here with an Atini, a Vampiranasa. I think those are most of the code gates you're scared for in this sort of like heavy to mid-range Jinteki.
Ooh,
But then
they can't break that. Motion blur can't break. Oh, they can because they got Chevza. Never mind, I can't count or read.
No, but it's close. It's very close. And
Very close.
seeing in the bin here, we also see a Sai Sentan, one of the most punishing face checks in the entire game right now. Very important that you're face checking with the Sentry. And the Sentry slot in Criminal, that's kind of a really big change going forward. Bugalter, I would say the best killer ever printed, was just banned. And that was one of the biggest, strongest cards in Criminal decks. You would even see it out of faction for 4 influence. And so now understanding what criminals are playing, Carmen seems to be pretty popular. And it's not bad. It's no Bugalter, but it's definitely not bad.
Yeah, and Bugalter really such a meta warping Sentry Breaker. Like you're splashing that at 4 influence, pretty incredible. And ever since it came out, Crims have just basically never touched another killer, as far as I know. It's just been, oh, well, we'll just play Bugalter. Why wouldn't you? So now we're finally starting to see a bit more variety. Maybe we're going to see some revolvers later today too.
I'd love to see some guns. You just unload on that Nancy. It's good fun, I think. And there's a Penny Shaver. We're not going to see Hermes in this matchup, and we're just going to smash Archives with the Chesla credits, get some good value on the Penny Shaver as well with the Bravado. Now, Sokka here is playing such a fascinating card, Mindscaping. At Grey Ops Operation, it's a modal card, 2 options of which you can pick one. The first gives you 2 credits, so pay 2, gain 4, and you can draw 2 cards, add 1 to the top of R&D. So it protects R&D, gives you some flexibility to find your fast event pieces to get the right things to do with Atea. And it can also do net damage, which I don't think we're going to see, but we're going to see fast events here, potentially. No, that's an NGO front, mind you, in server 6.
Okay, excellent. And one other thing that's interesting in Mindscaping is it looks like Sokka's using it very much for its combo potential here. We're using it to draw cards, we're using it to sculpt our hand, maybe put something on R&D so that you know a single access is not going to be an agenda, or it's going to be a snare or whatever. And we're using it more for its combo potential than what we see when it's splashed into other factions such as like NBN or Wayland, where it's used more for that kill potential in tandem with End of the Line.
This is fascinating. To understand motion blur, like, we see a solidarity badge hitting the heap.
Wow.
What is the decoder you're expecting? Because we're seeing some like 4 strength, some 5 strength code gates across Jinteki. Whether we're going to see Namina, whether heaven forbid we're going to see a Cat's Cradle, mind you, that was a spin doctor in server 4. But understanding what motion blur is waiting for, because I do think there are some relatively bad face checks. We've currently hit that threat 3 threshold, so it's just going to be 3 net damage if you hit an Atini, no choices allowed. The Vampiranasa is a bit of a credit swing. You end up resing that for only 5 credits. Not that Atea has that many credits, but Sokka does have an NGO front on the table, so technically at 14 credits here. But I think Motion Blur probably wants to just find an Amakua and charge that hopefully cheaply enough off Archives, and then Amakua is kind of the way that you can afford to break in the 9C or Vampiranasa relatively easily.
And when that Amakua comes down, it becomes a lot harder for Sokka to just expose his NGO front and spin doctors as they come down. He really wants to be not giving away those free turtle counters. See, here we can expose a Rashida. I guess we're not too worried about it. He's got a lot of confidence in that remote.
Yeah, we'll see Motion Blur calls it there and runs. You're not going to be able to use your Chesva credits. Boomerang is going to be a start. So if it's a Vampire, Nasa, or a Teeny, you only take some of the least worst subtypes. But actually, a Tattoo Bola is kind of interesting here. The Boomerang won't be punished in any meaningful way, but here actually Sokka can do a kickflip, where once you pass this, you can return it to hand, install any other ice, even a second Tattoo Bola, and gain some credits, get a clickless install. It looks like we're swapping Tattoo Bola. Not maybe using the Atea ability here if you wanted to crack the NGO front. That's where like Tattoo Bola is so strong. If you ever run last click, they can just put an agenda on the table. It's so wild.
Yeah, incredible flexibility. And you were talking, we touched briefly on Ablative Barrier, which is a new HB barrier that came out in this set, which has an ability threat 3 on res. You can install a card in or protecting another server from HQ or Archives. And in Atea, you just get that extra bit of flexibility where you can use it to chain an agenda into play, which is very, very cool.
Yeah, there's some like really wild play patterns with both of those cards, and I think they're going to do a lot today. We saw we're going to see a fair bit of Asa Group as well. It's not underrepresented. That's a twinning. Mind you, the Chesla charges the twinning really well. There's actually a lot of good twinning support in this upcoming set, whether it is with some vernissages and Shaper, whether you want to play Debbie Downtown Moreira, you can do that as well. But this is probably going to be the multi-axis we're expecting. I don't expect much else, barring maybe a nicely timed legwork, a Docklands Pass, something to that.
Yeah, and it's a really interesting choice. We're seeing some orange cards sneaking in here. The 3 influence twinning Solidarity Badge, which is only 1 influence, which I didn't even realize, and I think that's kind of a fantastic splash, to be honest. And we see a moon pool coming down.
Ooh, it's happening.
Like we're doing the move. It looks like we're doing it. We are going to be trashing some cards and presumably scoring out a longevity serum.
Now, if you're playing against somebody on Moonpool and Audacity to some extent too, a Fast Events deck, Motion Blur needs to generate access on central servers. Moonpool requires you to have agendas in hand for it to do anything. So a lot of text on the card here. Moonpool allows you to remove this asset from the game to trash up to 2 cards from HQ. Then you can reveal face down cards and archives and shuffle them into R&D. If they're agendas, you get advancement counters. So we're putting a bacterial programming, a massive 3-pointer back in, and that allows you to fast advance out the longevity serum. Again, you only need 1 agenda in hand because of the sort of click compression you get with Atea. It's incredibly powerful. And now Sokka is on game point. We have only 1 more hybrid release left in the deck, so that's only 1 more 2-1. So Sokka's going to have to just Audacity out the last Yagi Uda. So Motion Blur cannot afford to sit back anymore. You need to get accesses.
Interestingly, with the new Moonpool skateboard trick that we just saw there, traditionally, if you wanted to score from hand, you would need 2 agendas in hand. But now you only need the 1, which we just saw, and that's a big deal because you, instead of a 4-card combo, you have a 3-card combo, which, while not amazing, is at least reasonable.
No. Big deal's an HB card.
That's gonna happen on stream, but yeah, there's no way. This feels bad. You drop your Shibboleth, Threat 4, anti-threat technology. We haven't seen a threat card, I don't think, today so far, but that is the marquee mechanic in this new set. There are text on cards that are only active if at least 1 player has that many or more points in their score area. So Shibboleth is just 1 strength, unfortunately. But Double Chesel will basically kind of rebuild that strength loss, and we're hitting a Vampire Nasa here. We're gonna break it. We're gonna break all of it. 4 subroutines, 4 strength. Yeah, that's not too bad. And with 3 credits, mind you, we have 6 credits on tap with no free lunch. Sokka could maybe afford to Resonant Nunci, and just an Enigma. Honestly, annoying enough for the Shibboleth.
We're in that kind of scary fast advance endgame here, where you really need to be smashing those multi-accesses because they're on 5 points. You know they're on Audacity. They can score from 1, and you really just need to be smashing for those accesses, controlling the top of the deck. We see the hybrid release, but Sokka doesn't care about that.
Yeah, that's at least good enough. So that's like less fuel for potentially, again, just keeping agendas out of HQ is important for Moonpool. But now it was important that you saw 2 cards with the twinning there. So Sokka mandatory draws a card that Motion Blur saw. So as soon as Sokka starts drawing, that's where there's pressure on HQ here. But in theory, if you hope Sokka has nothing in hand, you can just smash R&D and lock the top every turn with the twinning. It is going to be difficult behind 2 code gates, and your Shibboleth is not doing too much. So Sokka probably has to put some pressure on server 4. If you can't make 1 good run, that could be the game. NGO front, mind you, in server 8. So Sokka just getting that click compression. In NGO front, a free ice install for the same click. It is absurd, the click compression you can get with Atea.
It's costing you 11 credits if you want to break every subroutine to get into that R&D. That is not trivial.
Whoa, yeah, and you can't let the corp draw 1 or 2 cards with the Vampire Nasa. Like, I guess the net damage might not matter depending on your hand, but like there's some really good subroutines on that piece of ice. This is an interesting one that saw almost no play in standard because we used to have DNA tracker for 1 credit more. And I think a lot of people called that one of the most unfair code gates in the entire game. And without that gone, we're going to see more things like Vampy, more things like a Teeny. And I think Vampy makes a lot of sense for this sort of deck that wants to go a bit fast.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a really punishing face check when you want to go fast. You want to make a little bit of extra money. You want to get a couple of cards, and even just that tempo net damage. You never know. Maybe you just are going to sting them and get something important out of hand. It's useful to do, especially in Swiss where you don't know if they're on damage or on fast advance like this seems to be, or what's going on.
So that's a Tattoo Bola. We could have maybe guessed that. That was the one that returned to hand here. So that is a barrier. It's a cheap one to get your Kurapir power counters on. I'm not sure if we're going to see a good barrier bypass target. Now, mind you, Sokka only has 2 credits, but there is 5 credits on the table with an NGO front. So not going to use the Tattoo Bola ability. Going to res this. So it looks like this is an expensive one. It is just a Saisentan. So
I think we knew about this.
Yeah, that is only 3 credits with the Carmen. Again, very importantly, Chesva's only for central servers, and that's going to trash your Rashida Yahim, which card draw here is very important because we're probably going to need more cards in hand and Audacity, and finding one of the last two Yagi Udas is all Sokka really wants to do here, unless you can set up something. And I think there are some pretty ambitious lines where you can probably fast advance out bigger agendas using combinations of Audacities and Moon Pools and all the click compression you can get from Atea.
Yeah, Doomrat did say in the chat that this deck can score a back pro from hand if you've got Audacity, Moonpool, and 2 other agendas.
Wow.
Ooh,
So that is a
cool.
line.
So a big thing motion blur here, like he had to run the remote server. Obviously you need to check that remote server, but any turn that you don't charge the twinning is, you can only charge that once per turn. You're not really able to charge this on the opponent's turn, which some decks can do that. But here there is some cost, even just like running archives to like get a free penny shaver to break the Bathynomus for free with Carmen. To charge the twinning, there's some value in that. So you can flush HQ on a key turn, you can lock R&D on a key turn, and we've seen one Spin Doctor so far, so we saw one shuffled back. So I don't know how easy it's going to be for Sokka to break R&D lock. Maybe that's why the Mindscapings help.
Oh, am I fanging it right up the guts of the Bravado here? Very exciting times. Again, not a cheap server to get through by any means, but it looks like we're finding the Econ subroutines on Vampy. We're going to come and just blast this spider with our Chevsy credits, so we should be able to just get through relatively easily. Very nice.
Wait, why do you let the Vampy subroutines fire? Isn't it cheaper always to break them? I guess no, because the Boomerang. Whoa, huge hit.
Ooh, big rip.
That's the Yagi Uda. We saw 2 there, if I'm not mistaken, seeing a Rashida and a Yagi Uda. So there's only one more 3/2 in the whole deck for Sokka, unless you can do something wild with what's it called, a Blood in the Water. I'd be surprised. But yeah, that was a Boomerang, on the Vampire Nasa, so you didn't have to deal with the strength. So credit swing and card in server 4 here, not an Atea ability. Motion blur still in a healthy 9 credits. That's 4 credits worth of free breaking with Chesva, but some pretty expensive breakers with 1 strength, Shibboleth and Kurapires. We'll see if motion blur calls it here.
So something that's really interesting here is that we've seen almost no influence. We've seen 1 Spin Doctor, and that's it that's on the table. So I'm really, really curious. Oh, sorry, in the Audacity, which has gone back in. So I'm really curious as to what the influence spend is here. Are we on Biotics? Are we on all 3 Audacity? Who knows?
I don't know if we have big deal money, but I think Biotic makes a fair bit of sense. You might also see some, I don't know what other click compression you have for fast events, like a red level clearance potentially gets you a free double install with Atea. That sounds okay.
Sure. Yeah, red level clearance could be really nice in this deck. You're right. And that's what, 2 influence, something like that?
Sounds right. There's a Spin Doctor, mind you, in their remote server. We saw 3 Rashidas. I think that was the most likely install there, and that gives Sokka 2 cards. I don't know if Motion Blur has the credits to be able to contest HQ, but that easily could be it. Audacity in hand, finding the last 3/2. Sokka even a Moon Pool in hand, and then some other nonsense could score it out. So Motion Blur, it might be difficult to run HQ here, but you might want to. I think he's deciding whether he wants to trash the Spin Doctor or not. I don't know if it's going to be a huge decision. Maybe Sokka's deciding whether he wants to pop it first. Nothing.
Yeah,
okay.
I think that's pretty reasonable on both sides, and I think you could maybe, if you're Motion Blur, you could maybe make the read that you think he doesn't have it in hand because he's not shuffling, or Sokka is not shuffling because he doesn't want to draw non-agendas or non-audacities. He's missing combo pieces.
So we're running archives here. That's just to charge the twinning. It's free. You get a penny shaver credit. So as long as you're taking the penny shaver, but this could be the last turn for Sokka if he has to have it. I think he needs a Moon Pool and an Audacity, and then just at least 2 agendas. Question is, what are the rest of the agenda suite here? It looks like we're moving. That's probably, if that's an agenda, you install second your fast advance piece. That might be game here, considering the Spin Doctor wasn't cracked. I don't think Sokka would do that unless he just wants to fire the game. It's a Yagi Uda. He has it. He found the last 3/2. Maybe off the Spin Doctor. Moon Pool for another agenda. GG for Motion Blur. Sokka scoring out very fast here.
Sokka's here with a really cool, innovative deck, which I always expect from him, and showing off those world champ strats. Winning with a very cool Jinteki Fast Advance deck. Really, really great to see.
Super cool too. And also like understanding, right? Like if you're playing a Fast Advance deck, the thing you're usually scared about is Clot. Is Arasana playing Clot? Is this a really good meta call?
I reckon it is. I've been jamming a lot of wage workers sports, and it feels like every single time I queue up, it's Shaper with Clot Lock. But I did notice, if we have a look at the standings, how many Shapers do we have? Yeah, there's actually quite a few Arasanas. We've got 9 Arasanas and 3 Lats and 2 Towers. So not an insignificant number of Shapers.
Super cool. Well played to both players. Interesting to see new archetypes, and that's the excitement of having a tournament 5 days after the set release. To understand, some people might have rolled up today and thought, wait, you can fast advance in Atea? And yeah, you definitely can, and we might see that continue to rise at top tables. Fantastic. Well played to both players. That is going to take us nearly to the end of round 1. Mondi, how are we doing?
I believe we have another 5 minutes before the round gets called. I'm not sure which of these tables are still going. I think if we want to take a quick break between rounds 1 and 2, just because we have it, and because I admittedly had y'all vamp for 30 minutes longer than I thought, because I thought we were starting at half past. So.
That's all good. That was fun. There's a lot to talk about. It's a new set.
There is a lot to talk about. I thought it was going to be like 5 minutes. Oops. Well, good thing there's a lot to talk about. But no, thanks very much to y'all for filling in that dead air and helping me keep things running smoothly while I get everything updated here. Yeah, let's go ahead and take a quick 10-minute break. We'll be back at 10 after. Hopefully start up round 2, give these last round 1 tables a chance to finish up, and yeah, we'll be back in a moment.
See y'all in a bit. Don't go anywhere.
See you soon.
All right, I'm back. And welcome back. I'd like to thank the vigilant people in chat for keeping watch over my hot mics. This is what you get for binding your mute key for Discord and your mute key for OBS to the same key and forgetting about it. We're just waiting for, I believe, one more game in round one to finish up. While we're doing that, I want to give a thank you to my commentators for today. Let's do a quick sound off. River, why don't you go first?
Hello, I'm still here. Thank you.
What do you think of that? Of those games?
Yeah, I thought it was really great. I play a lot of Jinteki. I love the big scary ice. So getting to see 2 flatlines and an Anansi flatline on stream, wonderful, wonderful stuff. And yeah, I'm really excited to play something similar to that fast advance Atea. And yeah, just great to see it work, and to see it work with such sort of finesse as well on that last turn.
Yeah, agreed. Miles, how did you feel about those games?
Yeah, everyone, loved them. Fantastic. Couldn't have asked for a better couple of starting games. We saw just wild back and forth with Anansi flatline out of PD into some incredible runner aggression in our first game, and then a really, really slick fast advance deck out of the reigning world champion Soccer. So I think we've seen a lot of different flavors of Netrunner just in those couple of games. That fast advance Atea is certainly something to watch out for. I'm really excited to see who else is on that, how far it can go.
Awesome. Glad to have you. And of course, honestly, a huge honor to be on stream with the Andre Metropole Grid.
That's very kind. Hey, I'm Andre from the Metropole Grid. Yeah, we've absolutely had a banger round one. Like, I can't believe, you pick a table round one, right? Like, there's no guideposts. You just, do what's interesting. And then we found 2 flat lines across the tables and wild decks, some absurd aggression. Audrey asks for blood, but it wasn't obvious whose blood it was. I think we found out at the end there, which is really exciting. I think we were 2 credits short of kind of getting out of that spider unscathed, which is pretty wild, but saw a new archetype there. I'm so excited. It's been like such an exciting day. It's going to go on again. It's currently where I am. We're past midnight. It's technically Saturday, and I think we're expected to go on for another 5-6 hours. So buckle up if you're watching this live. Welcome. It's going to be a show.
Yeah, with the times,
Looks
Andre,
like
it's been tomorrow for what, like 10 hours?
That's true.
This is APAC. It wasn't tomorrow quite yet. Not until now. Or, no, it was tomorrow already. I'm already mixing my own joke up. Never mind.
Monday, as a resident of APAC, I can tell you it is very much today.
Confirmed. We've got a professional on commentary with us. Yeah, it looks like all of the matches have been reported. We're just waiting for pairings for round 2.
Yeah, we have standings, and let me tell you, you either have 0 points, 3 points, or 6 points. And at this point in the game, it doesn't really matter that much. We have 5 rounds. How many rounds do we have, Monty? Actually, I'm not sure. 5 or 6?
7 was what I heard, actually.
What? Okay, there's 7 rounds. So there is a top cut math. Also, Monty, can you tell us what's the top cut? Is it 8 or 16 players?
I will have to double check on that. I heard it was 8, but that was back when, I had assumed that the field was half as large as it was. So let me see.
Exactly. Okay. So we'll have those numbers soon, but just to understand how today works for those who are tuning in, maybe you're new to organized play. This is double-sided Swiss. So we're going to have at least 5, maybe up to 7 rounds of players pairing off against another player with their same score. So the same amount of points, the same amount of wins. And at the end of today, whoever makes that top 8, the top 16 cut, they'll make it on to Sunday, where they play in a slightly different tournament of double elimination. I believe the organized play rules have been modified relatively recently. I think the last update was in June of this year. I don't think we're going to have tiebreaker rounds anymore, so it's going to be a clear cut to the top 8 or top 16, whatever. We'll figure out what that number is. And so it's a bit early to figure out what that top cut math is. A lot of players already look at this and think, like, I need to go X and 2, X and 3. That X being how many wins you need and how many losses you have to make. So it gets pretty, high stakes, pretty dangerous, pretty there's some low margins here, some slim margins, so you have to win all your games. But let me tell you, you can definitely lose both of your games in round 1 and still have a chance to make the top cut if you're that sort of player who's angling for that competitive result. But again, there's almost 100 players here. The vast majority of folks here are just here to play some cool Netrunner in a new format with some new cards, with some new friends. So we'll see how it rolls out.
And we are seeing those tables come up on JNet now. So we see those left-hand side on Cobra players making those tables, and we can pick one to get into, I imagine.
Yeah, let's take a look. I'm going to see if we can find one of the new runner IDs for us.
That'd be lovely. I mean, I know Anansi seems to be the card of the day so far. Let's see where else we can find it.
Speaking of card of the day, do we want to go around the table and just say, like, what card we're most excited to see play out today? Because I have one in mind, but I'll go last so that one of you guys can steal it if you like.
All right, I'll go first. I want to see some Arasana. I think Arasana is just fascinating. I think there's so much flexibility in how you want to build Arasana engines. Obviously, you have that Trojan support. I think you can play Arasana without Trojans. Whether you want to do Pawn Shop, you play some Lily Pad, whether you want to do... I've been playing some D-Res Arasana, which I don't think is anywhere near as bad as it looks. I want to see some ice be tagged.
Yeah, that sounds so cool. I love the support that D-Res is getting, and I hope that we see more of that in the future, because I think, like, D-Resing hasn't really been explored as much as it could, at least in the time that I've been playing. And yeah, super excited to see where they go with that. Miles?
I have to say I'm excited for Wage Workers. I love that card. It's absolutely bonkers. The ceiling on it is so high, and I just want to see what kind of crazy things people are going to pull off with it.
And the theme as well, like the idea that the corporations, as much as they have these incredibly powerful supercomputers and deep security systems and these ICE countermeasures, they still have to rely on free beer interns to just, come on guys, build this server, build this server hub or something. I think it's great. Like,
it's like super dark too, right? Because those are the biroids that they built, if you want to say that, and then they can't, like, they still employ them even though they don't work that way outside of Brazil because of emancipation. It's like, it's a really messed up dark theme with that card.
Yeah, and it's like, it's, you know, like, it's very similar to as many things in Cyberpunk, and you know, that sci-fi R is like, it's so synonymous to the mining companies and scripts and what happens with those mega corporations in the real world as well. Well, the card that I'm really excited to see is Hermes, or is it Hermes? I actually haven't read the pronunciation guide, but the blue,
I'd say Hermes,
yeah, it just looks amazing. And every time that I've been preparing for commentating today, I've been preparing for just playing some games, I go and watch someone testing, and I just see all this ice getting bounced back to corpse hands, and these corpse just sitting in sadness, like, oh no. Like, and it changes your agenda math as well so much. Like, do you want to run those PE decks with a lot of one pointers, or you just don't want to have those steal and score triggers come up as much? I think it's really great.
I agree. And I mean, Leela, for those who don't know, some newer people, Leela was an ID way back in the day, which had literally just exactly this text on it. And the ability to put a good, and it's a good ID, and the ability to put a good ID into a deck with your already, presumably good ID is just very, very powerful and interesting. And I've seen it in like everywhere, every faction, for every runner I've seen, people have been trying it out. Really powerful thing.
Yeah, that friend that I mentioned earlier on stream, the person that got me into Netrunner, they played Leela for a long time, and yeah, just such a great mechanic to bring back, I think.
A lot of the old heads are really happy to see that card come back, and you totally nailed it. There's like entirely different play patterns that it kind of enforces corporations to pursue, where a lot of times if you have a 3-2 agenda, sometimes you just put in your remote server, next turn you'll advance. But if you're worried that they can return the card after you score it and they'll like get ice off of R&D off of HQ, you kind of want to advance it once. So next turn you can double advance and then spend your last click to repair whatever damage Hermes has done. But then that kind of doubles down on some risk you're taking, where if Hermes finds an agenda on a central server, they can return that install advanced card back to your hand. Not only are you not scoring the agenda, you lost time and credits. It's like kind of there's no good line. You have to take immense risks no matter how you cut it, which that's maybe really fun for the runner. It's stressful enough for the corporation, but always good to see.
And it's an effect where so much of it is not just economic, although there's, of course, a click and a credit cost, or click and credit to be reinstalling bounced cards, but it has this massive psychological impact, because when you're the runner, you are seeing a bit of what's going on, but when you're the corp, suddenly Hermes hits the table and you've got so much to play around, so it just does like a bit of psychological damage that is very hard to quantify in game.
All right, I just want to give a quick update. So it looks like we're going to have to repair this round. Nothing really controllable, but Bridgman's power went out, it looks like, and so Sokka's going to fight him. As far as I can tell, they're going at each other. There was a come at me, bro, and a bro come on, so...
Oh no. Okay, so those two players are in the same testing group. They're good friends, so that is a rough matchup for second round. But yeah, okay, that's fun to get that out of the way early, I suppose. Do we know what table we want to jump into? I think we see some like nice Arasanas at the top too. I think it's also loading a bit better in Cobra, which is cool. You get to see that green text.
White Blade's power. I'm so sorry.
White Blade power down?
Yes, I got them mixed up. Sorry, I saw this this exchange between Bridgman and Sokka. Yes, it is White Blade's power that went out. So
okay, so that means we have a drop from the tournament, I take it.
Yes, okay. I believe
that's fine. That's unfortunate. For
thank you, Cor, for the for judging and for the correction. So then,
it's the IRL de-res mechanic, right? Like the power going out.
Capybara there chewing through some lines. Yeah, that's what happens. All right, do we want to maybe try let's see what table table 1 has an Arasana there. We get to see Taya as well. That might be a nice place to start. Otherwise, obviously Mondi, wherever you want, we'll follow you.
If table 1, let me just double check. That is Aksu versus Space Ice. Yeah, that sounds good to me. Let's pop in, see if they're chill with the stream.
Cool. So yeah, thank you for your patience. You're watching stream. If you're, waiting for round 2, yeah, we just have to repair. We'll be there in just a moment.
Yeah, really excited to see Arasana not just like get played, but get played by people who are much better at the game than me.
It's really fun, and okay, we're gonna see Arasana potentially on stream, and buckle up for our 10-minute conversation about timing structures and paid ability priority. Because let me tell you, it's not the easiest thing to nail all the time on Jinteki.net. There's actually some guardrails that are kind of missing, and Arasana forces interactions in a way that are maybe not what you expect. Generally, corps are pretty easy to res or ice, but Arasana has priority when you approach pieces of ice. So don't worry, we'll cross our bridge when we get to it. I believe we're starting here with 419 versus Atea. So we're going to see these two sides, how things go. So we'll be starting around in just a moment. Now, we're in.
Looks like we're live. I hope everyone's had a great little break. Hope you've gone off, grabbed a cuppa, sat yourself down for another round of good Netrunner. Atea V419.
So round 1 was a banger. I have no doubt we're going to see great stuff in round 2. So Atea, we're going to read this text box for a while now for those who are maybe newer to the cards, let alone maybe newer to Netrunner, but 2 remote servers is your limit here. Again, whether you want to say that's part of the lore, where Atea is doing some illegal actions and they can't span out too much, I think that's fascinating. But the first time each turn that you install a card in or protecting one of your remote servers, you can install a card in or protecting the other remote server for free. So again, free ice installation, that can add up. The click compression you're getting for installing stuff, that's also awesome that you can get 4 clicks of value every turn, as long as you're forced to do this weird 2-server kind of mambo, which is an interesting place for Netrunner. It's worth noting you can't score the second card that you advanced, or sorry, that you installed this turn. We saw how there's still fast advanced decks. They just have to install the agenda first, so that's not a big downside, but we'll see what Space Ice is doing with this very powerful and very flexible identity. Now 419. That's a good one, right? He's been around for a while. What are you expecting in 419 decks? We lost Security Nexus, so my interest in 419 has plummeted by half. But let me tell you, it's still a very powerful ability.
Let me tell you, Andre, 419, with the disruption that 419 has built in, Hermes is just dynamite. It's just an extra little thing to worry about. We're talking psychological damage. 419 with Hermes is the master.
Was that?
I want
am I
some
remembering
Hermes.
correctly that 419 is the most registered runner in this tournament?
Yeah.
Yep.
Beating Hoshiko, which is maybe not what you expected a week ago.
It's what I wanted a week
Great
ago,
to
and
see.
2 weeks ago,
Yeah.
and 3 weeks ago. I'm sorry. Take it away, y'all.
No,
All right, Atea's off here. It's worth noting that there should be an interrupt here. Actually, I'm not sure how the installation goes, whether you have to force the expose after you've committed to 2 cards or not. But we do know that card in server 1 that was installed clicklessly with 2 advancements now, that is an NGO front. So a neutral card that is going to be 8 free credits. That being said, HQ is wide open. So if Axu can pressure the NGO front and convert that into a diversion of funds, we
there it
have what you
is.
want, Miles. It's here. There's the Hermes.
That's beautiful. And it looks like Space Ice did mulligan, so it looks like potentially he's mulliganed into quite an awkward hand doing these 2 open installs. So interesting to see how he can pull out a recovery from this. And that turn 1 Hermes, I reckon it's going to do some work.
Yeah, this is
Server
what,
2. Go ahead, Rip.
sorry. This is what we saw in, like, at least in the testing groups I'm a part of, and like the Australian sort of, there's a bit of a
testing
group
group is that,
mentality,
River?
I think. Oh well, I'm in querying the message, but I am of course
Oh, really?
also
What's that?
in.
What's querying the message, River?
Wow, is that? I heard that was maybe some kind of video or podcast or website magazine or something like that. What is it?
We sell T-shirts now as well.
Wait, hang on. I don't remember this part.
No, we don't sell T-shirts. Okay, so there's stuff happening.
Rank grid, beautiful.
So cool, this one. I was going to say, right, that card in server 2 there wasn't advanced, it wasn't res, nothing happened to it. So after a card draw, it's interesting to think what that is. Lowering that to Tranquility Home Grid makes sense. And this card's so powerful. It's like very quietly incredibly powerful. That is a free draw install, but 2 cards we're going to see from HQ. You can disrupt that pretty heavily. That off-world office, we're going to get our first Hermes trigger of the entire event. Let's see what we return to hand.
Company. I reckon that's the card that might have been returned, potentially, the front company.
That's an interesting interaction with Hermes and Leela, is that sometimes the card you bounce, if you want to, right, like you could have bounced potentially Rashida to hand and trash that on the way in. You can bounce an agenda from a remote server and then get the chance to access that with the Docklands Pass. So the ordering of what you bounce is like kind of fascinating, because if you return to Ice to hand during that HQ access, you probably have a slightly worse HQ access. But barring not being diversioned already, Space Ice has a pretty okay spot with 15 credits, all those cards in hand, and the Tranquility cooking. So while Axu has generated pressure, if you can't convert on that pressure too soon, Space Ice is maybe 2 ice away from locking Axu in an ugly spot.
Yeah, and we could even see 4 installs here. I think Space Ice, again, it's looking like maybe their hand's a little clunky, having to think about this play a little bit. But luckily we've got some ice coming down on centrals now, and trying to prevent expose, and hopefully starting to build up a bit of a remote game as well. Because it looks like with Trank Grid, that seems like you want to go fast usually. You don't want to be mucking around.
I'd like to
We
give
might see a front company.
to put
Yeah,
a
sorry,
voice
Monty.
to a comment in chat from Solemn Storm here. Oop, bounced the wrong one. Now you have to play Netrunner.
There's a Kurapira. Now, I don't know what berries you're expecting besides Tattoo Bola. I think it's mostly that you don't want to lose this to damage. So we're going to see here a Brave Bravado. Server 4 easily could have been the front company, but HQ ice here. There's some pretty bad hits. It's in a
And
teeny, so
that's
now we have
teeny.
some choices. In fact, not really choices. That's just 3 net damage.
Yep, your choice is get wrecked.
We're gonna lose a
Ooh.
mad dash, huge hit,
Ooh, that
career
could be
fair,
important.
and a networking. Not gonna matter in this matchup, but that's still 2 axes. Front Company and Adrian Sayas can't afford to trash that. I don't think we had credits in the credit account, so Space Ice still cards on the table not being checked. That's probably not the Front Company. Space Ice getting the ice res with double tranquility home grid.
Ooh, we are going value town, everybody.
For 1 click, you can gain 4 credits and install
Oh.
2 cards. It's absurd out here. What's happening? This is so wild. That was 4 credits and 2 installs for a click. Where advancing prevented the exposed. There's the Front Company.
Wow.
This political CD asset says you're running centrals before you're running my remote server, and if you're running archives, that's net damage. I don't care that I didn't ice it up. Go get your Amakua counters. It's gonna cost you cards. So Aksu here just drawing up again. If this is scored out, we might see a bounce. With these credits, I'm assuming that might be an NGO front because Space Ice doesn't have a lot to res on server 2. An inside job, a boomerang, that might be a problem, but the Front Company does enter that algebra in an interesting way. There you go. That's an NGO front. So we'll see if Space Ice wants to score out behind 2 cards, but this is where Hermes is really interesting. Even if you have a secure remote server and you install advance your agenda remote server, if R&D or HQ lets out an agenda, you're just getting time walked. It's going back to hand. So it's kind of this hard risk, this risk assessment of how secure can you even afford to be.
And we're seeing a double install. I'm guessing that's MCA austerity policy. Interesting. And I'm guessing we've got Mr. Adrian Seiss sitting in the other remote there. Protecting setup 4.
So it's a really cool one. You could have res it here to move it before your turn ends. Seiss does allow you to reposition it. It's very flexible when it comes to Atea because you can almost always install it in whatever server and then move it before you end your turn. Very, very flexible ability. But yeah, there's Adrian Seiss. So I think Space Ice might have either wanted to bait the run or miss the ability because I think it looked like Space thought you could res it or move it at the end of the runner's turn, but it's the end of your turn because I think they resed it at a strange time there. But that's okay. It didn't matter this turn, and now they can move it.
Yeah, I think that's a fair call, Andre. But Space Ice in an interesting position. Their ID doesn't really do anything right now. They can't. I guess they can install ice. Actually, yeah, they can install ice. It's very flexible. Really flexible ID. This one. Wow.
Yeah.
So we're clicking MCA, and we're still getting a couple of cards out.
I think Monty on the stream, you might have to refresh. I think you lost connection, so I'm not sure if the stream's updating. Perfect. Nailed it. All right, so we're back in austerity policy. We're clicking that. Again, you're spending an action to put a power counter on here. And in one more turn, mind you, this turn you can still do some fast advancing, but next turn you can score out a 5-3 agenda from hand. And Aksu only has 3 clicks. And with that Front Company, one of those clicks has to be spent running central servers. So we're building that sort of replicating perfection. We're building that sort of thing where Aksu only has legitimately 2 clicks to consider contesting the remote server this turn. Now, again, maybe you can still get a sneak door beta down here, get some axes on HQ. I think that makes sense with Docklands Pass. With Hermes, it's still going to be a bit annoying for Front Company, but we're going to get an axis here. Going to see all of HQ for only 2 credits. This has a huge chance of connecting with an agenda.
And we're seeing an interesting play here where Space Ice has actually iced up the Front Company, so that net damage ability is no longer going to fire.
Yeah.
And it looks like he's just gone, you know what? Who cares? Who cares about 2 net damage? We're purely worried about compressing the clicks.
Yeah, it's neat. The old political cards back in the day, they didn't do anything if they're iced. Now the political cards are just less powerful. But that's an uh-oh from Space Ice. The Nisei Mark II rip from hand. Now Hermes is not optional.
No, I reckon they just accessed I reckon that Thimbleby was what got bounced.
Exactly. I think there's a chance that Hermes might have protected another agenda in HQ. Heaven forbid that's a 3-pointer. Because Hermes is not an optional ability. I'm not sure if Leela was, but if you could choose not to bounce, that might have been correct. But you can't choose.
We're seeing almost a weakness of the MCA austerity policy strategy here, because while it's really effective at click compressing the runner, it also might as well be a giant neon sign saying, there's agendas in HQ. So we do see a little bit of that coming through now, I think.
I think Space Ice might have wanted there, because one of the ways you can fight with that is you can move Adrian to HQ. If that was there this turn, I'm pretty sure the austerity is safe, and Adrian's Sice on HQ would be very powerful. So again, now we hit 3 counters with austerity policy. So if Space Ice can hold that 5-3, even a 4-2, they can score it next turn. So Axu, if you want to just, a teeny now is 3 net damage, no matter how you cut it, you could just send it HQ. We know R&D is a thimble rig. Mind you, we only have a fractor so far. And we're just sending it in, assuming that is going to be, we do know it's a thimble rig, so you're just spending 3 credits to end the run, get a res, and that thimble rig being res will give some flexibility to the corp. It's a bit of a tricky ice that can move around, but actually they're not going HQ, so we'll see if Space Ice has some way to convert the austerity policy that he's been working on for the last 4 turns.
I wonder if we'll see a very friendly Hermes bounce when this score goes off, bounce the ice in front of the front company and turn it back on. Friendly net runner.
And that's actually like a really interesting thing with Hermes. Like if Axu wants to not be aggressive on R&D, if Space Out scores out of 5-3 here, there would be no ice on R&D. So sometimes your aggression actually becomes a downside. That's a Fuji Acid Retrieval. We're fast advancing that out. That might have been the second card in HQ that Hermes actually protected, hitting a diversion of funds and a pinhole threading. So the bounce here is going to be a piece of ice. Just the outermost ice, I believe. That was, or position 0. I think that's the innermost ice on server 2 that was returned to hand. The older ice.
Yeah, I think you're right. So things looking, I would say, pretty even here. I think both sides have a pretty decent board state going. 419 desperately wants to find themselves a code gate breaker, but is on the way to doing so. Yeah, I think it's going to be an interesting game from here.
Mutual favor. We've ran archives, so we can install something. That's going to be Unity. I don't think the numbers are going to be great for a teeny, but you don't have to make that many runs. The numbers are really great, though, into Thimble Rig. 1 credit to get through, and that's not a normal run. That's a Stargate run. You love to see cards like this that can kind of confirm access to agendas when Hermes is around, because it allows you to have threat, again, on the remote server, pressure on the remote server. We'll stop saying threat at some point, unless it makes sense. So we're going to see 3 cards here. Now, you want to probably get something there. You go on R&D that can stop. Again, no killer in sight. And there's an off-world office on the top here. Going into the bin. So the corp will top deck a hedge fund. Interestingly enough, if you need to buy some time, Adrian Sites on archives, even without ice, is somewhat annoying. What do you do here as Space Ice? Hard spot to be.
Yeah, I suppose you really have to pray for Thimblewig. Not Thimblewig, Spin Doctor is probably step 1. Hope that you can, I don't know, there's not many sentries that are going to be ending the run on archives. So I think Spin Doctor is really your only chance to be pulling that out now. Unless you're playing genotyping, maybe you have a way to fast advance a longevity serum, something like that.
Yeah, you have the ability to draw 2 cards clicklessly if you can install 2 things in remote servers. So you can break R&D lock. We do know that Adrian Sice is the next card. So if we find Spin Doctor, it might be a couple cards down. In some way, too, that hurts you because you're digging deeper into the Stargate. But it looks like it'll be card and install and drawing. So we know that there's an Adrian in hand. We prevented the exposed 12 credits. That might be enough to prevent Aksu from face checking. Because if Aksu goes and Stargates into card and R&D, just about all the sentries you're expecting will just flatline the runner. So has to be some respect here until we find what I'm assuming is going to be a Carmen.
I think Space Ice must be thanking his lucky stars here, because hitting that Mad Dash with damage earlier in the game, because if that Mad Dash lands, that's game. So I think Space Ice must be very, very happy to have sniped that with the Atini damage right now.
Yeah, I was just looking at the influence spread that we might see out of this deck. It's possible there's another Mad Dash.
Yeah, it is possible. I think it's a powerful card. Again, we lost, what's it called? Global Food Initiative. So the power level goes slightly down, but still very good against almost all agenda suites, especially with the confirmed accesses of Stargate or just the hope of a Dawkins Pass. But Rashid and Sir too. Mind you, that ice is still, or that agenda is still iced up in archives here. So Space Ice might have gotten the reach to hopefully find a Spin Doctor. I'm not sure if we're going to expect anything like a genotyping or... It's also worth noting Ablative Barrier now. We're at threat 3. That's a really good Atea card. If you put that on archives, the agenda is safe. Oh, no, it's non-agenda, right? Ablative Barrier just says non-agenda, I'm pretty sure. So, no, it's not safe. Excuse me.
Correct. Perhaps it can get you a Spin Doctor or something? I'm not sure. Maybe there's some
Yeah.
kind of tricky maneuver that we haven't
But
thought
I think
of.
Aksu is in a hard spot here where the credits often in these criminal decks are attached to accessing. We've only seen so far 2 bravados and 1 daily cast. So whether the deck is on Teleware contract liberated accounts, at this point without the breakers, and even these breakers are not that cheap to use, it might be hard to generate value. We're not on a penny shaver deck, so we might be able to sit back. I don't know whether we're going to see Esther Bradus, but there's a Spin Doctor in server 2, a 3rd ice in server 4 as well. So we know that Offworld Office is safe. And Space Ice is now probably going to be transitioning. We didn't mention Adrian Seiss slid over to R&D. That's the power of this card, that it can be moving around. I think Space Ice maybe missed some of the dances that Adrian could made to maybe protect HQ a bit. Maybe that signals a bit too much that there's something in HQ, come at me. You win that side game sometimes. But I think that's eventually going to end up in server 4. Or maybe we can wait and just assume 3 ice is good enough, and that'll protect R&D from Hermes while we push in the 3 iced remote server.
We're seeing
It's
an
also-
absolute. Sorry, go River. Sorry.
It's also worth noting that Adrian Seiss doesn't protect against Stargate, as Solemn Storm has pointed out in the chat.
Yeah.
So if we see another Stargate run come out and more agendas going into archives, then
Yeah, this thing's probably better positioned on archives or HQ, because you're right. It's a really weird one. It doesn't stop successful runs. It just stops you accessing other cards. Stargate doesn't access cards. It looks at cards. So it has no interaction. Aksu, finding a daily cast here. This is what I was talking about with Atea. This is turn 11. This board state does not look like turn 11. There's so many installs here. A lot of that is the click compression of Tranquility Home Grid, but also a lot of that is just Atea doing these sort of board states way faster than you'd think.
And we've hit
Space
this
Ice
sort of
still drawing.
we've seen an interesting little thing here where it looks like Space Ice might be planning to pivot to that 3 ice scoring server, but that's going to turn off the front company. So it seems like they're almost or he's almost backing his strategy into a corner in some ways, because he's going to have to turn that thing off if he wants to use that enormous juicy server he's been building up.
And it looks like that is another upgrade. So again, while Adrian's good, you still have access to things like Anoetic Void, Manicarm Skunkworks. They all work together. Even maybe Vovo. I think I've seen Vovo in a bunch of Atea decks, excuse me. That allows you to res some of your stuff a lot cheaper. Really works well with the Tattoo Bolas. And Adrian, there you go, Adrian Seiss sliding to archives. Such a weird play, but on this board state and with Stargate, it kind of makes sense. Maybe also, it shouldn't stop. Yeah, it doesn't stop Sneak Door, does it? I don't think you're going to see Sneak Door. MU is a bit tight here with just a Hermes.
If I can, real quick, just say something that says a lot about myself. It's Seiss. Adrian Seiss. As in
Seiss.
Says.
I wanted to find a good way to integrate it in, but I just heard it so much, and I was like, there have to be some Portuguese speakers who are just sitting listening to the stream and just thinking about that. So
I read the pronunciation guide. I thought I was doing it good, but no, I appreciate that correction.
Yeah,
So thanks for pointing it out.
it's listed as like Seiss.
Exactly,
but, like
yeah.
you kind of I guess slur it together like diphthong, right? Seiss. So
Cool. Yeah, shoutouts, pronunciation guides, slaps. If you want to know how to say any of the words that you might not be familiar with, if you're English speaking, that is on Null Signal Games. Shout out to Ginevra, fantastic document. That Atini is firing. That is going to be 3 net damage. Certain accesses will flatline. We know there's Fuji acid retrievals. You'll win before that flatlines, but it's just a magnet and an Anansi. No steal, no bounce, but also no flatline. I don't know if you're expecting snare here, but that was risky. We lost a pinhole, a missed bones, and I think another boomerang, if I'm not mistaken.
So it looks like Akasu might be signaling an intention to win off the centrals here. If you're just going, well, I'm not going to challenge this remote. I can afford to lose this Miss Bones. It's all right.
And such an interesting thing with Adrian Seiss, right? Like, if you put Adrian on HQ, maybe that signs that there's agendas in there. And the fact that Space put it on archives, maybe that signs that there's nothing in there. And maybe that's why Aksu wants to go in. There's a lot of like interesting ways to use that information of where the sysops go to kind of control the runner, to predict and to kind of encourage them to make the right or the wrong runs. We're going to crack that Spin Doctor, mind you. Off-world and MCA austerity policies going back, so I have no doubt we're going to see something quickly in Server 2, whether it is a second front company, so we can use Server 4 for scoring. That would be pretty wild. Maybe we'll see just more MCAs hit the table. It looks like that was a big part of Space Ice's game plan. Third ice on R&D, 21 credits. Not most of this ice has been rezzed. And there you go, Adrian is sliding over to server 2. So it looks like we might just have an agenda in there, or maybe we're protecting a Rashida. I think there's only one more left. 2 in archives along with 2 NGO fronts. Oxu just setting up. Classic criminal. These criminal lists look like they did many, many moons ago. There it is, the final Rashida in server 2, draw 3, gain 3. You'd love to have so many cards in hand. Like, Rashida's good in every deck, but in Taya, you're kind of spoiled with options when you want to always install 2 cards for a single click. It's sometimes hard to have that many cards in hand, so opening with 8 cards is just an absolute treat.
We can see here that Space Ice is starting to get kind of close to the bottom of their deck here. We've got 13 cards left in R&D, only on 3 points. I think it's they might be trying to get a bit of a move on here and start scoring out some of those agendas, because I think HQ and R&D might be pretty dense right now from what we've seen.
I'm guessing server 4 an agenda. Well, sorry, it's not because they're front company, but there's probably 2 agendas in HQ. I think the math comes down to. So probably server 2 on top of Adrian. That is an agenda. We are paying for the exposes here, if I'm not mistaken. So we don't know anything about this board, but install advance. So again, Axu can either try and attack server 2, that's difficult, or try and attack centrals. And if you get an agenda, you get a bounce. So you turn off all of this forward play. And there's the Carmen for 5 credits. We now have a full breaker suite. Unity also getting a bit better with its strength boosting, being a fair bit cheaper. And we're going to just charge here 27 credits. Space Ice can res everything. And we're going to start here with that nasty spider. 5 to break, that's not bad. That's the same as Bugalter.
Yeah, honestly,
Carmen is kind of good, honestly. It's kind of a good breaker. It just, it's expensive to install and has some awkward, weird breakpoints in interaction, but it's not bad by any stretch.
We're letting that Tithe Fire. That's just credit and a net damage. Now, Oxu, mind you, is doing an actual run. This is not a Stargate. I'm not sure if this is a mistake. But we'll see. Again, if you want to get that real access and you want to do it quickly, you might want to go for that single access. You can see more there. And there's a Tattoo Bola. Again, this allows you to install or swap a piece of ice, which isn't install. You'll get a bit more flexibility with that on the remote servers with Atea, but we're going to go through Kurapira getting its first power counter. We're going to see 1 card here. Let's see if I actually wanted to Stargate. I think it's too late to change it now that you've seen all the ice. We're getting a swap. That's 4 credits. You get an ice down there, don't pay any costs. And you have to pay for the expose. Oh, that's really annoying. And we're seeing 1 unseen card, not an agenda. Now, very important for front company, you're forced to run a central server before you can run a remote server. You're not forced to make a successful run. So that's why you're seeing things like a Nancy and Tithe on the outermost. You definitely don't want to have an end to the run. You want to have something that the runner has to interact with. Let's see what Space Ice has in the remote server. I think a Nisei Mark II here would be killer. Yes, huge.
That is the Nisei. We are seeing some old school Netrunner here. We've got Nisei and front company together again. Almost like the RP days. Really, really interesting stuff.
So replicating perfection again, world's winning 2014 deck. Love the Nisei Mark II. You're exactly at the same sort of late game board states. They spend the first couple turns hiding agendas, setting up, and now the Nisei Mark II can stop any run on the remote server, on central servers, whatever Aksu does. They have to understand. He has to run twice for central servers to get some pressure. That's so powerful. Now, a big difference here is definitely worth understanding is back in the day, if you played back then, you used to be able to use Nisei Mark II after some of your defensive upgrades fired. So like you could lose a Caprice side game and then fire the Nisei Mark II. It doesn't work like that anymore. So it's definitely slightly less powerful, but that is easily the best thing that Space Ice could have scored that turn.
Yeah, very powerful agenda. Historically, was one of the best agendas in the game for a good period of time. It's kind of fallen off. You don't even tend to see it in Jinteki that much these days, since we got powerful 4-2s like Off-World Office that just give you money. And even the Jinteki agenda suites have been kind of a bit different, not getting as much value. But now that we have that front company click compression, suddenly it's just it's very, very hard to challenge those remotes and challenge the scores. So I think good move here from Aksu, getting into the hand, trying to make sure there's the best he can. There's nothing there to jam next turn.
We're assuming there's 2 Fujis. You generally play 2 Fujis along all your 2-pointers, so we're going to see 2 cards here from an HQ. We're just letting all this stuff fire again. There's no Opacatas anymore. You can be a bit more liberal with your net damage. Adrian's on archives. That's a Fuji. That's game.
Fuji. Well done.
That's
well played.
Game.
Yeah, 12 cards left in R&D, so you have to assume the points are afloat. We're looking at 20 points here, and there was some pretty big drawing there up to Rashida, only jamming out 1, so Hermie Bounce delayed your win. Space Ice is confirming. That's why they said Whelp in the chat, because their
Wow.
2 cards in hand were 2 agendas. There was the Fuji and the 2-pointer, but the Hermes Bounce cost
Wow,
actually the
incredible.
game. It was literally the worst card in this
Wow.
matchup. Any other console would have done more. That's so wild.
Actively harmful. Wow, that's incredible. It's not what you expect to see. Amazing.
Yeah, I need to confirm whether Leela was an optional ability. I don't think she was, but Hermes
No.
is not. Yeah, Leela also wasn't optional. So if you have to, or if you can bounce, you have to bounce, and that does damage the HQ accesses sometimes. I wonder if Aksu could have seen that, considering that I think Space Ice maybe betrayed a bit too much in chat and just ran back.
Yeah, honestly, as soon as I saw the message go down in chat, right, the oh no,
Yeah.
I knew that Space Ice knew that a multi-access was coming and that it would lose in the game. And then Hermes resolved because it had to.
Yeah.
That's one of my favorite things is when I think like Criminal sees it a decent amount is when you have to. You really literally have to do that.
We're
Goodness.
All right, so we
Yeah,
are
I think we're
hopping
having
into
this second
game
side.
2. Yeah, and we are going to let me just actually I'm going to do a refresh real quick to see if my chat will show me. Okay, cool. All right, let's pull back the curtain now. And
Okay.
here we go. Arsana.
So this is our first match we get to see today with Arasana. So the new shaper, the street artist, she can install things clicklessly while running. You have to pay the install cost, nothing extra. If it's not a Trojan, it will be trash when the run ends. Very fast matchup. We've already on turn 2. We see a Hyperloop extension in the score area. If you're not familiar with standard sports metal, a pretty common identity across the standard format. Whenever an agenda is scored or stolen, gain 2 credits or draw 2 cards. Kind of similar to Reality Plus if you played that in System Gateway, but fires pretty consistently, and it's hard for the runner to interact with you because no matter what they do, they're pushing you forward. So we're expecting a fast game. We've seen very, very fast sports metal games, and at least an early lily pad there, we might see, run HQ, get down something, a Crowder for 2 influence, get that card draw, and we're just seeing some setup here. We have a no free lunch, and you're not expecting the tags. You're probably just going to get 3 credits off this one.
So I'm wondering if we'll see some of the new wage combos that Wage Workers actually enables here. I wouldn't be surprised if we did. If you're not aware of it, we will talk about Wage Workers when it's on screen, but there are a couple of operations you can play now, subliminal messaging and level clearance, that are essentially clickless, but they count towards Wage Workers. So you can pull off some really wild things, score out 5/3s from hand. So I wonder if that's what Aksu is going to be on here.
And that's one of the big differences between Wage Workers and Jeeves. In that turn, Aksu installed 3 cards. So in theory, if server 4, server 5 was a Wage Workers, you're actually allowed to res it, at least if it was server 4, and it would have seen the 3 cards, and you would have got a click back. So very interesting how aggressive you can be there. Hush, mind you, on HQ. I don't think HB has the best Hush targets. I think Gatekeeper probably works. That's nice, but we got the Vernissage down. This allows you to return cards to hand or non-virus Trojans to hand to gain 2 credits for install things. So you're just going to put that Hush down anyways because it gives you card draw, and it technically gives you a credit. And there's the Wage Workers. I think Aksu had a line, if that came down second, he could have rezzed it. But again, hiding the information is somewhat important as well. So we're going to see probably triple install here, and you're going to get a click back. And now if you don't trash this card, which is almost always a must trash, you can quad advance in server 6, you can score it and do something else, but we're going to see 4 installs a turn. Very, very quick building on the board.
Huge value there of that Wage Workers already, and as you said, Andre, it's a must trash. You can't let this thing survive because the flexibility it gives you is just insane.
Now, Space Ice returning that Hush to hand.
Thank goodness for all the Atea decks. I had forgotten what it was like to zoom JNet out to more than 2 remotes.
2 servers is so nice for streaming. Yeah, that's a huge point.
Thank you to whoever designed Atea from the streamers. We appreciate you.
Cubon smashing on HQ. Love this card. Allows you to force some reses if you want. And there you go. That must trash. We're paying 4 credits instead of, I believe, 5 for the Wage Workers versus the old Jeeves. It's a pretty fair price for that. And we're going to get down to Simulchip. Gives you some good flexibility. I like Simulchip a fair bit in Arsana, but you're often using it on the corpse turn when they trash your ice to kind of clean off that street art from whatever ice you've tagged. Now, actually, you're probably... Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, Andre, we see another no free lunch come down, which, while we know that's not very useful in this matchup except for the 3 credits, I wonder if we could even be seeing World Tree here.
Ooh, that'd be really cool. I haven't seen those lists yet, but you love just to get stuff down. Otherwise, like, spending a click for just a 3 credit card is a bit difficult in the sports metal matchup. I'm not expecting Arasana to have like the sort of imps or the sort of stargates that are really valuable in this sort of matchup. I'm more expecting conduit, maybe the twinning, which works really well with vernissage. So we'll see what the multi-axis here, because Space Ice hasn't been seeing that many cards, and a lot of times it's just kind of the mad dash against sports metal to get enough cards seen sooner than the game is over, as much as it kind of feels like treading into quicksand when every steal does make them more powerful. Advance in server 6, though.
River, what do you think about this matchup, Sports and Arasana?
I'm excited to see how well I'm really glad we got some of the Arasana pieces down early, like the lily pad and the urban art vernissage, because I'm really excited to see if they actually, work really well. Like that's always what you want to see when there's new cards. You want to see if the efficiency doesn't outweigh the sort of cost of building around these strategies. But it looks like it's going great. And I think sports metal with the wage workers, like installing that, having it unprotected just means it's gonna get attacked. You can't leave that on the board. But yeah, I think we'll see some big combos from
Face
sports.
Yeah, I think we're likely to see some combos on both sides of the table potentially. We've got Picha Cow? Question mark?
Picha Chon, I think.
Yeah, Picha Show. The new click gain Trojan, which can really, really just enable some silliness if you're getting tons of extra clicks. So we could be seeing some combo potential on the other side of the table too.
There's an umbrella. It's not a Trojan, but it cares about Trojans. This card breaks code gates really well. There's actually not a lot of code gates that are above 5 strength. But hold on, we're scoring out an off-world office in the remote server. That's a 4-2. Gives you 7 credits, and we saw the wage workers getting trashed, and the advance was kind of ugly on server 6, so it did seem like it was a 4-2, but I don't think I'd be the first to expect an off-world office in the sports metal deck, so this actually could be slightly closer to like the sort of list we saw Sokka play and win worlds with last year, which is a mixture of not like pure audacity fast advance, but also caring about the remote server. Whoa, raindrops. 3 influence here in Arasana. Okay, this is where things get really messy. Aksu, in theory, is obviously allowed to res ice on approach, but Space Ice has priority in that interaction. So if Space Ice wants to put something like a Cubon on there or a Hush, they actually have to do it first. Now, they can still Hush here, but in theory, you always have to ask if the runner wants priority. So unfortunately, this just favors Space Ice that they don't have to commit to something, but if you're playing strictly to the rules, which is a lot easier to enforce when you're playing in person, maybe these players are in voice chat, the Space Ice always has priority here, which sometimes makes it an awkward game of chicken, whether you want to put on your Picha Sao or your Cubon or your Sassy before they give them the opportunity to res the ice. So the timing structure is actually really important to understand. But we're going to go through this one for 2 credits. Not too bad.
If I can, real quick about that, I believe that actually because of the way the Gatekeeper is worded, Gatekeeper has +6 strength if you resed it this turn. That's a like state-based effect that would get disabled, so it would go back to 0. I believe so.
If it's hushed, yeah, I assume so, right? Yeah, because you turn it off, so it goes back to 0 strength.
So.
Okay, so both players now.
Yeah.
So in theory,
not doing the command correctly, so it's causing a bit of a problem. But
yeah, I believe it's /disable hyphen card, but we're going through, and this is the interesting thing with Umbrella. Firstly, we stole Hyperloop from the deck, so that's 3 credits, from HQ. We're going to get some money from Raindrops. The Raindrops... Did it fire? Because I'm not sure, but regardless, that is the really interesting thing about Umbrella, is that if you use it to break subroutines, both players can decide to draw a card. And while that's good to draw your own cards while running as a shaper, giving Sports Metal the opportunity to draw cards is actually a really high cost, potentially. So we'll see if this Umbrella becomes untenable as like a reasonable breaker to be using throughout the game, because if you're going to give the Sports Metal 4 to 5 more cards, that could be an absolute disaster. But install advanced in remote server. Looks
like we're jamming potentially another off-world office here. Arasana are going to have to probably move this Umbrella onto that server, I'm guessing, if he wants to be able to deal with this ice.
we are assuming Slap Vandals. That lets you get through one subroutine on an ice that's 6 strength or less. That should work pretty far. Hagen, mind you, you're expecting in these decks, that's pretty annoying. We have hit the text of Ablative Barrier now. I think Ablative Barrier, you can hush it, and that's a really important one to understand, that you're allowed to hush it before they res it, so you don't get that install from archives text, which would probably be good on this board state, not game winning. But we'll see what Space Ice needs. That's always the question. What does Arsana need to pressure this remote server? We're going to start with the drafter. So we might see from hand a Living Mural, which is the interestingly hosted killer that targets the entire server. It does cost 3 credits, but it will be only 2 with the Urban Art. If we look in the heap, we have nothing we can get to with the Simulchip besides the Q-Bond, so this drafter might just fire. We also could get a Pelongi from hand, which is like a kind of a sick kickflip, as much as the Pelongi won't be there forever, but we're going to fire the drafter.
We've got 3 face down in archives and 2 Rashida, so pretty nice installs from archives here. Even if it's just a Rashida, you really need to spend that click to go and deal with it.
So we're installing Rashida on top of what seems to be an agenda. I think Server 8 has a big chance of being a spin doctor. There's not much else on the table that would have not been rezzed by now. So Space Ice understands that this ice is still protecting Rashida. That's still a worthy target, but it's not going to be stealing an agenda. That's a gatekeeper. If you want to be able to break this, again, you can still put the hush on top of it and then go through it for 2 credits with Umbrella. You will risk giving the corporation a card draw. They can opt not to. But still very hard decisions here, using Umbrella as opposed to, like, I don't know what other decoder deals with Gatekeeper very well that quickly, but it looks like we're going to get Umbrella through.
I've got to apologize. I said the wrong thing with the chat before because I didn't read Umbrella properly. You don't have to host it on ICE. It can only interface with ICE hosting a Trojan program, which is quite a cool design space.
Exactly, yeah. So you get this down and the corp doesn't know what you're going to paint to get through. And it looks like that's the hush into Umbrella, both card draws. You get also a card draw off Lily Pad. So even if that's the big thing with Arsana, is even if you're going to let it end the run fire, you still just want to slap something on something you don't think the corp is going to trash to get your free Lily Pad, to get your Vernissage. This is really interesting to figure out whether Aksu can now build a scoring server. Because as much as you can't let the drafter fire all the time, it's only a matter of time before Arsana can deal with this remote server relatively well. And so far, we've seen no fast advance, strict fast advance. And Arsana is sometimes a bit faster than you think at contesting like 2 ice servers. Red level clearance, that was a start.
Oh, I think we might be about to see a wage workers combo. Potentially. We've got red level clearance for a non-agenda and a click. We've got restore.
Wow. I think you're right. Is server 8?
Wow.
There's the wage workers and a subliminal. So now you get quad advancements to get a hyperloop from, an off-world office from hand.
Oh, that's amazing. Wow. What a cool line.
That's so cool. Okay, so Wage Workers, the new card says, whenever you finish taking action, you've taken 3 times this turn. So we installed it clicklessly with an operation. We got a card on the table, in fact, the off-world office for an operation. And then subliminal messaging is a clickless operation. So that gives us a click back of which we've only spent functionally 2 clicks. And then the triple advancements, you get a click back with Wage Workers. It's goofy. It fires twice in a turn, which is something Jeeves could not do.
Yeah, Jeeves historically would give you 1 click and 1 click only, but Wage Workers here gave Aksu an extra 2 clicks, and it wasn't even installed when the turn started.
And with no access to self-modifying code, there's not even a threat that you have to respect Clot, which is a real thing. If Space Ice is on SMC, mind you, works really well in general with Arsana as something you can spam with her ability if you're going to crack it anyways. But again, maybe it's hard with Raindrops Cut Stone on Influence, but just forcing the corporation to play around Clot gives them some amount of uncertainty, because right now we're on game point. A single Audacity, a single Biotic Labor, Aksu can easily have it. As much as he'd probably score Vitruvius. We haven't seen any Mega Pries in play so far. Maybe the Luminal.
Yeah, true. I think I would be very much expecting to see a Luminal. I'm sure, hoping to come out. You want to see that early if you can, but I'll take it as the 7th point any day of the week. And we see a Cuban come down on HQ. Looks as though Space Ice wants to go and have a look.
Yeah, it's a pinhole threading there, so you install the Cuban just to like lily pad up a card. Like, you don't care. Now you can go HQ, yeah, to get a look for 2 credits. Mind you, the corp will draw before you access, which sometimes that makes it more interesting. But just getting singles here is so challenging when you're still behind 4 points. I think we need to find a conduit. We need to find some way to have a stronger impact on the game, because if we can't stop fast events, we're just not going to generate enough pressure soon enough.
Yeah, Space Ice needs to be finding a self-modifying code pronto, or even hard installing a clot would work at this point.
Yeah, double silent chip. You're feeling okay with that. Aksu here, again, could have it. We're assuming server 8 might be a spin doctor. So it can always get 2 clickless card draw here to be able to find it. Again, also red level clearance that combines with Bast Chiraboga. There are so many. Oh, no clock threat. Aksu's asking in chat. He probably has it. That's a nup from Space Ice.
Yeah.
Biotic labor.
There it
Never
is.
found an SMC. No.
Come on.
Triple advance for that luminal. This is another turn that you can get like 2 wage workers potentially, but unfortunately 7 points is going to close the game. Good game to both players.
Okay, and a nice sweep for Aksu there. Beautiful stuff on both sides. Really nice play, and really, really cool. Like we were saying earlier, those wage worker combos, really impressive. Very high ceiling on what you can do with that card.
It's super exciting to see Arasana. I think generating enough pressure, like that is definitely a problem that you need to solve. I think there's a really well-oiled machine here that incentivizes you to run for sure. But yeah, figuring out how to get your multi-axis down. Can you like quickly go to conduit at the same time as setting up? There are so many questions to be answered, but let me tell you, I'm very, very stoked to see those questions get addressed. And there's a lot of a ceiling to work there with this Arasana. I don't think that's the last we're going to see for today.
All right, I'm
Bondi.
just looking for another game to tide us over. For in the meantime here, looking to see if we can't find... Do we have anybody playing EA? Not sports. That's a completely different faction. That's the most upsetting thing, is that you can't have a deck that's EA Sports, because they're both identities. Maybe when they make DJ Fenris for Corpse.
One day.
Someday, when they let me design all of the awful cards. Any of y'all seeing some... I'm not seeing any EA. I'm looking for... looking for Mercury, perhaps, if we got any of those going.
I don't see a Mercury, but table 6, I'm not sure what side they're on. It's Sable, Outfit, RP, and Arasano. Those seem all very cool.
I'm sorry, which one?
Table 6, I believe?
6.
Yeah, let's take a look. This game just started.
Yeah, just give us 1 second if you're watching on stream, just to make sure we're good to go. But this game is only, I think, a couple turns in, so we're going to see a lot going on here. We're on turn 5,
Yep.
and we're going to see some real interesting stuff here. Oh, we got to see a really exciting new card. So we're looking at, on the bottom, Reality Plus seems to be a strong candidate in the new set. So many ways to give tags, and to give them cheaper is such a benefit. We're seeing some interesting cards here. Seamless Launch, you're expecting in a lot of NBN decks, but fully operational is a bit of a surprise. So 11 credits on those 2 servers is a nice start. But Headmoths, 19 credits, 21 credits in. Archives is the mark with Sable, who gets that click back, and getting that click back, we have a Hana Wheels Plintra, Amakua. We have a Boomerang. This is going to be a big deep dive deck. That is a lot of click gain. We can have a 6-click turn if I'm not mistaken.
And Fang and a Bravado straight up the remote. Ooh, a Funhouse is never something you want to see, but at least Boomerang makes it a bit more palatable.
Taking a tag here for his tag turn. Reality Plus, it's just sports medal. Gain 2 or draw 2, your choice. And it looks like we're going to take that tag. I don't know if we're going to see Hannah use this quickly to remove the tag and peel out to get the click back, but we're definitely going to get an access here. I'm not sure what we're going to see Reality Plus. I think Behold is such a frightening card. Have y'all been Beholded yet?
I've been Behold. I actually was very proud of myself. I had my first 1 in 5 Behold access into instant death the next turn the other day. So, really kicking the new meta off in style.
And that's a Beal. Good
nice
choice
Beal, nice
there
Beal.
with Headmoths.
It's really interesting seeing fully operational in this deck. Really, that's a 3 influence splash. Really interesting one. Is NBN Econ that bad?
It's weird. You have like Your Digital Life. I think that's a really cool card in Reality Plus where you're drawing a lot. Like you can play that really easily. It gives you cards or credits for cards in hand. I also think like what's really exciting in Reality Plus is we've seen so many cards that are pretty low influence with the Jaguar Rundi and Phonatira, excuse me on that one. But they're like really nice sentries that you can splash in that have some tag text on them, which is not only a nice sentry, but it's a nice economy card. It's a value card in Reality Plus. So I think RP's influence is actually like very interesting how you spend it. I think fully operational is pretty cool though.
I think it's cool too, and I think this could be the first game we see the new hard-hitting news replacement, Oppo research. I think it's very likely we see that in this game.
Phonetria, or Phenutria, I'm sorry. I believe is how you would pronounce it.
Thank you. So here, again, we haven't talked about Oppo research, but so important. A card. It's terminal, just like hard-hitting news, and it says pay 2 credits to give the runner 2 tags, only if they have trashed a card or scored an agenda on their last turn. And with Reality Plus, pay 2 credits to give tags means pay no credits to give tags if you want to. So Bibliomaniac can spend a click here, Bibliomaniac, excuse me, to give 2 tags to Headmoths. Now, probably not the best exchange considering Headmoths is having a lot of credits. That's classically the easiest way to deal with tags. I don't know if we're going to see a networking. Oh, there you go. Oppo research, the first one we've seen today. So that's just 2 tags for no money. Now, when we hit threat 3, though, that's where this gets really scary. Yeah, Tempo Oppo is fine, right? Like, you played Tempo Economic Warfare. This is worse. It's 4 credits and 2 clicks. Like, worse for the runner, I mean.
Oh, yeah, I agree. And it's out of our plus, it's free. That's pretty cool. Pretty good value, I would say. So we probably got another one in hand. I think is a pretty safe bet. Although Corp just doesn't have anything else to do.
And as soon as we hit that threat 3, that's where this card gets really powerful. 4 tags means it's largely going to be your whole turn. There's a chance Sable and Hannah Wheels Plintra is going to say something about that. But like, you just have to clear the tags. And we have no good way currently in Standard to clear a lot of tags. So that's a very good angle of attack, as much as it can be more expensive once you hit threat 3.
And it looks like Runner just building up some turtle counters, getting some money off their archives runs and clearing the tags anyway. Still in a very, very good position, I would say, this runner.
I think the only thing you have to watch out for here, and Headmoths with, Sable and with the Panic Button Hannah, I don't think it's going to be that hard to dance around some of the more interesting tags. The third fully operational, fantastic. But I think the one card here that you have to watch out for that punishes Amakua builds is Virtual Service Assistant. It's a really unassuming card. It only costs you 1 credit to go through if you break it or don't, but if you do not break it with a decoder, you will take a tag, which makes it sort of like the IP block, the AI hate that used to be so prevalent in old Standard. That one has rotated, so it doesn't end the run, but like there's a chance that Headmoths needs to worry about getting down a decoder at some point, because there's definitely virtual services somewhere. Monty, you're shouting out QTM a bunch, right? Asks Headmoth.
I'm trying to not be biased, all right? Like, I got a reputation to ruin, I got to build up a reputation to ruin,
I have no such reputation.
Anyway, check out Clearing the Messages podcast. podcast.clearingthemessage.net. I don't know. Go check out GLC. I'll learn the URL eventually.
We were promised t-shirts, that's all I'm gonna say.
I said nothing of the sort.
Headmoths drawing up with Nuka 3 more cards, and that's 2 cards in a server, and that's where this can be really interesting. As much as Headmoths seems to have control over economy, over breakers, there's a chance if 1 or 2 of these are a behold, you're gonna end up floating at least a tag. And I'll be honest, floating a tag might not be the worst thing. Floating 2 tags, though, that's where disaster happens. And not because Boom exists, because Boom doesn't exist. It's because of shipment from Vladislavsk. But whoa, Hermes, here we go.
Hermes coming down, and even though your turtle's 4 strength and you can get through that funhouse, you still don't want to be taking a tag every turn to check that remote necessarily, because you're just feeding R+ money. You're losing your own money paying off clicks, even with wheels out. I think a little bit of a dicey trade there.
And Headmoth's pausing here to think, and that is huge. You just cannot run last click. Hannah won't work. You're going to be hit by a virtual service assistant. You're going to be hit by a ping. You can't go through Funhouse. A nightmare scenario, you last click hit that Behold, and then you're 2 tags deep. They can fast advance out like 2 copies of what's it called, the freedom of information. But that's just going to be a purge now with archives open, let alone that's where the mark is landing. I do not think it's going to be a struggle to rebuild that Amakua. Shibboleth down as well, so we have the virtual service and assistant tech. I feel like that purge was not going to be too big of a roadblock here.
Yeah, we've got the runner with some pretty lucky archives rolls, and they're just getting a turtle counter, 2 credits, and a card clicklessly for that run. So, very, very nice outcomes for them. Yeah, sorry.
Apologies always for the JNet Mark RNG. Sometimes it's just so good for the runner, but that is going to be a bounce, and you can just recharge your turtle. That is, again, a real cost when it comes to Hermes. This is not Penny Shaver, which you often see, even sometimes a Paragon, which is really good with the free runs from Sable, but it's also not Virtuoso. That can't be too surprising. Hey, there's your Penny Shaver. It's called a bankroll, and it's not going to last forever, but it's pretty good.
It's pretty good. It is absolutely a fine card, and in a situation like this where you can really farm your archives, clicks, creds, turtle counters, you're laughing.
I'll be surprised if we don't see Bibliomaniac trying to ice up archives. We see the draw there likely for a piece of ice. Or for that
new remote server. And mind you, server 1 and server 3, now we have an overinstall. Nothing happened with those cards. There's a chance, again, behold. What's the name of the new 3-1 agenda that's a bit of a nightmare to steal?
It's called Oracle Think Tank.
Yeah, that's one that corporations don't want to score at, let alone with a Hermes on the table. So there's a chance that you just trash that into archives, again, allowing them to get like a free Hermes check. Maybe there is server 4 as a spin doctor to save that. That one is the liability for both players now that Hermes is on the table, which is pretty interesting.
Yeah, especially in R+, it's fantastic because you're getting that value off the tag as well. So it's even more powerful, and it's quite a nice little agenda. Of course, 3-1 is historically a pretty dicey stat line for agendas that you want to score. So it's maybe holding back the power level of that, which is a good thing, I think. If it was a 2-1 or a 4-2 or something, would be a very strong agenda, I think.
Sarajevo on R&D, we're getting unequivocally paid out, so 2 of these subroutines are going to fire. While you could easily break them with the Amakua, there is that sort of kicker text here, so it's up to Headmoss to figure out which of these subroutines they want to break and which 2 are going to fire. I think you generally don't want to take the tag. Net damage is clearly dependent on your hand. I'm not sure if you're worried about hitting snares in R&D. That could be a concern as much as you are allowed to jack out. This is always an interesting choice.
I find it hard to believe that Headmoss has a lot of stuff in their hand they're worried about installing. Like, this rig already looks fantastic to me.
I think it's likely there's a deep dive in a pocket, right?
Yeah.
Which is a hard thing to do into Jinteki, right? Like, one funhouse makes it a bit ugly.
Doomrat in chat, how much influence is Wheels? Wheels is 2 influence, which I think is a great choice.
Yeah.
Just keep
checking remote servers with like DreamNet. There's good value here with Bankroll. It's kind of nice.
Yeah, and I think 2 influence just keeps her off being like that incredibly prolific 1 influence splash that I think she would be if she was 1 influence.
We've got a kind of interesting run into the funhouse here. We're 1 strength short of being able to break with Omakua, so we'll have to pay a fair bit more with Shibboleth to be able to get through. And what are we going to see behind this funhouse?
B1001.
B1000 getting it done.
So this card is so fascinating because clearing the tags for the runners, this is actually the best economy card in the game to clear the runners' tags. Now, B1001 cannot protect itself, so pinhole threading, there's a lot of ways to target this, but technically if you can't bypass that funhouse, it is a totally safe server, which is so goofy. And to see what's in that server, to see whether you're going to get a bounce, the Headmoss now has a bunch of different things to attack. And chat is very accurate.
Yeah, B1001 in Funhouse, a match made in heaven. He just loves the amusement park. He loves to get on the slides. He loves the fairy floss, candy canes.
Take your tickets from you, yeah.
Yeah, take your tickets. He's pushing kids out of the way. Let me on the merry-go-round.
In my reading of B1001 initially, I just like mentally added a use this ability only once per turn.
Oh yeah.
It's not there. That's a very different card to what I was thinking when I saw that pop up. That's incredibly powerful interaction.
So Biblio here now, ooh, this is fully operational. That did get spin doctored back in, but there's a chance here with something like a spin doctor, or sorry, wow, a seamless launch. You can score out, something at server 3 with on tempo. I don't know, Crypto Crash, if it's just a Beal, you're feeling pretty good about this as the runner. You get to bounce a card on HQ while the Docklands Pass was installed last click, and Bibliomaniac has to discard a bunch of cards here. So the density on HQ is probably really high, unless server 4 is a spin doctor, which allows you to fix the archives issue. So Headmoths has a huge play here, and even the HQ mark to put the icing on top of the cake, just smashing click 1. Let's go.
Another serve now.
This could be the deep dive turn, right?
I reckon
it could be.
Very well be. Yeah.
Because go on.
No, you go ahead.
Well, yeah, when you see HQ flooded, like potentially flooded like that, and then seeing the there's only one, like if there is a spin doctor, there's only one, and so you're likely to find 2 of the points or 3 of the points that you need off the HQ accesses or the archives that can't be fully cleared. And then you've got the R&D single access as well as the deep dive.
Oh, they took the net damage. So I don't know if there's a deep dive in there, but they could have gambled for it. So this might not be, as much as we'd love it to be a deep dive turn.
I would take that gamble.
Yeah, right? We're seeing an HQ, a ping, and a virtual service assistant. So two cost dice that are still relevant at all points of the game, which is pretty exciting. And we got our mark run there, so that's a credit back. We have money on the bankroll. Again, archives run. We could see some like a dirty archives with like all of those the Oracle think tanks in it, but Spin Doctor's at least going to rescue a bunch of this. It's really interesting there. Like Headmoths might have been incentivized heavily to not take the tag, understanding that B1001 could work with that. But I honestly wonder if you take the tag on purpose so that B1001 clears it for you, and then you can still run back. Like it's really weird that you're giving the corporation the option to clear your tags for you.
Yeah, there's a couple of cards in this set that actually, and recently, the clear tags on the corp side, which is an effect we haven't really seen before. And there it is. Speak of the devil, Oracle think tank in the bin.
If I'm not mistaken, that last card we see in archives is the Behold, which seems to be the card that was over installed in server 3. Maybe it was the think tank. It's a bit hard to track that on JNet, and in person you can shuffle your face downs, but going to get 2 credits off of that. And Headmoths at least has a tag, but a lot of time to clear that. We're going to get a bounce. That was one of the ice on server 1. Wheels clearing the tag.
Oh.
I think there's a deep dive this turn.
I think it's go time. Get on your bike. And we don't have to worry about the net damage anymore on these Serevnas. I think this is the time to do it. We're richer than God and can steal Bolognas. So yeah, let's go.
Bravado on R&D, mind you. Agenda was probably just shuffled back into R&D, so the ordering of archives into R&D is sick. Unless you wanted to access, shuffle, access. And we have 3 clicks left here for deep dive. There you go. First deep dive. We see 2 Bolognas. That's game.
The game.
That's a 6-point deep dive. 2 Hermes triggers.
Oh, that's a big deep dive.
Incredible.
Well played. Well done.
Good
That's
job,
so
Headmoths.
sick.
Wow. Huge big deep dive. Well done, everybody.
And a click to spare.
And a click to spare. You can play a second deep dive.
Second deep dive to style on them. Wow, good game.
Yo, whenever Hannah Wheels Plintra peels out, you know you're in danger. That was an absolutely knockout finish. Well played, both players.
Andre,
nice.
You started off that match and you're saying how many? I think you can get probably 6 clicks here. I think like if you're counting like the remote run with Hannah, you can get 7 easily.
Yeah, that's true.
Because you forget, like it's easy to forget. Like you can use both of those in the same turn, and they both. Well, one of them refunds you the click, the other one gives you another one. Is that 8 clicks? It's effectively 7, I guess.
I think it's 7, yeah. Effectively. Technically, it is, you have more, but you spend them to get them. So it gets wild fast. I'm not sure if we saw Hannah use to check the remote servers. I don't think there's a big reason to, but it's nice that combo card, if you want to call it that, like just has really good value to clicklessly get a $1 on your bankroll if you're just checking remote servers, drawing with DreamNet. Like it's a flexible card if the meta has a lot of on-ice stuff. Really well played.
Yeah, great game. We've got 10 minutes left, so let's check to see if we've got someone else that we can pop in on here. If y'all see anything cool.
We did see
think-
Headmoss shouting out Chris Rivas from QTM as well,
Oh,
who's a big Sable fanatic who built this deck, they say.
sorry, one sec.
Yeah, we only have a couple tables left up. I think the ones at the top of the list are the ones that haven't been running for too much longer. And there you go. Shout out to Chris Rebus, who built both of these decks. Super cool.
We love a shout out. Okay, sorry. What do we have? That's
I think perchance table 17 might make the most sense.
table 17. Let's take a look.
For those who are watching in the chat, who are tuning in maybe between rounds, or maybe you're just enjoying the APAC Continentals and the excitement that is the new set, the new rotation standard, it being entirely fresh, just straight out from the laundry. How are you enjoying it today? How's it been so far? What are y'all most excited for again? Thanks so much for tuning in. It's, again, one thing, all the organizers, all the people playing today, but also it's really nice that so many folks want to come out and just watch some Netrunner. That's a really cool thing.
Yeah, and what great Netrunner it's been to watch as well. Like new cards, new strats, and some really exciting aggressive early runner play, some incredibly fast advance out of the new Jinteki ID. I think it's just a great day for everyone. We've seen some flat lines, we've seen some scores.
Seen some 419. We've seen Purple HB. I was really interested to see what they would Purple R plus, excuse me. I was hoping to see what they were going to come up with, but we've seen and B1001 with Funhouse. What a combo!
I'm just gonna pull up here real quick, just because we got some time left. We've got Ag Infusion, Essa.
All right. Ag Infusion. Cool. All right.
Oh,
So we're seeing some interesting stuff here. Mr. Pax, at the bottom of their deck, Lago Paranwa Shelter probably burring through their deck, but it looks like that's a GG. I think we got a Nancy flatline here. I think we're just in time to see a Nancy flatline.
I think we have. Oh, they are also. Oh, I see. So a finality's been booped onto this HQ and Nancy. Yeah.
Yep.
Ooh.
And in the bin we can see snares and one's a grid. So this is a very spicy Ag Infusion.
Yeah.
Monza City.
Yeah.
Well, we'll
Yeah, that's
close
a
that
hard
one.
card to deal with. A bit easier now with pinholes, but there's definitely something brewing in here that's hard to deal with. It's wild to see Essa again. At the bottom is there a stack. Maybe the Pranwa got you there a bit faster, but that is going to be a flatline there. That's not the first Anansi flatline we've seen. It's the first one we've seen in Jinteki, if I'm not mistaken, today, which is a pretty wild spot to be in.
Real quick, just because we've got a question here from Warlock in the chat, who is judging today. Today we have Cror, NB, Kelly, and Luke judging. Just want to take a second to thank them for, taking their day to run APAC Continentals so that all these 95 players could play. No mean feat to wrangle that many sheep. That many cats, so
Absolutely, and I'd love to give an extra shout out to Luke. All these guys are fantastic, but Luke has had a really, really pivotal role in keeping the Australian Netrunner scene alive. He's our kind of official distributor, I believe, and back in the day would just be pulling in all the null signal sets and basically stacking them up in his garage so that he could get them out, organize a ton of events. Fantastic guy, done a ton of work to keep the Australian scene alive, so thanks heaps, Luke.
Yeah, thanks, Luke. He's a wonderful guy, and yeah, not just stocking all those NSG cards and sets for us, but also like game night kits, like promo kits, stocking things like Run Together, Project Guitarra, just absolutely wonderful. It's how I got like back into the game. Essentially, I was like so glad that I didn't have to order cards from overseas or, try and scrounge around on eBay, Gumtree for more cards. Yeah, just really great.
That's super cool. That's like the one thing you see. There's always those like really goofy images of, that one hero from your local meta that orders, hundreds sometimes of whatever the new set is. And shout outs again The Tournament Initiative is on sale now, and it's actually you can buy directly now more easily from the Null Signal Games folks, at least in certain markets. And I know they're at least trying to widen that. I'm not a Null Signals games person myself, so I don't exactly know the details, but do check online. There's a lot of ways you can get those cards into your hand, print and play, order them from the website, or all the other options. It's a brand new set that just came out Monday, so shout out to the Null Signal Games team.
I've ordered mine. Have you ordered yours?
I have ordered mine, and I'll tell you what else. If you order now, you get a brand new capoeira instructional DVD from Mercury.
I gotta pull out the DVD player. That seems good though. Awesome. I think we might be winding down to the end of the round. Monty, how are we doing? I don't know if there's many more tables left, huh?
I'm checking to see if whether or not this is the last click of this game before we...
Right on. Okay, so I think we're having a confirmation that today will only be a top 8, if I'm reading correctly, which taking 95 players down to a top 8 is pretty buck wild. That is very, very fine margins. And again, there are no more tiebreaker rounds, so you have to just be the top 8. There will be a lot of players that will have the same score. So at the end of today, they'll have the same amount of wins and losses and ties, what have you. And then it comes down to something, if you're not familiar, called strength of schedule. So that is a number that basically kind of it totals up what you can call your difficulty of the day. So the more opponents that you play against that also on average finish higher in the standings, that increases your strength of schedule. So often if you start like losing games in your first couple rounds and then you come up, you're on average playing less strong players the way that the standing works. So there is a huge kind of impact there, but just understanding that we're going from 95 players down to 8, that is a very, very difficult top cut to make. So we're going to see some really fierce netrunner the later the night or the day goes on.
Yeah, I really liked how you described that, the difficulty of the day. That's a much more maybe intuitive than strength of schedule.
So like strength of schedule is such a good number because, you know, sometimes you get to that situation. You're the 9th player, you're the 12th player, right? And you're like, oh, I barely did make the cut. And then you look at your strength of schedule and you somehow have the highest strength of schedule of like everybody. I think that's something that you really need to keep track of when you're looking at your results, because some people just had a harder day. Sometimes you had the hardest day in the whole tournament and you still did pretty good. So well done, I reckon.
And if you play enough tournaments, you'll end up getting those tournaments where you had a hard day and you still won, and it's just the best feeling.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Are any of y'all top cut math people?
No.
There's websites for it. Let me find one. There's definitely a website. I'm not going to do it off the top of my head. Let me Google.
I cannot describe how much I am not a math person. I used to be a scientist by trade, and I had to quit that profession because I was just terrible at it. Now I work in like counseling, social work, and it's exactly my speed. No numbers, no math.
So that's always the thing, right? Like in every meta, in every play group, you need someone who can do top cut math, just so you understand, like going into the day, that people say like, okay, our predictions are that you can only lose 3 games after these, whatever, how many games we're playing today, 14. I don't know what the number is. And just understanding that kind of gives you like a goalpost going into, you know, the mid game to understand how many things you have to do. It's worth noting in double-sided Swiss, there are things like 2-for-1s and intentional draws. Those will start to appear throughout the rounds. I don't think we're going to see them as soon as round 3. I feel like that's a bit too early, but this is again why you need your top cut professional math person to tell you what makes sense.
It's a bit hard. I'm not sure I'm entirely doing it right because, you know, Netrunner has the 2 games in, but I'm pretty sure that 10-4 is the score to make top cut, but that's like the bubble. And you should be safe if you're 11-3, and top 4 you might make it, I think.
Without tiebreakers, I would not be surprised if some 10-4s won't make it, but there's a chance that no 10-4s will make it. That would be my guess. It's 7 rounds, right?
7 rounds, yeah. So it looks like 11-3 is the cutoff for safe, I believe.
Yeah, okay. So
I'm sure that someone in chat will correct me if I'm...
Yeah, please do. We have no idea. It's a hard thing to calculate for sure, but yeah, we'll see the results too, right? Like that's another big thing is if you look at the results and you see all the people who are currently undefeated going to round one, if they all split, that lowers the threshold because everyone's slightly lower. So the math gets a bit more interesting for sure.
We have Ashby channel in chat saying I crave glory. I crave placements, but I also crave to jump into the stream booth and pop off at everyone. Unfortunately, permission's locked, Ashby, but
Yeah, shout outs to that. If you want to get involved with casting and stuff like that, helping organize, helping judge, all that sort of stuff. There's so much that goes on behind the scenes when it comes to these sort of things, let alone, making a card game do a thing. Definitely do get involved. Contact the Null Signal Games folks because everybody here is just here because they kind of reached out. They're like, this seems like a cool thing I want to do. And, that excitement goes a long way.
Oh,
It
hey,
is. Null Signal Games really is democracy manifest.
That's an interesting and well-timed segue for this screen that I just finished. Hey everybody, I just recalled, Jeff told me to shout out that there are only a couple of tickets left for Worlds, so you should pick yours up if you haven't, and also hit up the nullsignal.games website to find out how you can volunteer and help make Worlds an enjoyable experience for everybody, as if it's not already going to be by virtue of being Netrunner Worlds.
I checked this morning. I believe there's about 250 tickets. Some of those are reserved for people that can win tickets by winning certain events. And this morning, there are only 35 tickets left. So that is in Barcelona this October. It's the first weekend or second weekend. It's early in October. Let's just say that. You can find out more information online. But yeah, there's only 30 tickets left. And classically, Netrunner players are sometimes a bit slow on the trigger to get the plans in space. They're like, I'll figure it out at the last minute. You're not going to be able to do that here.
No? Well, who's that? Who are you talking about? It's the weekend, October 13th, 14th, 15th.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Yeah.
And if you didn't hear from the QTM podcast that I was on, absolutely, if you're gonna go, take the extra day on both ends of the trip, because you're gonna want to get there early and you're gonna want to stay there longer. Right?
Yeah, for sure.
Because you're going to be hanging out with Netrunner folks, and it turns out those folks are pretty cool. A lot of fun to hang out with.
Yeah, that's always something worth saying. Again, if you're a player who's new to the game, if you're looking at Worlds and you think, well, that's an invite-only, incredibly competitive event, it's not. There's a lot of people hanging out, but it's largely kind of like a convention. There are a lot of people playing Netrunner, but let me tell you, only a fraction of those people are genuinely there to compete, to vie for the top cut, and that's great. That's fine. It's a lot of people coming together who all love the same sort of thing, to play this sort of thing. And there's side events, there's tournaments, there's people hanging out, there's dinners, there's drinks. It is the coolest thing ever. So if you look at the Worlds and think it's a, grueling, competitive event, it can be only if you want it to be. But for most people, it's just a really, really fun weekend.
Last year, I spent a lot of time considering whether or not I was going to put in the time and the money, investment in order to make it to Worlds, and I thought, am I going to go to Worlds and make a good showing for myself in the competition? Absolutely not. But do I want to go to the big Netrunner party? Yes, I do.
Yeah.
Great way to put it.
And my life is tangibly better for it. This is anecdotal evidence, but you don't have to. You don't have to internalize that. You can accept this as something substantial. But no, trust me, if you enjoy Netrunner, if you enjoy playing with these people online, absolutely come out, meet them in person, play with them in person. It's such a better experience to meet these people. Just talk to them, have casual conversations with them, figure out more about them as people, and as opposed to screen names. It's real great, but round 2 is over. I guess we're waiting for round 3 to get paired up.
Yeah. On that note, I think I actually unfortunately have to make my exit. It's getting pretty late here, and I reckon I'm keeping a couple people awake. So, with that note, I just want to shout out really quick. If you are in the area, come August 26th and 27th here in Montreal, we're running a Canadian Nationals. We'd love to have you. You can find information on that on Always Be Running, but it's going to be a sick event, and I'm really stoked to get the first, I think, big competitive event ever in Quebec, let alone in Montreal. So it's going to be an absolute blast. And with that, thank you so much, Miles and River and Mondi. It's fantastic to share a mic with y'all.
Thanks, Andre. It's been great to have you here.
Yeah, thanks, Andre.
Huge honor
I'm
to
gonna
have
be-
you on, the streamer of Netrunner, Mr. Andre Metropolgrade.
That's very kind. I'm going to be watching the stream as much as I can before I do fall asleep. But shout out to everyone watching in chat, all the organizers, all the judges. It's been a fantastic event so far, and I'm so stoked to catch up tomorrow and see how things have shooken out. Have a good day, y'all. Enjoy the Netrunner. Bye.
See you later.
Yeah.
Shout out in the chat for Andre. Wonderful guy. Definitely. This when he signed on to the call, to do mic check, and he started talking in his, casual, conversational, non-broadcasting voice. I was like, "Is this Andre?
Is this the same?
Is this?
Is
I
this
thought
the
that was his.
same
I thought this
person?
was his username. Hang on.
Who's this guy?
Who's?
But yeah, great guy, great fun to cast with him, get that good experience. Very experienced Netrunner caster and a real asset to the community.
Yeah, I hope everyone on the stream is ready for the quality to just go like way down, as I have to like come.
Oh, I've
around
been
the
holding
stream
back
and-
holding back all the Australianisms because I thought Andre was keeping it professional, but better believe me, it's all downhill from here, boys.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're not here to do things to spiders.
So we are not.
That's definitely not what we're here to do. And I think this stream will get like more and more Australian as well as other people sort of drop off, fall asleep. Like more Australians maybe finish their Saturday jobs and they're like, hey, it's time to come watch some Netrunner. Like
Bloody oath.
it can only get more Australian from here.
All right,
We have-
Cobbers. Is it time for a quick time for a Tinny and a Siggy for a break?
That's okay. I picked up on half of that. I think if I interpreted correctly, that was, is there time for a restroom and smoke break? Is that
Close enough.
okay? What is it actually?
Tinny would be like a beer and a Siggy, and Cobber is just Cobber's mates. That's you guys, mate. Yeah, bit of Winnie Blue and a VB. Quick VB before the next round, eh?
Yeah, I was thinking of can, like tin, for toilet, but yeah. I mean, you're free to step away at any point to attend to what you need to. We're about to pair round 3. They just got the last results in. But yeah. Let me just see here.
Well, I'm going to take just a 2-minute break while we get those results in and get those games going for round 3, and then I will be back and yeah, ready to go.
Sounds good.
I'm also going to take a 2-minute break. See you guys in a minute.
Okay, we've got a round pairing. Let's see. Okay. Bear with me just a moment, folks. Trying to find the game. And honestly, the round's not going to start for about 5 minutes here. So if y'all also need to take a bio break, get some water, snack, kiss your bebs and or pets, now's a great time to do so. Perhaps I'll talk about QTM some more when I've found a game that I can stream. Let me copy this. A no stream list. Perhaps table 3. Alright, we've solidified we're going to be watching Professor Wacko versus Tuno at table 3. Wacko corping means we are going to see Reality Plus versus Toshiko Shiro. Okay. I'm really glad to see all of the hype for QTM in the chat, even for people who aren't. Like, I'm expecting each of us internally to hype each other up. But the rest of y'all who are spreading hype and don't have a vested interest, I appreciate y'all. Well, I appreciate all of you regardless. Even if you don't like the podcast, at least maybe you listen to it. Anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and pull the screen back now. Hold on. Because the game is underway. So we've got Professor Wacko on Reality Plus. And Tuno is playing on the good old Hoshiko Shiro. I may now say that because because Hoshiko is no longer the top represented ID in this tournament. Hope it stays that way, but we'll see.
G'day, Monday. Back again, ready to go. Looks like we've got now Tuno is a noted Hosh player. Tuno's a really, really good. Has been won the last meta test, I believe, and has been doing really fantastic work refining Hoshiko lists over the last few months.
Yeah, I admittedly, Tuno is part of QTM as well, and is it's probably our top player, like hands down. I'd say it is pretty far and above our top player.
Yeah, Tuno's a great player. Has been really tearing up the scene recently, and I'm excited to see what they do with Hosh, because they spent a lot of time refining those archetypes, getting those those last few slots locked out and worked out what they are. So and Rig Hosh is a bit tricky to build these days. I think you've lost your bin breakers. We're all trying to figure out what's going on. So I'm really interested to see what comes out of this game. And we do see that AR enhanced security on turn 1, the steal. That would have been a hell of a thing at Forgotten Squad. Would have changed the whole pace of this game. So Prop Echo drawing up. Couple of new servers going down. Looks like we're going to have a bit of an asset spam kind of matchup here. So
I'm going to have to zoom out.
Yeah, I think we might need to find the zoom button.
Oh no! All right, well, prepare to not recognize any of these cards from this zoom level, folks. We're in it for the long haul.
Yeah, I hope you love tiny art.
Wacko's gonna leave this ping here just to spite me. We got a Gachapon pop. What do we got? We got a Cleaver. We got a Liberated Account. We got a Poemu. We got another Gachapon. We got an Amakua and a Leech. Choosing to go for Poemu.
Makes a lot of sense. It's only turn 2. We want to start getting that drip econ set up. Interesting what you're going to shuffle back here, though. Those are some pretty vital cards, all of them, you would think. Although it appears we've chosen to get rid of the Leech or Makua system. We're just going to be going on regular breakers most likely this game.
Yeah, I'm probably not going to need too much like breaking power in this matchup, in this go wide matchup, but we'll see. Oh, here comes a Bladderwort Rashida and fundraising. Okay,
now, this is a new card. This is a new card that's just dropped in the Automata Initiative. It's a very, very cool card. When your turn asset 0 cost, when your turn begins, you may look at the top 3 cards of R&D and arrange them in any order. Then if the server is not protected by ice, you may draw one card. And this may remind some of our older players of Sensi Actors Union, an incredibly powerful card that was a key player in CTM, the yellow asset spam decks, and was actually banned because of its ubiquity and power level. So Federal Fundraising is a bit of a remix of that. And it's a really, really nice card. Have you guys played with this at all?
I have not. I haven't played any NBN since the new set dropped, unfortunately. I've been playing Atea and PE mostly. But yeah, this looks really interesting and really good to get that filter on R&D.
Yeah, it's really nice, and it probably really shines in the new ID Epiphany Analytica, but even out of something like R+, simply knowing that what you have to do on R&D, like, do I need to protect it? Is it safe? Is there going to be something crucial on top? And having a little bit of control over that is quite powerful. What do I want to be doing next turn? Am I going to want to top deck an Oppo research, even though I don't want it in my hand right now? All very, very interesting things you can do with access to this information.
Yeah, notably, you can leave those cards on top, and if you know you're not going to draw them, it gives you that really great defensive power against IDs like Freedom, or I guess not against Freedom, but against IDs that have that sort of aggressive trashing power. Yeah, stacking non-trashable cards on top of R&D.
Yeah, I think it's a very powerful effect. I'm seeing in the chat people saying, yeah, it's a must trash if you don't have Stargate. If you do have Stargate, yeah, fair enough. You're not going to have much of a problem with it. People asking if this is more Makua. We don't know yet. Oh, Tuno just rolling a dice to go for it. Not interested in. not going to do it, and rolls the AR enhanced security. That's how you do it, folks. That's how you're in the accelerated meta test. Damn, I'm good in the chat.
I hang on. I'm gonna need to find if I can. Oh dang, this isn't the server. I have a voice clip of Duke Nukem's "Damn, I'm good" in the QTM on the QTM Discord soundboard.
But what a huge snipe to pick that Ares out, because that, if that gets scored, wow, the game starts going differently. But these federal fundraisings right now, pretty easy to trash. 2 cost each to trash. But can you keep doing that if you got all these servers to deal with?
Yeah, and I think Tuno is in a pretty good position here, having found those 2 Ares. Like it becomes much more difficult to play the game against R+ once one of those is scored. And you're getting those, like, you just can't trash anything without taking another tag.
Yeah, and you're pushing them so far ahead. Right now, I think Tuno, like you said, great position, snipe those 2 Ares, and we've got the drip econ down, which is often so crucial in these asset spam matchup, to have that drip econ there, so you're spending less clicks getting econ. You can have more time available to check those remotes, make sure nothing's getting snuck through. Dealing with those really key assets like this federal fundraising is likely to be, and it seems like Tuno. Oh, we've seen a tempo oppo research here coming down off the steel.
Yeah, notably, this is an oppo research that cannot be an HHN. This is just 2 points. We're only at threat level 2 to 0. So take 2 tags.
Yeah, so.
But that board state is starting to build up. I wonder if we're going to see the new NBN money asset bounce coverage as well. This is the kind of NBN deck that's really trying to put your opponent in a headlock where they can't crush your assets without taking tags, so they have to let them fire, and you're getting all these really nice passive abilities coming up every single turn. But if we are able to control this, pick this econ up, control the board, should have a good time. We might even see Miss Bones out Chico at the moment, because I think a lot of people have expected an asset spam meta like this to be coming out.
Yeah, and Miss Bones is just so tempo positive in those matchups where you're going to use her, getting essentially 10 credits for 1 click. Like,
oh yeah, it's enormous value.
Enormous value.
And we see some interesting discards here. We've just seen off of Moshing, we've seen a Cleaver, a Buzzsaw, and a Devil Charm go into the bin. So a really interesting combination of breakers there. And I wonder if this is a Mormakua deck, because Devil Charm and Ormakua obviously were things you would see quite often in that Mormakua deck that popped up in, I guess, the last, 2 months or so, something like that?
Yeah, you see a lot of the, like, Hippo, Devil Charm, and Chisel sometimes. I guess less popular in that Mormakua shell. Just because getting those repeated accesses and that ice destruction on HQ to sweep for things that you're not necessarily trashing, but then you're trashing them with more. It's just fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've got to say, if you're Prof Wacko here, board state's starting to feel a bit, how you going? You're not doing very much. Tuno's building up a lovely little board set with some drip econ, some resources, starting to dig through that deck to what they need. Really staying on top of what they need to stay on top of. And interesting that they're leaving those federal fundraisings up, but perhaps just not feeling the pressure to go deal with them. We're going to wait, try and force this R+ to do something here. And we're seeing a push behind some ice.
Yeah, and it may just be digging. Like, if Tuno has put Miss Bones in the deck, which I think is very likely, it may just be digging for the Miss Bones as well, knowing that trashing those federal fundraisings at credit cost is just going to be so much worse than when they can slap that Miss Bones and get those trashed for free.
Yeah, as it's being listed, as is being mentioned in the chat, with the 2 AR enhanced securities having been stolen on the runner side, it's going to be kind of difficult for one of the main interactions on Wacko's side to go through. I think it's on a good starting place here in this matchup, just having stolen those, but we're gonna have to see. It still doesn't have any breakers down. Oh, we're seeing a little bit of the influence spread here, actually.
We did, and that was a really, really interesting gashapon. We see two Hermes in there, and Hermes in Hosh is something I've been trying as well, so I'm really interested to see other people keep seeing what it's like. It is obviously a powerful effect, like we were saying, but two Hermes and a Wake implant in that gashapon, and completely removing a Numb and a range uppercut drone and another gashapon from the game. And this is what I was...
Yeah, now we see it going for the trash, right? It's cracked that fermenter for massive money and started working its way through this asset spread.
I've got an iced Bladderwort here, trying to grind Tuno down a little bit. And this is what I was saying before about what the hell do you do for breakers now? We're seeing people play Numb, which, people were not keen on Numb. 2 subroutines to break, 2 credits per subroutine is a pretty shocking ratio, but we're seeing Numb show up in quite a few of these decks.
Yeah, and I've got to say I'm not entirely sold. I don't know if I would be playing Numb rather than sort of like Mimic, Leech, like even just spending influence on Echelon. But of course I'm not playing today because I'm focusing on commentating. So maybe that tells you about my my deck building skill.
No, look, I agree. I totally agree. I think Echelon's a very reasonable card to be playing at 1 influence. I think Mimic and Leech, and there's Mimic, Leech, Buzzsaw, going back to the very, very older school form of Anarch Breaker Suites. Although we don't have Parasite anymore to support, so it's a bit different. And I wonder if we might even see some new cards here, like a Solidarity Badge or something would be really nice here out of Hoshiko. And do we think? What do we think's on the board? We got 4 face downs. What do we reckon?
We got too much going on. Please.
There's a lot.
I can't see from this far away what cards are on the table. Yeah, I mean, what could we had a couple of fundraisings? Have those both been trashed? Okay.
2 fundraisings down. There's a Bladderwort with Shop is in the bin.
There's a DBS.
We've got a daily business show. A Deebs. Resin the Deebs, as we say here in Melbourne.
As people are
Deebs.
always saying in Melbourne.
People are always saying in Melbourne, you can't...
People are always talking about the classic NBN card Deebs.
People talk about the Deebs. You go to the footy, you're hearing people say, did you see it when Wacko res that Deebs the other day? Bloody fantastic play. Bloody ripper. Anyway, so we got a Deebs up and he's filtering that draw. Got the Bladderwort up and we're seeing a classic NBN, what's become a pretty standard NBN asset board in the last little while. This Bladderwort dropping your credits down to res assets and trying to ping the runner and force them to come and interact with you so that you can slap them with an Oppo research or something like that.
I also, I don't think I've played the game. No, I'm sorry. When I very first started playing the game, like back in 2018 as like a revised core set standalone board game, that was the last time I interacted with Project Ares, and every time I see AR Enhanced Security being abbreviated, I'm like, what's going on? What is this card? What are people talking about Ares for?
Sure, Project Ares, that was in like Genesis Cycle or Spin Cycle or something? It's a very old one.
Spin and then in Revised Core.
Oh, yes. Spin, wow. Certainly one of the cycles of all time.
Yeah, this is a card I'm sure that everybody remembers.
Project Ares. All right, so we're just trying to dig a little bit here, and keep in mind we're halfway through the deck, and there are only 2 points out that we've seen. So right now, you've got to imagine those centrals are getting pretty loaded.
Yeah, and there's the possibility that one of these, like server 10, server 9, and server 13, one of these could yep, there you go, be a Spin Doctor, because we've got 4 face down in archives, and Got to imagine some of those are agendas as well.
That's our third spinny. Sorry, now our second spinny. I was right the first time. And we got 7, 9, and 10 have been there since very early in the game. So I wonder what they could be. I wonder if we've got maybe we could like even a Sand City Grid could be on the board, something like that. Maybe Malia Zoloka could be on the board, cards like that.
Yeah, for sure.
And we're seeing another new card get rezzed here, Virtual Service Agent. Whenever the runner passes this ice after encountering it, they did not bring its printed subroutine with a decoder during that encounter, give them 1 tag. The runner loses 1 credit subroutine. What a cool design this is. So it's sort of soft punish to stuff like Botulus, Banha, even just face checking AI. Some people are calling us the new IP block. It's sort of occupying a similar space where you're trying to tag them out and tax them and punish a non-standard breaker suite. But a really interesting little ice. Have you guys been mucking around with this at all?
No, I haven't played this one yet. But yeah, it looks really good in this tag shell, and just that little bit of AI punishment as well for the Crim decks and other decks that are going to be leaning on Ormakua in this new breaker environment sort of thing.
And we are seeing quite a lot of Ormakua today. We've seen a couple of criminals running it, and we've also seen Tuno here has at least 1 Ormakua, 2 Ormakuas in their deck.
And there it is, yeah.
So there it is, exactly. So it looks like we are in the way of the turtle. And we're doing a pre-res of the daily... No, sorry, it is the end of the turn. I'm getting behind. I'm so sorry. There's too many things happening.
There's a lot of things going on in this game.
There's too many deeds.
We still don't know what server 9 and server 10 are. We've seen another server come down, server 14. Archives is still 5 face down now.
And server 9 was installed on turn 4, 7, 9, and 10. So those 2 cards have been there since turn 4. It's now turn 8. And those have just been sitting there doing nothing. It's been mysterious. Turn 9, I'm sorry. So really these 2 remotes have been sitting there on the table, nothing happening for 5 whole turns. What could it be? And we've only got 11 cards left in the deck.
Yeah, 25% of the deck is left right now. And 2 of 18 points are known. And now I gotta zoom out again. Also, please, can I get a thank you in the chat for when I muted my desktop audio, because now y'all don't have to hear when mysteriously a res sound is played at 500% volume and is bit crushed all to hell.
All right, got Tuno rolling that dice to check these servers. Clearing out some more bladderworts, just is not remotely interested in those bladderworts surviving. And I think the rest of this agenda suite is a bit interesting. I reckon we're pretty likely to see 3 Bologna. I think that's a pretty safe bet. I reckon we're pretty likely to see... Oh, it's a 3rd Deebs. We are filtering so hard right now, everybody. And it's Lady Liberty. Here we go. We solved the mystery. It's
Triple
Lady
daily
Liberty.
show. Triple daily business show bonus.
Triple daily business show. It's the same business, but on 3 different channels.
What? Once every 8 hours business show bonus.
And there it is. We've made an Ares, Project Ares, not a Project Ares, the other Ares, enter the score area finally. And we see the bones come down.
Lady Liberty, you say?
More like Lady in the bin. And now we are going to see, I'm guessing Tuno's probably going to try and clean out a few more things, because you've already taken a tag from AR Enhanced Security this round. You probably want to try and clear out some of these other servers at the same time.
Yeah, and there is that Miss Bones coming down that we were talking about earlier in the match, and then I sort of eased off because I was like, if it's not playing this, I'm going to sound really dumb, but there it is.
No, I think it was a good call. And September NR in the chat has said archives could be very poisoned, and I think we could be hiding some Oracle think tanks in the archives potentially. Give the runner some tags on access and turn on the threat level of Oppo research.
Everyone say thank you to No, because it allowed us to zoom back in.
Yeah. Thanks, Tuno.
Yeah. Juno really helping out the screen, clearing up the viewing experience. If only Prof Wacko would get rid of this botulist ping, it'd really help us out, you know? All right, so you're Prof Wacko. What are you trying to do here? Can you score? How?
No.
Can you
No.
kill?
I mean, we've only seen
There we go.
6 influence, maybe?
Yeah, there's-
Yep.
Bladderwort's a quite cheap influence. Right?
Yeah.
I'm not sure
We've
if we've
certainly
seen 3
seen-
Bladderworts. We've seen 2. I assume there's a third.
I'm 90% sure we've seen 3 because some did get pulled back with spin doctors. I'm 90% sure that we've seen 3. And we see Tuno asking for an action before their next move. I'm guessing maybe are they going to Resumalia?
It's I think the chance that's being given here is for Mavirus.
For Fermenter.
Oh yeah.
Because you can
No, good
after start of turn when the counter gets put on, res the Mavirus, pop it.
Yeah. No, great point. And Wacko having a think about something here. Okay, good. Decided not to do anything.
Yeah, and that 12 money, that's going to be really essential.
Yeah, Tuno just sitting pretty on a huge pile of that incredibly card efficient Anarch Econ. Both of those fermenters going for 10 plus credits. We've got a liberated account hitting here with 16, and this has been a big advantage of Anarch in the last probably season, the last 6 months or so.
What?
And
Oh, wow.
Server 10 was
Server
tomorrow's
10.
headline from the last one. Let me count back. It's been sitting there for 8 turns. Very impressive.
And Prof Wacko in the game chat saying, I keep forgetting that thread is a thing. Is very important, as Tuno identifies.
Well, Wacko now ahead on points, but how can they convert it into a win? Thanks, NSG. Yeah, this is maybe a good time to talk about threat. Do you have any thoughts about threat as a mechanic?
I think I really like it. I don't know if I would have done it exactly how they've done it, but I mean, I like it. I think having it enables you to print cards like I think Oppo Research is a great example. A card that is going to be powerful in the late game, but you don't have to give it that same level of power in the early game, which I think is what HHN divided for a lot of people, was that the people who didn't like HHN felt like it wasn't interesting to have to play the same 5 turns of building up economy as the runner to make sure you could do anything. They didn't feel like that was an interesting lesson, you know, and then not make any mistakes for the rest of the game. Whereas Threat allows you to print a single card that is one level of power in the early game and another level of power in the late game, which I think is a really good design space to have.
Yeah, I agree. And cards like Ablative Barrier, which we haven't yet seen on stream, but we have been talking about it, is a great example. It's a little gear check barrier that does its gear check thing in the early game, makes you get a barrier breaker, but then has this really powerful on-res effect late in the game. And I think Threat seems like a mechanic that almost could have been in the game from day one. It's really elegant and it gives you so much granularity in designing cards. Like, can you imagine putting out, it's not in this, but you could have specifically corp threat cards, specifically runner threat. You could even start putting things out like threat 5 or threat 6 for some really wild effects, which could be really cool.
Yeah, and I'd love to see that threat 1 and 2 space as well. Like these won't do anything until there's been an agenda scored, until there's been 2 or 3 agendas scored. Like, I think threat 3 and 4 are the obvious place to start, but yeah, I think exploring that range will really deepen the mechanic as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't agree more. And even the difference between threat 3 and threat 4 is kind of huge as well.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. There's like it's Netrunner's game of small numbers in a lot of ways, and the difference between 3 and 4 is not just deck building, it's actually a pretty measurable impact on when it'll happen in the game, timing wise, one agenda versus two agendas. Yeah, really interesting stuff. So we saw Wacko drawing off that R plus tag. Tuno's taking this opportunity to clean up the board with bones. Remove that tag, and then R plus still digging through the deck, and oh boy, it's not looking like they've got a lot of time left to score out here.
Yeah, there's only 6 cards left in R&D, and you have to imagine that if you're looking at this agenda suite, you see that Ares, the AR Enhanced Securities, is 3 points. You've got your Tomorrow's Headline for 2 points. You've got 3 Bolognas that are going to be your 3 points. And then what are your other agendas? Like how stacked is this HQ and R&D?
I reckon they are denser than your granny's fruitcake.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Denser than a bag of rocks. I don't know.
Yeah, it looks like DBS on the table, so the corp potentially decks themselves out. It's going to be really rough. Oh, we are seeing the full 4-tag Opera research here, though, going for a fork, but leaving themselves on 1 credit, so not giving them a lot of room to capitalize on those tags if Tuno chooses not to remove.
And yeah, I think Tuno's playing well here in the way of it doesn't need a lot of credits to close out this game.
Tuno doesn't really need to do anything at this point.
Yeah.
They just need to not accidentally like explode on a snare or something like that, I would say. They're in a they're very far ahead, and the corp has an almost impossible task to catch up here, I would say.
Yeah, it just needs to have enough credits to crack a Bologna or crack a server, and enough credits to feasibly make those runs, but it doesn't need to be banking that cash like it was in the early game now.
We see a Maryland campaign. I think you actually could trash this because you don't want them to shuffle it back into the deck. Although I suppose you're probably going to run out of deck before that matters. Freedom of information on the table.
Yeah, that makes sense as far as rounding out the agenda suite, huh?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking. I was wondering if they would just be on off-world as well, though, like as well as some of the other players we've seen today, just for that extra economy.
Yeah, for sure. So it looks like maybe my estimate of Bolognas might have been off. Perhaps this is more of like an AR enhanced security and 2-pointer type suite. Hard to tell. And here again, I think we just see Tuno shake those tags and not worry too much about it. Oh, we got a misclick. Okay. All good. I think that's the classic click action when you meant to click in the text box.
Yep.
And we are seeing an empty corp deck. I reckon it's I reckon we're just about GG here unless Wacko has some serious magic.
So I'm not entirely sure. It's being asked in chat. I think that DBS can deck you at this point because you're going to draw, strictly speaking, 4 cards with the way that it's currently worded. What you can do is you can just over-install the DBS.
There it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is really what this deck does. If you don't score that AR and insecurity, your deck kind of just doesn't function.
Yeah, I believe if we go here, the first time each turn you would draw any number of cards, increase the number of cards you will draw by 1, and then when you draw those cards, add one of them to the bottom. So you're still trying to draw the you're still trying to draw a card from R&D during your mandatory that isn't there, so you deck out.
So very, very well played there. A very great example, especially from Tuno's side. Not to denigrate Wacko, but I thought that was a great example from Tuno's side of how to play against that kind of NBN asset spam.
Yeah, steal the AR enhanced securities.
Yes, simply roll the correct
steal
remote.
the
Simply take the win con out of the corpse deck.
Simply just that
That's why I say it's the best player on QTM, right? It just plays good.
I think it was really interesting, like as a commentator, watching that game and seeing Tuno discarding those breakers to gachapon and early on, like I think it was just a gachapon, and I think like I was feeling like, okay, like maybe it's running a lot more breakers, or like not really sure, like maybe it's just leaning on Amakua, but I think it was that game knowledge that it really just didn't. It knew that it wouldn't need them. And it knew that the win would be in controlling that board state, and that the ice would not be the defining feature for that game.
I think
that's
one thing that caught me was when it popped the first gachapon, and then shuffled back 3 cards. I think it was 2 Hermes and something else, and then removed 3 things from the game, one of which is a program. You just see the num and you're like, I can install this for 2.
But you just don't.
But like,
Very cool.
I need those 2 credits and just remove it from the game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So shall we watch their game 2?
Yes.
Or...
I have it pulled up. We're good to watch. Let me
Yeah, we see a few wows in the chat. Like great response to those plays.
Yeah, a very clean, surgical kind of set of plays there. I mean, again, the double steal on the securities was kind of backbreaking, but to keep it going, to remain in control that entire time. Very well played.
And we have Wacko on 419 now, up against an R+, and this could be, we've really seen 2 R+s already, and they've been quite different sort of lists, so I'm kind of interested in seeing what Tuno's brought to the table here. So the space is kind of wide open. You can do a 4-2 setup with Artificial Crypto Crash, or Off-World Offers, doing a seamless launch kind of thing. You can just try and grind them out with like an all 3-pointer suite. Oh, we've got a Tomorrow's Headline on the table. And interestingly, that was off a mulligan, getting the Tomorrow's Headline down onto the table. So that's quite interesting.
Sorry, folks, I'm having a little bit of technical difficulty here. Okay, I think that fixed it. That's not right. There we go.
And we're back.
Yeah, so we just saw Tuno score out the Tomorrow's Headline, and immediately take the 2 credits.
Just like sports.
That's right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, just like in sports.
And Tuno did take a mulligan here, so it looks like maybe that opening hand was a little bit dicey, and they decided to Tuno's opening hand, it decided to just make the most of it, get a score, get 2 points, get a buck back, works all right.
Yeah, and immediately giving another tag with Virtual Service Agent, you can see this low credit play is not like is well planned.
Yeah, and you could be dead now on turn 1.
Not quite. That feeling in tournaments where you have to be like, have I just thrown this game? Can you tell me? Like, just put me out of my misery. But yeah, it doesn't look like we'll see a
Retribution
GG
on the Kurapira.
Yeah.
So Kurapira, another card that I'm not sure. I think we might have briefly seen on stream the new Crim Fractor. 3 to install, 1 base strength, same boost and break stats as Kuroda, which is always interesting. And some text about putting power counter. Whenever you encounter a barrier, you may spend 3 hosted power counters to bypass it. Whenever it breaks a piece of ice, put 1 power counter on this program. So it's kind of like a slightly worse Kuroda with a pretty powerful bypass effect built into it, and maybe designed to work with Mercury, the new Crim.
Yeah, and the idea that you don't have to spend those power counters. If you get that down early and you find a barrier that you can regularly break, just building up like 3, 4, 5 power counters and then being able to bypass when you need to is so powerful in my at least in my interpretation. I think that's going to be really strong.
When we've seen another tempo oppo research come down, 419 on 0 credits, 3 tags, and Tuno pre-resing the Rashida there to play around falsified credentials. That's a nice play. Because Tuno knows it's very unlikely that Prof Wacko is going to be able to deal with this.
Yeah.
Just jamming.
Just jamming.
Just putting stuff behind ice. Come and have a look. Netrunner, truly Netrunner is Garfield intended.
And Prof Wacko saw the ping in the HQ run before, so you're imagining that this ice could be a ping, and then you really don't want to just run and get another tag and an end the run that you can't deal with. Like, sure, it could be like another sentry or a code gate or something, but there's every chance it's just going to be an end the run with a tag, and I just don't think Prof Wacko can take that tempo loss right now.
Yeah, they're in a very tough spot, I would say, with those 3 tags and only 4 credits. It's not a good spot. It's not where you want to be. They could clear most of them this turn potentially, but pretty likely a Bologna in the remote, it looks like. And I don't really see Prof Wacko getting in there to touch it anytime soon.
Yeah.
And could that even be an amusements on the remote? Possibly.
Yeah, just news from the other tables. September A&R says, damn, Axu taking another sweep. Yeah.
That's looking good.
Yeah, Axu is actually someone I versed in my first AMT, I believe. And I think maybe we split a game, but maybe they just destroyed me. And yeah.
So we see another new card out of HQ. It's Oracle Think Tank, a 3/1 agenda. Giving the runner 1 tag, you can remove 1 tag to shuffle the agenda into R&D. And we've just seen Hermes returning a double advanced card to hand. That's value. That is power.
Yeah, and if that was the Bologna, then Prof Wacko is going to be in a much better place to try and contest it next turn.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Market forces. Tough to deal with. So you've now got a hand of 8 cards and 0 money.
Yep.
Difficult spot to be. Could still be a Bologna, could be a 4-2. Tuno could also just be playing around the score on Hermes, setting themselves up better play patterns and just went, oh, whatever, I can get a market forces off, it's worthwhile.
Yeah, absolutely.
And a doof coming down. This is great. This is what you want to see right now. If you've decided you're going to be if you're going to be tags, which it looks like we are, may as well rip some of their money out of hand too.
And notably, Prof Wacko does have the 3 counters on Wake Implant, so we could see like a dive onto R&D just to get 4. There you go.
Looks like there it is, River. You are calling those shots. What a good play. And again, we're trying to exploit the power of Hermes here, and this is where it's doing a really, really unique effect. It's not, something like Penny Shaver, give me your money, great. But this game, we've seen the real power of Hermes to just do very unusual things and bounce those advanced cards back to hand. Enormous tempo loss from the Corp and potentially stops them scoring out.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier, the potential of Hermes to add those, if you do try and play around it, to add those half advanced agendas back to hand.
Nothing.
Oh, and finds nothing on the Wake Implant run.
Yeah, hate to see it.
You hate to see it. Wake Implant, an incredibly powerful card from the Parhelion set, I want to say. Or is it Midnight Sun?
Yeah, Parhelion.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I remember when it came out, people were calling it the most powerful card in the set, or the most powerful runner card in the set, and it sort of hasn't seen maybe as much play as people thought it would. Crim's still tended to end up on Stargate, but great to see it here doing some work. Bit unlucky there, but still, I still think it's the right move. Just because you missed doesn't mean it's the wrong move.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think, we're seeing a very different game to the Reality Plus that Prof Wacko was playing.
Oh.
Something
Got
happening.
some timing confusion here. I think probably wanted to run a different server.
The old misclick.
They didn't know it was a spin doctor for what it's worth because it was exposed earlier.
Okay.
But okay, saying it's fine. But Imp's a very interesting splash in 419. I'd love to see that.
So Tuno is going to try and walk this back, and because it doesn't mind, but the players are just going to call a judge here just to make sure they're not doing anything wrong by doing that. The information that is given is that Tuno chose to res the spin and was probably going to use it, you would think, which is information you can't sort of ignore once you have it. Obviously, yes, the spin was exposed, but that information that someone would res it, like, tells you, they're not flooded in HQ already, or they are, and I don't know.
So it looks like we don't have a judge in game yet. Yeah, I mean, I would. I guess for a competitive tier event like this, you really need to.
Yeah.
Here we go. We've got Dave or Craw joining the game. Give us the judge call.
Yeah, look, the intention here is that, like, the players are happy with it. They just want to check that this is okay. And yeah, just like shout out to all the games we've streamed today. We've seen some great sort of sportsmanship, some people doing some misclicks and just, hey, can I take that back? And everyone's, yeah, that's fine. And that's really nice to see.
So
and everyone understands that sometimes on JNet things happen that just wouldn't in real life like this.
Yeah. Just have either of y'all? I have only played a couple of games on JNet since the new set dropped. Have you experienced this bug that they're talking about?
Which bug is that?
The spawning of the menu options.
Yeah. Oh yeah, all the time.
Yeah, I haven't played enough to see it, but I've heard people talking about it.
Is that just like a new bug, or?
I think it's always kind of been there. Like if you're clicking fast. There is one really funny bug. There's a very funny bug with Phonutria, the Jinteki tag ice thing with the net damage that we saw in a previous game. That's the one where if you pass it with 4 cards in grip, you get a tag. But when you've got a res Phonutria at the moment, it treats every ice as if it's got that text.
Really?
Yeah. So
that's certainly something.
Yeah, so if there's a res Phonutria on the board and you have 4 cards in hand, every ice you pass gives you a tag, which is a bit annoying.
Thank you, Cror, for making those calls there.
Yeah, shout out to our judges.
Yeah,
judges doing that good work.
Side note: if you're ever at a competitive event, don't hesitate to call a judge for anything, like basically anything. Like if something happens and you're not sure like how to resolve it with the game state, call a judge just to make sure that you have someone who's impartial, who is able to come by as a spectator basically and tell you how best to resolve the situation if so. And sometimes it's just little mistakes and oh, this card got moved over to here, okay, that's fine, put it back. We'll take a note just to make sure that you're not like doing it every round, but
yeah, and you know what? The judges, they're nice people. They love Netrunner. They love talking about rules. Help them out.
Yeah. And like thanks to them for doing it, because if there's one thing I don't like about Netrunner, it's understanding the rules.
Yeah, I didn't play this card game, so I would have to read things.
Yeah. Frank Feder 420 plays it in the chat saying phone nutria got fixed in the morning patch. Smiley
good.
face.
Fantastic. Good to know. Silent Cross says, judges, nice people, sounds fake. I was, of course, excluding you, Dave, from that discussion. Forged activation orders. Hey, we've got some of that Aggie tech. This is a core 1 card that's always had pretty mixed results, but it looks like, oh, yep, we get the ping. Which is a pretty, making them that ping in this game state, not too bad. I don't know how you're going to dig yourself out of this money hole. And it looks like Tuno is on maybe an agenda suite that kind of resembles those Asmari ones that we have seen in the last little while. The Laura Asmari with the artificial crypto crash, tomorrow's headline. Just trying to grind the runner down, hit him with the Oppo research, hit him with the ballonas, just making them unable to steal the ballonas, and then maybe blow them up. I think we've seen only retribution and seamless launch, so we've seen 3 influence out of Tuno. Could still be a lot of things to play for. Yeah,
and I guess that line where Tuno said not quite to Are You Dead, I wonder if it is spending that influence on those kill pieces like End of the Line. We saw the retribution earlier, like those really interactive tag punishment cards.
There's the thing.
Yeah, oh, we see another Oracle Think Tank. I don't know if that's what you want to be stealing right now.
I mean, at this point, I don't know if it matters. It's just an extra point. Like,
I guess so, yeah.
The difference between 6 tags and 9 tags is...
You're probably right. And we just saw, Spin Doctor, and we saw the card return from Server 1, which could definitely have been an agenda. And once again, we have a fully loaded Wake Impact plan, ready to get into R&D. Yeah, Retribution, here we go, trashing the Wake Implant. Whoa, that's got to hurt. I mean, that's in your spine too, right? The Wake Implant, that's in the back of your spine. Someone's come around with a baseball bat and done something unspeakable to get it out. That's a bit unfortunate.
Yeah. I love that Altered Carbon TV show.
Oh, yeah, true. Yeah.
Just ripping the stack out, like...
And the not yet, saying not yet before could indicate no kill, or it could just indicate, well, no, but I blew up your barrier breaker, so you're about to have a bad time.
Sorry, I'm playing vegan. You're going to have to play it out.
Yeah, exactly. The game was just decided, but we have 12 more turns to go, and there it is, the Bologna that you can't afford. Oh, but it's in... Okay, put it in the bin, that's good.
Oh, yeah, interesting. I guess the spin's on the table.
But Impin 419 doing some work. It's a great card. It always feels like a 46th card in an Anarch deck, so I'm pretty impressed that we're slotting it into Crims. Really like to see that.
Yeah, and I guess we don't actually have much of the influence for 419 out on the table.
Yeah,
we've only seen that one imp, and every other card is Crim or neutral.
Sure, we've got 3 influences of imp, and we see Tuna playing Your Digital Life, a new transaction. It's kind of reverse sweeps week. It counts the number of cards in your own hand, and you gain 1 credit for each. Costs 2. And then, unfortunately, immediately, doofed.
Getting
That money's
doofed.
gone. Getting doofed. Doofed straight up the guts. And once again, we're just seeing this really low money game, a really, really slow kind of grindy game. I don't think anyone's been above 10 credits above this entire game.
There's some more
It's a low econ grind. And we've got a Simul chip.
So that'll be to grab that. I want to remind myself of the card name. Kurapia. Yeah.
I reckon it will.
Kurapira.
So, okay, we've got the Simul chip for the Kurapira. Nice. Potentially game saving to get that back now. and nothing.
No sick rips.
This is a really interesting 419. I have to say, I really like it. What we've seen, very cool. Oh, market forces again. Oh my god, into double advance for the Bologna. Oof, punishing, isn't it?
And the Bologna will be game. I feel like it's Tuno's game to lose here.
Yeah, I think because you can probably pull it back with Hermes again, but even then, you're sort of delaying the inevitable to a certain extent.
Yeah. Prof Wacko just going for another run on R&D to get that bounce back to hand.
I get the bounce, but
no wake implant.
And this is almost the opposite of the previous game we saw from these two players. It's just Tuno really putting the opponent in a headlock.
Not putting the Bologna back. Okay.
Yeah, I think the logic is, what are you going to do? Get 5 credits.
All right, just gonna have a look in hand for another agenda to get that.
Econ Warfare. No,
Econ Warfare.
So this does look a lot like those Osmari lists.
Yeah. And there's the GG from Prof.
There's the GG. Hermes is tiring. Absolutely. You go looking fabulous, partying all night, doing your fashion shoots with your Hermes, and just being annoying for the corporation. And there it is. GG. Well played.
GG.
I was thinking yesterday about the rotation of Obokata. I was just like thinking about great 5-3 agendas, and Bologna is just so powerful, so defensive.
Wacko, you played good. You were at a top table.
You've done
Good
good,
job.
Wacko. We've got
No shame
exactly
in getting
the
swept
same.
at a top table.
Absolutely not. We've got the same number of credits gained and spent on both sides, which, you know what? Neat.
That is nice.
We've got a request for table 9 or 11 in the chat. What do we reckon?
Which ones are those?
9/11, hey? That's
Hey.
crazy.
Hey.
That's
Jai Bridgman and Man in the Moon Sebastian. I don't think any of those are on the no stream list.
yeah, no, I don't think so. So yeah. Take us over.
I think bottom of the list is ones that have started more recently, right? So probably table 11.
So yeah, just while Monday takes us over to table 11, table 9. Just thinking about Bologna is such a powerful agenda. Do you guys think that it will see an early rotation, or do you think it's core to the NBN identity at the moment?
I think it's pretty core. It is an absurdly powerful agenda. Probably one of the top ones in the game. I do wonder what NBN does without it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
we're back.
We are back. We're joining this stream. We're looking at another R+ game versus a Freedom here, and we were talking about new toys for Freedom, and we're seeing one of them right here, Audrey V2. Fantastic card with consume support as well. Now, Bridgman, doing a lot of work here on 5 points, has just cleared out a Sansan City grid out of that server, but has 3 tags and only 3 cards in hand. So we could be seeing a runner explosion soon, depending on what happens. But unfortunately, you can't live. You can either end your turn on 4 cards or 0 on 4 cards, but not 0 tags. So, yeah, a little tricky.
Yeah, that's a dangerous spot to be in if we are in end of the line territory. Only 3 agenda or 3 influence I see spent on the corpse side. They're on Lady Liberty again.
And this deck looking very, very similar to the previous one that we saw on stream. We got Lady Liberty, Bladderwort, but Sansan in this one, and Rafter as well, which is an interesting one. Ooh, yep, and we are seeing Bridgman do a little bit of a take back here, it looks like. in terms of clearing tags. Well, you got Banhar and Freedom, which is a really great shout. Okay, Bridgman coming on into HQ, probably try and snatch that 7th point.
Oh, there's a draft there. Drafter's only 2 influence. Okay.
We see a ping, not too exciting. Ah, and he's put a steel skin in hand. Nice.
Yep, we've got the DJ Fenris down, playing Steve's greatest hits of steel skin scarring or steel skin scarring.
Yep, Steve always Steve's hits are always, nice but samey,
I love him. Great artist. I really don't understand why he put the same songs on side A and side B.
2 turntables, same track on both sides, playing simultaneously. I mean, you like it, don't you? And it looks like we got a reasonably a lot of people have been playing with Freedom. I don't know if you guys have done much on JNet in the last week or so. I've been on there a fair bit, and people are playing around with Freedom a lot. You've got power to deal with assets. You've got a couple of great new toys, and it's just a solid ID. If you can solve the draw problem, which Solidarity Badge, it does go some way towards solving that draw problem.
Yeah, and I think Freedom was in a pretty good spot before rotation, and given that Freedom doesn't really rely on the bin breakers as much in a conventional sense, I think it's very positioned to do very well. With the new cards that it got, like Audrey, and then still maintaining cards like Yusuf from Katara and Consume from Katara, rather than being an Apex card from Data and Destiny, like many of the Apex cards.
True, I think there are maybe 2 Apex cards that are still legal, something like that, 2 or maybe 3. And I think all of the mini factions have maybe like one or 2 cards that are still legal. But I don't think you're going to see a lot of play. Find the Truth rotating is a sad one. That was always a really fun little splash.
Yeah, it's actually my... we've got the root background on stream, the art background, but my personal JNet background is the Find the Truth background.
Fair enough.
Yeah, it's a phenomenal piece of art.
Yeah, beautiful. And we see a Rashida in the root of server 8. Bridgman is going to have to clear that out. But going up to 5 tags, that's a lot of tags. That is more tags than you can shake a stick at. A bit of a worry if you're Bridgman now, I reckon.
Yeah, and definitely, even with the 3 clicks remaining, it's hard to, if he was to click Consume and to get that money, he still can only clear 2 of those tags. Yeah.
I wonder if Bridgman wants to even click up and play that Steelskin Scarring just so he can end the turn on 4 cards, make it slightly less likely to die. That might be a play, depending on if this deck is running that kind of tag punishment.
Yeah. Because we're seeing the purple influence spend so far, but those Marylands are dirt cheap influence wise, and Drafter only being 2. Definitely have room to play around with End of the Line or other punishment.
It looks like we're clearing those assets off the board. 2 clicks remaining. This runner doesn't really want to be tagged, but the corp's poor, at least.
Yeah, but the corp won't be. The corp will get that 2 credits at the start. It makes it very easy to play some of those tag punishment cards.
Yeah, sure. So it looks like Bridgman is taking some money. Popping Consume, a very powerful card. Consume can really be it's a very cool little econ engine. And we're going into server 4. Another Rashida. Oh, that's a good trash.
The great trash.
Yeah, if you're Jai, you really want to be holding onto that Rashida right now. Looks like we've got some more votes. Oh, shipment from Vladisibirsk. Whoa, 3-1 split. It's an Aries. Oh, it's a freedom of information to win the game. Beautiful
Oh,
play from Jai.
goodness.
Well done.
That's amazing.
Very nice.
Wow.
Oh, cool. So finally, you barely ever see shipment from Vlad used to actually place it on 2 cards at once. People always seem to often use it for just the one, but wow, fantastic.
Yeah, I
And
don't. Was there any need
Go on.
to score? Hang on, let me see. Where did we get? I don't think there was any need to put the advancement on the freedom of information, but whatever.
Yeah, that was a style
It
advancement.
was the style. And there's also a freedom of information in the bin, which is completely unprotected. So the win was in the bin, win for Brisbane the whole time.
Yeah,
Wow, there you go.
information's free. You got to make the run on
How
hard
about
copies.
that? Wow.
Yeah, that is free information. Wow, good job, Jai, taking
Yeah.
down such a established player as Bridgman.
And very well played. That's some really nice plays towards the end there. Well done. Great play.
Not gonna hold on to these points all day. How much time do we have left on the round? 2 minutes. I think I'm gonna step away for just a few before the next round. Y'all feel free to stick around if you like, but I need a stretch. Move my legs around some.
Yeah, I think I'll take a stretch as well. And then do we go to a break after that round, or is there one
After
more?
the next round, there will be a break.
After the next round.
Yep.
So we'll take a 2-minute break now, 5-minute break now, and then we'll be back
Yep.
for round 4.
Yeah, we'll be back shortly. Catch y'all soon. Don't go anywhere. Go. Cheers.
Yep, all good.
All right, y'all. We are rounding out. For me, it is 3 a.m. Just about. I've just realized I've missed Bandcamp Friday entirely, so next time. Let's take a quick look here. We've got a 5-minute setup timer, so that gives us a couple minutes to kind of sort out some business. How's everybody doing tonight? Everybody enjoying some Net Runner? Everything looking, sounding good? Oh my goodness, does that say 108 viewers?
Oh my goodness. Welcome, everybody. G'day and welcome to APAC. 108 viewers watching a pretty ripper Continental so far. What do you reckon, Mondi? Mond?
That's the trick, right? My meat space name is very difficult to mispronounce, so it's very fun seeing where people go with it.
All right.
Well,
Monda Green.
Yeah. Monda is usual. I switch between Monde.
Okay.
Monde. Whatever.
Monde. All right.
However you want is fine. Yeah, I've been enjoying myself. I'm kind of upset that we're not seeing any I mean there's only 2 Mercuries, but they're not I don't think in a great position for this tournament, it doesn't look like.
Yeah, it looks like Mercury is not exactly taking the world by storm yet. So at the top, we're halfway through now, and at the top of the leaderboard we have Aksu and Tuno and Headmoths, all on 18 points.
Yeah, just by strength of schedule, and you can kind of see like even extended strength of schedule doesn't quite line up, right? I suppose that's to be expected, but just barely a third of a point between each of them. Sports 419, R plus Hoshiko, Outfit, Sable, and then Cody just below that, Sports Lat.
And in our current top 8, which obviously who knows if this is going to look anything like our final top 8, but in our current top 8 we have a really fantastic mix. We have a couple of a few freedoms, actually 3 freedom quite well represented, a couple of Hashikos, a Lat, and a couple of Crims. So a nice little pretty good ID spread, still kind of more than half Anarch. And on the Corp side, 2 Outfits, 2 R plus, an Ob, Sport, and a couple of Sports. So all factions showing up there.
Atea as well from Sokka.
And an Atea.
Oh.
In soccer, of course.
All right, well, we got to pick a game, and as much as I would love to see the Table 1 QTM, we have seen both Tuno and Headmoss play, so let me see if Table 4, are both of those players okay with being streamed? Looks like. And so that's going to be Sports Lat versus Ob Freedom. Yeah?
Yeah, let's do it. Jump on in.
Alright, sounds good. I'm going to pull that up and make sure that they're okay with streaming. And while I'm doing that, let me just... Oh, whoops. Just in case you haven't bought your tickets for Worlds 2023... Sorry. If you haven't bought your tickets for Worlds 2023, there are only a few left. So head on over to nullsignal.games to pick those up and to see how you can volunteer for the event. Receive some compensation for your ticket in doing so. Help make
it's a great event.
Yeah. Gonna be fantastic.
We are just getting into, yep, we should be good to go for this stream. Stream table 4.
All right, let's take this out here and whoop. All right, we are in it. Let's zoom into a reasonable level.
And just as you do,
Hi,
let's
Cody's
get some
mom.
remotes spammed out on the table.
Hi, Cody's
Zoom
mom.
back out again immediately.
Yeah. Oh, come on. All right.
Oh, and here we go. We have
All right, Cody's mom. Disown him.
Sports versus Freedom. Very interesting matchup here. Sports spamming out their whole hand early on to get some stuff installed. We have a Yusuf and we got Wage Workers on Trank Grid and some installs on the table. Looking very nice here. It looks like we're trying to just make the most of some HB efficiency. We've got Trank Grid out. We've got Yusuf. Yusuf's something that Freedom loves to see turn 1. So even with this very large Freedom deck, we've got 50. We've got a 5 card Freedom. It looks like, which is a bit slightly, heretical, but I guess we can allow it in this case. Since we found our Solidarity Badge and Yusuf on turn 1 anyway, it's allowed.
Well, if we learned anything from Hoshiko, it's that your deck can just be big and you'll never be punished for it, right?
Simply put a giant pile of good cards in your deck.
Just draw all of them. That's how you play.
Yeah, and if all of the cards are good, then you've drawn all good cards. I mean, that's just maths. And, we've got a Banhar. Okay, so Banhar makes a lot of sense if you want a bigger deck as well.
Mm-hmm.
And Solidarity Badge giving you that clickless card draw. It pairs really, really nicely with Banhar. So I'm excited to see what kind of Freedom decks pop out of this tournament. And also sports.
Oh my god, please.
Why? Cody, get it together, brother. Cody, think of the stream, the poor eyeballs of the people watching this on screen, looking at these tiny little rectangles. Banhar targeting server 1, I reckon Jat's going to be probably thinking pretty hard about taking out that Wage Workers. It's generated a good amount of value so far. We've got 5 or 6 servers on the table. It's pretty wide sports. And what do you reckon might be in these servers? I reckon we could be seeing some Maryland campaigns, could be seeing some Hyperloops, could be seeing some Spinnies maybe.
Yeah, as far as sports goes, we got another Wage Workers. So
Oof.
Wage Workers is a unique asset. So there's not an opportunity really for you to make use of having 2 on the board other than just, they're there. I was going to say at least one has to be an agenda, and Mega Pre would stand to reason. Maybe I can dehance now. Yeah. You don't really expect... I mean, you can score the first Mega Pre, and it's pretty alright. Just because you're sports, and you like it when... Oh, no, I'm sorry. There's already a Mega Pre over in their underscore area. Yeah, you take that.
You just do that. I think if they've already got one, putting one on the table is really... It's a pretty good proposition either way. If they steal it, it's 1 point. You can probably deal with that. Yeah. Score it, you're in a really good spot. So I reckon Cody would be pretty happy with that. And look at this, even more value out of that Wage Workers. Triple Advance and Icing Server 6. I don't believe we know what that is.
Yeah, so here's something I think is pretty cool about Wage Workers, is we saw in the last... we saw in... at least one of the matches when Hermes was installed. Okay, we got all 3 Wage Workers on the board.
And that's tough because you can't just I mean, when it's hard now. What, you trash one and they're just going to res another, and you have to do that 3 times. That's a lot. 0 coming down, smashing another Banhar out of hand. We're going deep, and we're going hard into the stack, drawing deep. We love it. Maryland campaign trashed. Let's see what was iced up in server 6. Will we find out?
Considering.
We will know. Maybe it's a snare.
It could be that Cody has a bifurcation in hand. Or, honestly... Well, yeah, bifurcation would be... one that you could score out from hand, get a trigger off of, and then potentially score something from server 6 next turn.
Putting an upgrade into server 6. Interesting.
Yeah, one of
Perhaps
those is an upgrade.
it could be on my virus. I think a virus could be a good shout here. We see a strike fund going to the bin. We're digging deep with 0. We love to see that. Yeah, look pretty wide open. We've got a really impressive two impressive board states, I would say here, and a draft to hit is huge for Cody.
There's an ablative barrier, a Rashida, and a face down. Wait.
Oh no, sorry. So the drafter was so a couple of net damage, 2 net damage here, and we see a pivot out of hand, which you probably want to deal with. Yeah, we're trashing Audacity. Oh, you're very happy to see. Oh, what a great run that is. Oh, yeah, that is just a spectacular run. Getting rid of the Audacity with the Freedom trigger, killing the pivot, and taking Vitruvius. You could not ask for better from a 20 run right there.
Oh yeah, that's something that's very interesting to note, is that Pivot has a trash cost.
Yeah, so Pivot is not a card we've seen on screen yet. It's sort of a consulting visit-esque reprint. 1 credit as an additional cost to play this operation, spend a click. Search for an operation. Oh, and we've got a Luminal with a Wage Workers on the board. We're going to see some bullshit.
All right, welcome,
ladies and gentlemen.
Let's restart our turn at 4 clicks. Let's trigger Wage Workers again.
Enormous, but yeah, this pivot is huge because the pivot can search for an operation or an agenda.
Out now, yeah.
And this means that pivot in conjunction with Rage Workers lets you search an agenda from your deck, install it, and score it all in the same turn, which is pretty unbelievable. So let's see. We've got no extra click. We've installed 2 more cards to get another click. Quick draw. And we've got probably 1 more action. So there we go. So that was a 1, 2, 3,
8 clicks.
Something like an 8-click turn.
Yeah.
Not bad, hey?
Triple advance and triple install for 2 Wage Workers. Base 3 plus the 3 from Transluminal.
That is a hell of a deal. I think if... and this is why I've been high on HB lately, because that play is just potentially game-winning. To get those kind of 8-click turns, just really, really incredible value. And Cody's just a long way ahead now, I think.
Okay, yeah, I think the setting that I still had not activated from my new account. Yeah, I had forgotten to reset, because that setting does do, like, if you just have the servers, they're rezzed and they have the same contents. But yeah, I see what you're saying. To say have servers 5, 8, 9, 10, and 12 just be like a pile that says there are 5 remotes here. They all have 1 card. Maybe someday.
Could be. Maybe someday. Or like we all do on the playmats and make like a weird, caterpillar square thing where you run out of room on the playmat, so you have to start going forwards.
Yeah, shoutouts to Chromatically, 3rd place at ECC, for playing an ob deck and just kind of like stacking the other servers just in front of it, like vertical. Like, this isn't ice. Like, I'm not protecting this.
So we saw in a Rashida file, there's a number of unknown servers on the board. And I wouldn't be surprised if Encoder's got a potential line to score a 5-3 out of hand here and is thinking about it. Greasing the palm for an install. Well, maybe not.
Oh, RLC.
Gaining a click, so it's our 2nd of 3 operations if we want to try and trigger Wage Workers.
Yeah, so do we have a Subliminal?
We've got a new non-agenda card going down in server 14. I think we might have had a combo issue. I think I'm not sure about this click to install a card in server 14. What's happened here?
Probably click the wrong card.
Yeah.
Huh? Something is... oh, this might be the prompt issue. Oh, no.
So it looks to me like Wage Workers is triggering... Oh no, is this another red level clearance? Yeah, something confusing's happened here.
I'm back, by the way.
Welcome back.
Hey, Reba.
No worries.
Yeah, something funny's happened here.
That's alright. I still have Andre listed as one of the casters, so, like...
Alright, so we're doing an undo 10. We maybe tried to do something interesting and...
Yeah, this,
Okay.
when you get into the HB... when you get into HB click scams... Oh, Vitruvius with the counter, I see.
Vitruvius with a counter, but no money to speak of. Ah, spoke too soon. Sports medal. So you have enough to score out with Audacity now if you have one.
Okay, I see what... So here's a thing, actually, is that Wage Workers triggers once already. Bionic? So I don't think I got the extra click. Well, because you play the Biotic, you play the red level clearance, you play the greasing the palms. Wage Workers did trigger, but it didn't trigger afterwards. 3 operations. And then 3 advancements for 8 clicks.
Because it looks to me in the log like we've got grease in the palm.
Greasing the palm just to install. Red level clearance to install.
Click manual. And then we've got red level clearance. Okay, I see what's happening.
Yeah, and then Biotic Labeler to get back. Yeah, because Wage Workers, you can honestly just you can like Biotic install triple advance, and then Wage Workers lets you advance the 4th time.
Yep.
So this is allowing for that to happen, but with some crimes happening, basically, to facilitate them.
Yeah, a few crimes. Definitely unbelievable efficiency. Like Wage Workers is kind of one of those cheating cards. It's like liminal transubstantiation, you know, that's an agenda that just says do some cheating.
Yeah, and if we recall one of these cards that was trashed earlier, that was 4 influence in this deck.
Yes, indeed. We've got 1 Audacity in the bin, but a lot of these decks play 2, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a second one in the slightest in Encoder's hand right now.
Well, let's see. Virus is 1. Pivot is 2.
And we've got a Hermes coming down.
It's not going to be... Well?
Nope.
How's the Elviga?
Probably scrolling up right now to remember which servers are the other 2 Wage Workers.
5 and 8, maybe? But yeah, trying to pull some of those back. Dismantle this board state a tiny bit. Let's see. Ooh, another one. I mean, geez, Encoder would have loved to have gotten those.
Well, there's at least one more Vitruvius, one more Megapre in the deck. Excuse me, in the deck. What else rounds out this agenda suite?
Maybe even Ikawa Project, as funny as that sounds.
Oh, yeah. That would be a good defensive 5-3. Now that GFI is gone.
Yeah, it's defensive, and you actually can fast advance it with Wage Workers, so it's a lot better than it used to be. Like fast advancing in GFI before, I don't know if that you'd need like double biotics or something, but you actually can kind of legitimately fast advance it out. So I would guess we're using Vitruvius
go.
here. Oh, it's the Audacity. And we don't even need to. Never mind. GG.
Oof, incredibly close game.
Right.
Yeah, really close.
To add a card from... When did that get discarded?
Must have done it at some point earlier in the turn, and they had the spinny on the board, so I didn't worry about it.
Huh.
I suppose, but that's very clever, actually, hiding that bifurcation in the bin. Nice move.
Interesting. All right, getting the next game started up. Let's see what we got. All right, we got Ob versus Lutz. Let's see here.
Hey, it's our first Ob and our first Wayland and our first Shaper of the stream. How exciting!
No, we saw Arasana earlier.
Oh, we did? No, you know what? We're right. I think I remembered halfway through that sentence.
Also,
I'm
we
sorry.
saw the outfit. I don't know what you're talking about.
You know what? Ignore me. You guys didn't hire me for my real commentary, my sensible commentary. But we got an Ob. An Ob's its own thing.
Yes, the boat is indeed very important. Very good boat.
Right boat.
And let me just go ahead and do this real quick. Zoom on out. So, there are a couple of different obs that people were playing last weekend. How many of those survived rotation? I mean, there's still hostile architecture. Snasex gone.
Nasex is gone.
Okay, that's good.
You lose. What else? Well, hard-hitting news is the thing about hard-hitting news as opposed to Oppo research in that deck, though, is that it was often used as a way to dump cash for Bladderwarts.
Mm-hmm.
So Oppo is not really doing the same thing. We do see this looks like an asset Op, right? We've got Bladderwort up early. We'll take that out straight away. Bladderwort's a funny one, isn't it? Even though when your opponent can't actually trigger it, it's something in your brain just goes, must kill Bladderwort.
All right, here comes Formicary.
Here comes Formicary. Very annoying little piece of ice.
I love the design of this card just from that. The runner can take two. You can still come through. Just
Yep. And we decide to go through.
yeah, pinhole threading and telework being trashed there to see what we got, or not see what we got to trash this Bladderwort. Taking this opportunity to SMC out this Parisia. Save yourself up.
And we've got another. Oh,
So
no,
anyway.
second Formicary.
So anyway,
Oh, no.
hello, it's Formicary.
I hope you like losing your entire hand to kill this Bladderwort.
All right, there goes Fenris
And I
and
hope they
the
don't
other
have-
pinhole threading.
And I hope they don't have a second Bladderwort.
There's so many ways for Encoder to die now.
Oh, okay.
Oh, not quite. But you're really within a hair of just dying on turn 2 there.
Yeah, that's that another Bladderwort would have been GG.
Yeah. Would have been GG, or even Audacity on Azef Protocol get you there as well. I'm not sure if that's in this deck, but
Almost
still.
assuredly.
Mm.
Well, I'm not entirely sure. As from what I remember, the Ob decks maybe played like one Azef.
Okay.
I'm not entirely sure what the reasoning for it was, but those lists, it was like one SDS drone deployment. No. Am I thinking of...
No, I think you're right. I think it's like 3 SDS, 3 CityWorks, and then an Azef, I think.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah. And just because you can occasionally get the as if kill, I think, is the whole logic behind it.
All right. Econ
All
warfare into Oppo research.
Now we got tempo oppo coming down, and an urban renewal ticking in the remote.
There's another blotter work. There
Oof,
goes
got
daily
some
cast.
damage. And the former carries are in the bin. They've done their job. Don't care about them anymore. I have a former carry, but I could have another urban renewal.
Okay. I'd just like to point out that it was questioned in the chat whether or not I knew this was asset ob. And the answer is, what other kind of ob is there?
Thunder, I think you are absolutely right. You have nailed it. It's asset. Oh,
You know?
You know, when you know, you know.
When you know? No.
Have you guys had much experience playing against this, or playing it, or playing with it, or against it?
Let me think. Did I play against any ob this past weekend? No, not really. I am not. I've not been afforded that much time to practice and to play, and honestly, I enjoy the streaming aspect because it lets people, play or watch and get hype in whatever way they want. But to answer your question, this deck's awful to play against.
Yeah. No, I'm not going to argue with you there.
There's Drudge Work. Drudge Work, key piece of the deck.
Apparently not that key. Okay.
Yeah.
We just want more urban renewals. Yeah, fair enough.
That's why it's a key piece of the deck, is because it's a 2 cost. So when you trash it, it tutors up the urban renewal.
Just have your little ob chain.
It does serve as a good backup for, doing something with those agendas that you can't just keep in HQ and can't just dump into archives.
And we're seeing another tempo econ warfare come down. Just saying, hey, I'm going to make it really difficult for you to deal with this urban renewal before it shoots you. Oh, and the hostile architecture.
Yeah, I have not played a lot of ob myself, but I've played against it a bunch, and I think I've been in this exact situation that Encoder's in, of it just has the ability to put out so many threats, and people are saying in chats, so many forks of ways to win. And it's so difficult to respond to all of them and still keep a proactive game plan in mind. Like, it's easy to, it's okay to play defensively, but if you're not advancing your game plan and you're just responding all the time, it's really difficult to get ahead.
So it's a lot of it really has to do with just look at these trash costs, right? Wall to wall 3, Sviatogor 4, Bladderwork 3, Urban Renewal 3, Hostile Architecture 4. Archives like the Rashidas are the only thing that costs less than 3 to trash, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it's not cheap. You really need bones or something to do with this. And I vaguely recall that the original asset ob list that popped up in like early Parhelion were kind of designed to deal with lattice as well. They were kind of shaper killer lists. So got to be feeling a bit rough for the shaper player over here.
All right.
Double Parisha though, that goes a long way.
All right. Here's my idea for a card. All right. Run a remote server. When that run ends, if the server no longer exists, repeat this process.
Oh wow! Like what was the other one? Marathon has a similar thing.
Marathon? Oh, I don't even... God, what does the text on Marathon say? I looked at this the other day.
It's like a run event. You can gain click when you're on a server, something like that. It's some kind of anti-asset run event. All right, so we're ice on the bladder wall. We've got ice on an almost empty urban renewal. It's looking a bit dicey. Encoder, and this is the scary thing as well, is that Encoder has basically no board state to speak of. A couple of Parishas, which is great, a Fermenter, which is ticking along, but there's just so many threats popping up on Jiat's board right now.
Yeah, I think if Encoder can survive this urban renewal popping and whatever comes with that, because I imagine Ziat will have something in mind, something in these 13, 14, 15 servers. If Encoder can survive that, those Parishas will be a really good sort of foundation to build their rig up from, but you've got to imagine that they're feeling pretty stressed at the moment about this surviving this next few turns.
Yeah, I reckon you're right there. One thing that's good is, at least since Drago was banned, because what you used to do would be when Urban Renewal popped, you would use it to pull Drago and then, double click end of the line, but that doesn't exist anymore. Encoder's board space looking a bit better now. We've got Fermenters ticking up on the board. We've got a Nuker, so it's starting to build up that long-term econ. Yeah, we'll have to go see how it goes.
We see Ziat in the chat saying action before end of turn. We imagine that's going to be something to res.
Yeah, imagine. So what do you think that might be?
I don't know. But I'm sure there's odd players that will tell me.
It'd be a Mararis, some kind of instant speed crash effect. Yeah, not sure. Hinholt Redding. We're going to try and hunt out that urban renewal. So we might see an Overseer Matrix here. Nope, never mind. Lilypad and Deep Dive in this line. Interesting. So draw and no action needed. Okay, interesting.
Yeah, people in chat are saying the action would probably be a res to deny the lat draw.
True. Yeah,
they are probably correct.
Yeah, true. That's one that you are missing casual games a lot. And
we spending some money.
Oh, interesting. We're getting down below bladder wart range. And then probably
oh my goodness.
Hitting. Wow, okay. Are we doing an Audacity play? Is this the It's slash and burn to
On
get
the
the Azif
asset?
out.
Nice.
Oh, nice. Good job.
Wow. Good game.
Slick play.
I'm sorry. Look, trashing your hostile to res the hostile so that you can trash that to res a third hostile. All so you can spend 10 credits to deal 1 net damage.
Yeah, wow, that's a great line. Well spotted.
Oh, wow. What a good game.
Great line. Yeah, very cool.
All right.
A 13-minute game.
Oh, impressive. So, still have plenty more games on this round.
Yeah,
was that?
I think we should.
Sorry, I'm just writing a little note. to Ziyat, I believe. Zhat. If somebody knows how to pronounce that, I would love to hear, because I don't have any frame of reference there.
I imagine Jat is. That's probably pretty close as yet. Yeah, table 1. How about it?
Table 1. Is it still going?
Let me check.
Table 1 appears to still be running. If we can get in, that's 2-0. We have seen both of these players before. Is the only.
We have, but now I'm allowed to be biased.
Look, we put Andre to bed. Now we can be biased. No professional streamers here.
Table 5. I don't believe we've seen these players.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, are y'all? Sorry, I had already pulled up table 1 and gotten the...
Oh, never mind. You know what? We're in table 1. Let's go look at table 1.
Headmaster alleges it will be a short game, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks that way. Okay, we've got an archer, old school. Love it. Love to see an archer. Looks like that might have hit a buzzsaw potentially. So, looking like a pretty classic Hashiko versus Outfit game here.
Alright, now we're installing the Num.
Num through an archer. 8 credits. $8 dues to get through that archer. And we steal an Atlas. Great steal.
Okay, level with me here. Do y'all really say dollary dues?
Well, you mean you got to
Like,
pronounce it
kinda.
correctly. You know what to say. You
Sorry,
got to say like
y'all really say
$8
dollary
dues.
dues? that better?
$8 dues.
Dollary dues?
Yeah, that is better. Thank you. Actually, yeah, you got to respect the culture, mate.
Yeah, well, yeah, you're right.
It's surprising how frequently I say dollary dues in like an entirely serious way, like just with no emphasis. Just be like, yeah, it's about like $4 dues, like, you know, classic.
Tobias.
Thank you, Sindarin, for the Tobias.
Yeah, Tobias. Yeah, you know, I was chatting to the Prime Minister the other day about this, and I was like, you know, should we keep calling it dollary dues, mate? He said, yeah, nah, keep it. We're going to keep it up, mate. We talk to the will of the people, you know.
And then he just crushed his beer and
Yeah.
smashed a dart. Like,
Luke's saying that y'all use yiz. Use?
It's used or
Use.
use.
use,
Hey, use.
yeah.
Yeah.
What are yous up to?
Yeah, proper usage. What do you think of this game of Netrunner, right? It's not bad.
Yeah, we have that actually just stayed over in like Pennsylvania, in Pittsburgh, I think, and like nowhere else.
Use.
Use.
Yeah, interesting.
No, I'm
Looking
sorry.
at
I'm
the
thinking
game,
of
we've got
Yins. Yins
Yins.
is Pittsburgh and nowhere else.
Yeah,
there are a couple
that's a
of
funny
Yiz.
Yins. Okay, Yins is one I haven't heard.
Yins is fake. Like
Okay.
you ones, I don't know, but
Now we have a Trojan horse coming out here. Not a card you see very often. Play if they're on access to at least one card. Trace 4. Successful trash 1 install program with an there's a lot of words with an install cost equal or less to the amount by which your trace strength exceeded the runner's link. So we're trying to do a bit of rig shooting here.
yeah. I mean, I'm not surprised to see it because I played this deck last night. But yeah, there's some rig shooting going on with the Trojan horse, with the archer. Just trying to make sure that you keep a solid state. So that you can score out your agendas for Tucana and just kind of let it steamroll from there. Tucana is a hell of a snowball card.
Interesting. So you just keep pulling ice out to protect your next score.
Yeah, it's just, by doing something that you're already trying to do, you let me pull this back up here. Honk. Search R&D for the piece of ice. So effectively you're drawing it, and then you install it and res it, and you're saving the credits from it. Like, there's a reason this costs more to res than it does to trash.
So Tuno in-game chat. You have exactly the money from a virus. Is this a trick?
Mind games. And there's a ganked and a corporate troubleshooter in the bin. So this really wants to just yeet you into an archer, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it kind of does.
In the brief time that we've been watching this game, Tuno has accessed Audacity from HQ 4 times.
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah, isn't that the 4th or 5th time? I suspect Headmots has an Audacity in hand. Guys, this is my insight into this game.
Ooh, Rashida.
Oh, yeah, I love that. That's pretty
Not-
tough. Mavirus is spooky now, isn't it? Mavirus is very scary.
Yeah, a virus at the wrong time here could really shut down
Well,
Tuno's
not
rig.
now. It would be inconsequential, but
So this
It'll
is an
get
interesting purge. This is an interesting timing for a purge because Headmots has 9 cards in hand, and Tuno can get into HQ to replenish those turtle counters for free. Past those border controls, unless Headmots feels like popping the border controls. Feels like there's going to be some tough choices on what to discard here.
Oh, I entirely missed the 5 bad pub. I was like, what do you mean for free?
oh yeah, the
Miles?
outfit. Yeah,
Yeah, the outfit, yeah.
5 bad pub is, a pretty good amount to have as the outfit. It means you only got to spend 2 clicks to score 2 points. Speaking of which, let's we have Reg Capture and 2 Atlases out of the pool, which means we got 2 Reg Caps left. So that's an easy 4 points if Moths can find them. If just a flock of moths
In the head too, sounds painful. That cleaver is going to be doing some good work here with an open. Really, it's kind of an open HQ almost, and Tuno going to take full advantage of it.
Yeah, that's the trick about playing the outfit is you're really just letting the runner afford all of their runs. And that's kind of what the idea is behind the Tucana, right? Is it offsets that kind of incentive that you're giving the runner to run, right? Oh,
and there it is. There's the hot style. GG. Yeah, pretty tough spot for the Corp there.
Yeah. Yeah, an unfortunate draw, but that's all right. They played well. Let's.
Yeah.
Oh, but.
Yeah, sometimes it just the Corp deck just doesn't want to let you in.
All right. The queers have been satisfied. Which table are we going to now?
I reckon just randomly pick someone who's still playing. We've got Pouch Surfer and a Kirkland on table 23 that I can see.
Yeah, that's I mean, A Kirkland is a mate of mine, so why don't we have a look at them?
Yeah.
23, you said?
Table 23. So we have a Kirkland on 419 with the Hermes rig, Armakua, Carmen. Early game against a sports medal, having just scored an Equa Project. This isn't Sports Metal. Sorry, this is ASA.
This is ASA Group. This is a different one.
And
And
ASA.
ooh, interesting. And HQ open now. Bit upsetting.
Yeah, this is
Mm.
in the few games that I played against the Hermes, I very quickly learned that you can't really just end the turn by scoring, because that's gonna cause some problems, especially for an Amakua deck. Like, I didn't think, oh, now I score this, and oops, Archives is bounced, or the one I saw in Archives is bounced. Guess I'll done Amakua now.
I had the same issue in the few testing games I played. I ended up just playing against Hermes with no thought about planning my turn differently and just getting destroyed.
Yeah, you really got to think it out. So we see a pinhole to clear out that Managam Skunkwork. So maybe just planning to... Oh, and a shutdown on the Hagen. That's nice. Okay.
Ooh,
So it looks like we're just clearing that remote. That's a nice play.
clearing the remote and
One if you break
taking
it.
8 credits with it.
Ooh, that's a high value run. And
Yeah.
it really hurts us, the ASA player, Pouch Surfer, economically.
Oh,
Yeah, and they've got the Miss Bones as well.
yeah, Miss
Ah.
Bones can pay for the... Yeah, because it's installed cards, not assets specifically.
How much is Hagen to res? It's 4. Okay, so after this Tatubola swap, if
Assuming they
they
can
swap,
swap.
it, they
Assuming
actually
you can
will
swap.
have enough money to res the Hagen.
Oh, he has to have one, right? Because one
If
got
he has.
bounced.
Yeah, true. So they will have $4. Just install the brand. Oh, and they get the free install. Oh no, backfiring
Oh, because
hard.
Asa. And
Oh
that
my
gives them
gosh,
another
this could
2.
be. Oh, but we've got 4. We've got 4 on the turtle now, which I think is what Strength Hagen is right now. 4.
-1 for each installed breaker.
Yeah, I believe it's 4.
Yeah.
Wow, what a cool what a fun play though. You thought you had him, and suddenly they're 6 credits instead of 2.
Yeah, honestly, like, Tatubola is one of my favorite cards from this set already. First of all, shoutouts to Kat Shen once again with the phenomenal art. Just always on point.
For sure.
And also, I'm very sorry again that I did get a chance to have you sign my deep dives at ECC. But, yeah, Tatubola, oh, I see.
It's an incredible
Oh.
card.
Yeah. So Pouch Surfer, oh, I see.
Yeah, so...
Maybe made a bit of a mistake here.
Yeah, so... In theory, if he could have paid to prevent Braun from being exposed, then Amakua would be at 3. And then...
Yeah, but I think, during the install window, they were at 0.
yeah.
So they weren't able to. Yeah, okay, bummer. That's unfortunate for them, but...
Yeah, because you do the... Well, let me see. When you may swap it. You do the install. That should trigger... Actually... I'm gonna have to look into that. I'm not entirely sure when Tatubola is supposed to... I guess it resolves before anything that happens as a result of the install can become pending.
That's the sentence structure, right? You do the swap and there's a full stop, so there would be a moment there, right? And then if you do being its own sentence determines that there's a timing window, I believe.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that that's a checkpoint, so that's enough time for it to... Like, you do the install, and then before you gain the credits, then you do the second install, but because you've already done the install with the Braun, you can't... Wait, No, because your ability to do the second install should become pending before 419s?
We read Tatubola.
This is why I love Tatubola.
Tatubala.
It's also an armadillo, which I think is a great reason to like a card.
Yeah, true. Armadillo art.
Imagine running through cyberspace and you're like, yeah, I've broken down that giant wall, I've dodged that archer, and now I'm going to get bopped by this armadillo. Like,
Okay, so we're seeing a couple more servers go up here. This is actually a bit difficult to challenge.
Tammy in chat, real quick. He did have 0 credits, but as part of the Brawn installed into Tranquility Home Grid to gain the 2. So that should have been... Maybe? I'm not sure. It's not something that we have to worry about. I'll look it up later. But I don't pretend to assume that I'm the correct one. I'm just very curious what the ruling is.
Okay, we got a wage workers in server 4 here. That probably not going down there. Ooh, we're challenging this, but Bran is 6 strength, so we're trying to force a res on Bran, maybe.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I misunderstood what was being said. Yes, as it's the runner's turn, yeah, that 419's tax does come first. Yes, my apologies.
Right, okay.
Now, if this were an offer you can't refuse, though, which was the situation that I was describing from the beginning, and because I'm
yes.
very good at rules questions.
Yeah, you are very... Yeah, I see you know your rules well.
It was corpse. So, Koga says it was corpse turned in my mind for some unknown reason. Like, I even thought to myself, oh, this is happening on the corpse turn. We're getting the Asa trigger on the runner's turn. That's really cool. It's the runner's turn, not the corpse turn. And then I just completely threw that out the window when I was considering who has priority at any given moment.
Mm. Oh, and there it is. Subliminal.
Good game to Pouch Surfer.
Nice, well played. A. Kirkland probably looking for a rip off the top there to try and bounce the liminal back to hand, but no luck, unfortunately.
yeah, very, very tight game by Pouch Surfer scoring that Equa project when they did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And keeping HQ open against 419, always a very, very bold move, and it paid off for him.
Yeah.
Mm.
I'm glad that Pouch Server's getting a chance to play. He was at ECC last weekend, basically running. It was like him and Sanjay and Jeff and Dan, and I'm forgetting like who, but for the most part, Pouch Surfer, like, he ran a tight ship, and everything ran real smooth thanks to him. So I'm glad that he's getting a chance to play and enjoy some Netrunner.
No, awesome. That's great. For some reason, I thought Pouch Surfer was an Australian person, but I could be wrong. Well, I mean, I guess I am wrong.
Canadian? I'm not sure. But, okay. JNet is lagging out so badly it won't let me leave the game.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
How much time we got left in the round? We have... 16 minutes left in the round, and then a lunch break.
Okay, maybe I'm back. There we go. JNet's been really weird for me tonight.
Oh no.
Okay. Whomst do we have still that we can watch?
We haven't seen any of the people on table 33, I believe, Ramus and Haver of Fun.
Oh yeah, let's watch Haver of Fun.
Yeah.
Cool. Let's see what we got here.
Of course, as we get to the end of this round, some of these games may just be wrapping up as we load in, but there's no reason not to,
Yeah.
comment on something that we've only seen the last 2 minutes of. Like,
Yeah, I'm sure we can extrapolate the rest of the game. Have fun here, Alex, local Melbourne guy, not been playing that long, lovely guy, and has been doing really well lately. So stoked to see him having a good time at this tournament and winning some games.
Sorry, who?
yeah.
That's Haver of Fun. Great local player here.
Gotcha. Very cool.
Super nice guy.
I think, who was... River, were you the one who was running the events this past week?
Yeah, that was me. I hosted 2 small, just game night style tournaments for some Australian players so that they could get a bit of practice in for APAC. And yeah, I got to watch some of the games and just have a little talk to myself to practice commentating, which I'm sure is not helping whatsoever. But yeah, it was a good time. Everyone seemed to really enjoy themselves and get to try out the new cards, so it's always good.
I'm glad. Yeah, because everybody had their eyes on APAC. ECC was going to be the last big event before rotation, before the new set, and then APAC was going to be the first big one. So I think kind of organizing that time to just say, hey, why don't we just all get together and try out our decks,
Yeah, and I think like even if you just play a few rounds, that's right.
Losing the Atlas hurts.
Oh,
there.
I've never seen this one before. Kira's a very good artist, but I love this.
Yeah, I really like this Project Atlas. Alex has the JNet donation alternate arts enabled, and yeah, that Project Atlas art is just phenomenal. Scoring the second hostile takeover there, but of course on game point with most of the agendas in this deck, all of the agendas now.
And I think you could even argue that scoring that hostile is a liability because it doesn't really change the maths for either side to win at this point.
No, it supremely does. Oh no, it doesn't. Yeah, it does, because just by virtue of not needing to spend the third click to score out that red capture, that could be huge.
Yeah, sure. They are on. No, red cap is capped at a 2/2.
Oh shoot, you're right. Yeah, because otherwise it'd be busted.
Yeah, it's been unbelievably busted. I might be wrong about that, by the way.
No, you are right. It is capped at a 2/2.
Oh yeah, I do think there might be a 3-pointer in this deck, so possibly Haver of Fun is going to try and push it. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, imagine if the bad pub went forever on red cap. You could install borehole, and when it gets to 6, you'd have 3 agendas.
Look, if the runner starts their turn or ends their turn at 0 cards, and I'm sitting on PE, I install Blood in the Water and then score it for free to kill him. Why can't Wayland take 6 bad pub?
Yeah, why not? And drive a bus over them.
It's like, if you're not going to give us a reason to take 6 bad pub, why give us Borehole in the first place?
Exactly. Why?
The premier card of the outfit? Come on.
Designed for the outfit super pad campaign. So we saw a mindscaping off the top there for its first mode, just a bit of like hand sculpting, a bit of choosing what you're going to draw, and an install here. So I wonder what this install could be at this point. Runner board is looking pretty good. We've got a Cleaver and a Unity. We've got a lot of money sitting there on the companions to be used, so they could burst up quite quickly. I wonder if we've got some kind of nasty sentry here to try and trash those programs. We see a tree line here, so they could be playing maybe a Colossus. Something like that.
Yeah, have we seen any tree lines tonight?
Not yet, I believe. We've seen Slash and Burn. That's the expendable
agenda.
agenda, but I don't believe we've seen a tree line played tonight.
I'm thinking Red Planet Couriers is still legal, right?
It is. It's in red.
It is.
Okay,
Yes.
all right. No,
I believe
don't.
the red is referring to.
All right, pretend I didn't say that. Stream, you didn't hear that. Yeah, my hot red level clearance tech. Y'all know how that's gonna work out.
We've got a trebuchet hit here. This is a great hit because you get to wipe out that unity, maybe even the cleaver. That's a good hit for the corp.
Yeah, trebuchet is phenomenal card in this deck. And almost nowhere, just nowhere else. Honestly, I don't know why I said almost, just nowhere else. During the last game, I believe that the last game of ECC, Wiki was playing Outfit, and we saw 2 trebuchets rezzed and the third one exposed.
Oh wow!
Was just very, very satisfying to see such a kind of jank card in a lot of respects.
So we saw Ramus pay into that trace. I'm not quite sure why, since they couldn't get through the Valentau anyway. Maybe just getting through the day a bit. But yeah, losing that unity is a pretty big hit. R&D is now very hard to get into because you can't magnet that Botulus. Server 1 is very hard to get into. This might be a nice scoring window for the corp here.
Yeah, let's think about what do we have in terms of agendas here. We assume 6 from Red Cap, 3 from the hostile that are here, the 2 from above the law. That is 11. 3 Atlas puts us at 17.
Yeah, and I believe there's a sneaky SDS drone deployment in this list.
Yeah, I think that's the last one.
So we're just seeing a little.
And we're just mucking around a little bit, trying to get the just fixing up those taco credits because something you can forget sometimes.
I'm not entirely sure I follow.
I believe the logic is just we just want to boost Cleaver during the run to get some credits off Taka so that Ramus doesn't lose it at the end of turn.
Yeah.
But I feel like you could probably run HQ and achieve much the same thing, but that's okay.
Ramus
maybe has other plans for this turn.
Planning not to run for the remainder of the turn.
Yeah, just make a bit of money.
There
That makes a lot of sense. And we have a blank Atlas, but still 6 points. No hostiles left. And this is where it becomes a bit tricky for the corp. They've got to get one more 2-pointer out because there's no hostiles left in the deck. We have a game on our hands, folks. We sure do. Alex, we sure do.
So Alex is looking for Red Cap, obviously, or any of other fast advanced tools, such as a biotic or
maybe a fast advanced tool, maybe even just jam something in that remote because it looks pretty secure right now. They don't have Ramus doesn't have a sentry breaker, they don't have a code gate breaker, but they can get into HQ for free, which is a bit of a concern. So hopefully for Alex, he doesn't have an agenda sitting in hand ready to be plucked out.
Yeah, that cleaver still being on the board means that HQ is essentially wide open.
Yeah, with 6 bad publicity. That's hard. And something else that's interesting to note is Valentau does not do anything currently because of the credit differential. Oh, never mind. Outfit clicked for 10. Never mind.
Never mind.
7 bad publicity, though. Wow.
Yeah.
That's huge. That's an enormous amount. Oh, we got the boomerang for the trebuchet. On a second unity. Oh,
Yeah,
devastating.
Someone in chat was asking Zayat, how many unities in the bin, and I replied 1, and then yeah, this could be it.
Could well be.
But this could also be a Rashida, any number of other things.
Break out. And yeah, it makes a lot of sense getting it out of hand because they probably drew it on that first click.
Yep.
But yeah, good game. Well played.
Yeah, it's interesting those final turns on outfit. Like, do you keep drawing if you don't find the red cap on the Mando? Like, I often will try and do something else with my turn if it's not just like move some ice around, like gain some credits, even just click for credits, just to keep those red caps either safe in R&D or safe to draw on the Mando. Like,
yeah, I see that line for sure.
But as soon as you start putting something on the board, you've got to assume that the runner can change the game enough to get into your server, even if you think it's safe. But then, of course, if you play that way, they pull out Conduit or something and rip through R&D. And
yeah, of course. With 7 bad pub, it's very easy for them to get through your servers if they can just find the breaker.
Exactly.
Nothing.
Alrighty.
3 minutes left in this round, and then a lunch break coming up. Right. Do you guys want to jump into for the last 3 minutes of the round?
Yeah. We can hop into Jai's game.
Oh, yep, Jai, the hope of APAC. Someone was saying in stream chat earlier.
He's doing good.
Oh, Conduit run with 2 counters on Conduit. That's going to see 3 cards. No Wake Implant to back that up. Guy on game point. Or, yep, game point, touch an agenda, win game.
Going for a last-ditch Conduit run. Well, Chris Dravis is on 4 points.
Hmm.
And
there it is.
There it is. Okay. There's your game. All right.
Congrats, Jai. Congrats, Chris.
Yeah, good game. I assume. I wasn't there for most of it.
Looks like good fair netrunner. Some agenda points scored on both sides.
What's going on here?
Interestingly, just hovering over the end game screen, having a look at Jai's rig, we've got that Angolo Carmen as sort of the main rig. And then, of course, DJ Steve and the Hermes as well. No one home for those big tag decks. Yeah, interesting.
Bridgman on what looks like a pretty classic PD here. We got a Mavarus to deal with Omakua. Great medical from all the turtle we've seen running around. We've got the new Ice MIC on the remote. Expensive HB border control in a lot of ways. We've got normal border control. We've got gatekeepers on archives and ant cells around. So Ice is looking really good. Server's looking well protected against that Omakua. And it's time in the round, so let's see if...
Yeah, so it is currently Mr. Styx's turn, and they have the advantage on 6 points. Just installing the Devil Charm for this, what will be their last run. which I imagine could be. Oofed.
Guy coming into chat saying that was 6 points on 3 conduit runs. I had no business winning that game. Hey, Jai, win's a win.
Yeah. Seems like you had business winning all those other games you've won today, so you're probably doing okay. No, it's great to see. It's great to see these Aussie players. I think Jai's an Aussie player or APAC player, just getting their tournament and really getting amongst it.
Yeah, I think Jai's like Aussie or Singaporean, maybe. I'm not sure, but he's definitely an APAC person. So, yeah, very happy to see people doing well, having a good time.
Yeah, Jai was a co-commentator on March and April, I think, AMTs.
Oh, nice.
Very funny guy. I think opposite side of the world, 12 hours off from me. So the fact that I see him so much really just goes to show how non-existent my sleep schedule is. Here's an echelon coming down. How about that?
So, it looks like Mr. Six might be going for a last-ditch HQ run. I don't really see anywhere else they can get in. Sort of R&D, but there's a border control there, so it's a bit suspect. I think they can get through this Ansel twice, maybe. Oh, yeah, they can just get in, I think.
Yeah, I think the window here for Mr. Sticks to either win the game or just keep the 6 points is based on Bridgman being on the two credits is quite low, obviously.
Yeah, Bridgman could double seamless a 4-2 or, seamless advance a 3-2 just to get the tie. But I don't see Bridgman pulling out a win, unfortunately for him.
We got enough influence
Bridgman
here for Audacity.
Not using the border control.
Maybe looking for the another seamless or something to tie it up. But it looks like this is a very classic jammy HB. We've got nice hedge funds. We've got Greasing the Palm, Rashidas, and it looks like Bridgman has not found what he was looking for there.
It'd be the ultimate BM to do the ellipses and then.
What? What? Huh? Hang on. What's just happened there?
Was double seamless. Concede. Okay.
Looking for the audacity, I guess.
Bugger, maybe one credit short. It looks like. I think that might be a I think it's a 5-3. I think they were 1 credit short of double seamless. Click to advance to win.
Oh my goodness! It was an Ikawa.
Wow.
I was wondering. I was like, could it be a 5-3? GG.
GG.
Yeah, because that was the difference. If it had not been an Ikawa, if there had been 1 more credit, right, would have been able to win that game. Where otherwise the threat was just can Bridgman tie up this game? But yeah, good call, good plays there. To be just 1 credit short of winning signifies that that's a pretty good game. That's a pretty good game, right? When it all comes down to 1, unless of course the rest of the game just sucked and you've just been spending your credits for nothing.
Yeah, and that's what you hope to see at the top tables of APAC. We've got some nice close games going on and really exciting games everywhere. It's been a really great day so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Before we hop off here for a lunch break, I'm checking to see what time that is. Either y'all got anything you want to plug or?
No, not from me. Apart from QTM podcast, please watch. I'll be on it sometime. Apart from that, buy your Worlds tickets. Yeah,
nothing for me to plug except have a break, go outside, eat some food, look after yourself, have a stretch. It's a long day.
Sounds good. The lunch timer is set to go off in 55 minutes, so 9 past the hour. I'm going to leave the stream running here, just have some music in the background. Speaking of which, actually, let me just pull up. Y'all other two can head on your break if you like, but let me just pull up Trip Mirror.
Yeah, get some Trip Mirror going. We love those Netrunner themed sounds.
Yeah, I've had it going in the background this entire time.
Yeah, Trip Mirror is great. If you ever want to buy their music, they often do sales on their Bandcamp, so you can sign up to their Bandcamp and they'll send you like a 50% off every few months. There's like a Bandcamp thing where they do 50% off all their albums.
Yep.
So you can get some, yeah, that's the website there. That's the one.
Yep. Good old Bandcamp.com. Yeah. If I had thought about this a couple of hours earlier, I would have told you that it was Bandcamp Friday, but it's no longer the case. And honestly, like, the only change that Bandcamp Friday makes for artists is, like, I want to say the share of profits goes from, like, 80% to 90%. So, like, it's... Buying music on Bandcamp is good. If you can find... If artists you like are on Bandcamp, buy their music there. Please make people understand that Bandcamp is good. Please, I'm so done with Spotify. People keep telling me to get Spotify and do Wrapped, and I refuse. Please.
Yeah.
Please. And also just because,
It's good to support your favorite artists. Do it.
Yeah, support artists. All artists.
They need it. Otherwise, before AI comes and takes all the creative.
God,
jobs,
I don't think.
Lodge. You know what AI can't do? Commentate a Netrunner tournament. Take that.
Oh boy.
This feels I don't know, insensitive to say for Automata Initiative, but I don't know. We've all seen AI in the past couple of years, and yeah, that's not taking over anything.
Alrighty. Well, I'm gonna take my lunch break. I will come back in about that 50-minute time, and I imagine I'll see you both back here for some more commentating.
Round 5. We'll see everyone soon.
Round 5.
Don't go anywhere. Keep it locked on Null Signal Netrunner.
for volunteering your time to the Symbian Consumer Marketing Focus Group. Your opinions are valuable to us and we want to know what they are. Tell us everything. 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 Tell us everything. Everything. Everything.
All right, welcome back, everybody. It is 5:11 a.m. for me. Turn on my co-commentators as well. Miles is running a little bit late, but River, how you doing?
Doing great. I have not had my dinner yet, so I may have to just sneak in some bites of dinner during some quiet times. But yeah, feeling great. Had a rest. Had a little snooze.
Ooh, you love a little snooze.
I didn't get a great sleep last night. I did that thing of like, oh, I've got a big event tomorrow, and then I stayed up really late. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, instead of taking care of myself and preparing properly, yeah, just made myself incredibly tired. But I've had a great day. It's now, yeah, 7 p.m., 7:10 p.m. where I am. And yeah, excited to get into round 5.
Yeah. Let's see. Let me just throw back this screen real quick and show you some of these pairings that we got here. Well, first want to actually look at the standings here. We have Tuno in first at 8 wins. Zoom in a tiny bit here. Sokka, Spirals, and Cold Lava all with 7 wins. I said 8, right? And then 7 wins. And then we have a group of 6 wins and Otrakun here with 5 wins and a tie. So
Good evening, everybody.
welcome
I'm
back.
back. We are back, and it looks like our top 8 is pretty similar to what it was before.
Mm-hmm. Let's swap on over to JNet and let's see if we got some games other way. I have a feeling that we'll see, the top players some more. So let's see who we have not seen too much from.
I'm just having a look at the pairings as well. We haven't seen Send Me Spirals on stream today. Of course, we did catch a little of Soccer's game, so we could do some table 2.
Spirals is on the Spirals has declined
yeah,
streaming.
Yeah.
So.
All good.
Ultracoon versus Patrician, table 6.
Absolutely. Hey, 2 Melbourne homies. Let's go.
All right, and morning Sky in the chat. No. Oh. Were they on the list? Oh my goodness, I am so... You are on the list. Okay, my bad. Check another table and I'll check the list just to make sure.
Table 4 looks okay. We've seen Prof Wacko already, of course. Or we can go down to like table 11. I think might be okay.
Yeah, sure.
Which one did you say? 11?
Table 4 or
4?
table 11 both
11.
look okay.
So table 11 is doing a 2-for-1. That should be still good to watch.
Yeah, if they're doing a 2-for-1, let's watch that one, because then we can hop in another game after that.
Well,
Unless, are y'all...
Yeah, no, that sounds great.
Okay, yeah. Let's... My goodness, there we go.
I keep looking at the JNet casual lobby, and it's just amazing to see, even while there's a tournament going on, there's just so many games as well. Like, so great to see so many people enjoying the new set.
Yeah, who's
the
over
games
here in the
in.
casual disrespecting the stream?
Everyone should watch this stream.
What,
A lot of the
think your game is more interesting than APAC? Come on. No, I'm
I think
I'm
a lot.
glad to see people playing.
I think a lot of the JNet warriors are in this tournament as well. Okay, haven't gotten an okay to stream from yet. I think they're still setting it up on that table. Yeah, okay. Yep, cool. Looks like we should be good to stream. Table 11 once the round kicks off. What'd you get up to in the break, Mon? Did you have a good go for a walk, have a drink, something like that?
Yeah, just basically got away from the screen and stretched a little bit.
Nice.
Okay. Yep, we do have permission from both players here, so we're just waiting on 2-for-1 and other logistics. Let me see.
So very early in this game, luckily, sometimes we do get into the game a little bit late, but we see Prof Wacko again on the 419.
Okay, now hang on.
Uh-oh.
I heard 11.
11. I'm so sorry. Let me go to table 11.
A long day. It's a long day, ladies and gentlemen.
I said what I said. Someone in chat will back me up. I said table 4 or table 11. And then I thought I heard you say table 4 back. But it has been a long day.
I did say table 4, and then we decided on table 11. It's
Oh,
fine.
yes,
We're
yes.
here now. The 2-for-1 will come through at some point.
Yeah, it's taking a little while to set up. So I'm just having a look at our top 8 over here, and it looks like we've got a few NBNs in there still. We've got one Jinteki Atea representing, very cool. An outfit and an ob, and a couple of sports medals. We've got a Sable still in the top 8, which is very cool to have a Sable up there. A couple of 419s, and not surprisingly, a few Hoshikos in there as well.
Yeah, I think Hoshiko, as much as we've talked about how she's no longer the powerhouse of value that she used to be, I think she'll still see a lot of play, particularly just because that draw ability is just going to help so many players smooth out their turns, very much like just allow them to build their decks in a way that includes a few more fun cards and keeps that draw engine online without having to include so much tech, which is often the problem that runners face, is how to fit in enough draw and enough economy to use all their fun tools.
Yeah, and Hoshiko's great, and I think she's a really fun ID too. Makes you run, you get money, and you get paid for it. It's a great outcome. So we've got Seabass versus Z-Bag live on the table for the 2-for-1, and we've got an outfit versus 419 matchup. Seabass took a mulligan, and now just icing up HQ, making a few dollars, making sure they're not going to get doofed straight out the gate. Unless they do get doofed straight out the gate, because we are bravadoing. No, we're bravadoing into HQ, trying to bust through with a boomerang. And we've actually got what looks like a bit of a panic tree line going down on HQ. I don't think you want to be installing that card a lot of the time if you can avoid it. Oh, and stealing an Atlas too. Jeez, that's a good opening turn.
Yeah.
Rip an Atlas straight out of the hand. We were talking best agendas in the game before. Project Atlas, certainly a front runner for that one since release.
Yeah, the ubiquitous use of being able to just find a card in your deck and add it to your hand. Like there are, especially in the outfit, you are going to have at some point 6, 2X's in your deck. And you can just pull that, install advance, score and win the game.
Yeah, makes it very flexible. It means you only need to find one part of your fast advance combo. You only need to find one part of your kill combo. Getting an Atlas token in an outfit game often, I think it boosts your win percentage by a big amount the second you get that first Atlas counter. We had a great start from the runner and a pretty slow start from the outfit. It's not necessarily what you want to see. They're pretty rich, but they've got to start pushing those agendas, rushing out as hard as they can before the runner can get set up. Start exploiting that bad publicity.
Yeah, and that early game is really where you want to find that window to stick an Atlas counter on. And even if you don't use that Atlas counter for the until you need to win the game, but that early window is where the runner doesn't have their rig set up, doesn't have the pressure required for you to have to score everything out on curve, so to speak. Those are the best times to set up that Atlas counter that can be so important in closing out the game in outfit.
And we see the Kurapira coming down, the new Criminal Fractor, getting through that pre-line for 4 credits. It's pretty pricey, but at least we're doing a dirty laundry run. At least we've got a bit of bad pub to help us out there. And a no free lunch on the table. We've seen a bit of no free lunch today. I think people are probably anticipating those R plus decks that we've seen floating around, whether it's asset spam or more tempo oriented, and they want to be landing a single tag on you quite a lot. Not so much that hard hitting news, big dump of 4 tags anymore. So no free lunch really making its reappearance. That was a defining card in the early Parhelion meta when we were all trying to deal with Drago. So your influence suite started with 3 pinhole, 3 no free lunch, so that you could afford to be in the game at all, basically. And then it sort of went away for a while after Drago got banned. But I guess we're seeing a bit of a resurgence now at the start of this new meta where no one quite knows what it's going to be.
Yeah, and I think having the ability to threaten paid ability window tag removal is really important when people are still working out their combos, still trying to settle into like, oh, how many tags do I need to land for this combo? Like, how many tags do I need to remove with my cards like End of the Line, or there's another one that just came out as well. Some of the ice as well that say the remove the tag on the ice.
Yep.
Yeah.
Funhouse and Virtual Service Agent, quite relevant.
That's the one, yeah.
So we've got a Miss Bones coming down from Z-Bag. I don't know if you need that here. Outfit typically doesn't have a lot of cards that they want to install. Maybe it's Rashida's and you have bad pub for those, but hopefully we can get a bit of value out of this Bones over the course of the game if we're lucky. I'm discarding a falsified credentials. I almost wonder if that would have been a good card to keep, knowing they're going to jam. And we see a still double advance pushing the remote. Let's go. What do you reckon it is?
If he's not scoring it now, it's probably, would it be SDS?
It could definitely be an SDS, or it could be a very
Atlas.
powerful Atlas, a super duper Atlas.
No,
it is the SDS, so that Kurapira's days are numbered here. And that's a card that you just hate to see as criminal. The SDS drone deployment, very gnarly card to deal with.
Yeah, the fact that it gets rid of a program, like the only, consolation prize, right, is that when you steal it, like, you choose what gets trashed. Yeah. Whereas in instances like this, it's like, okay, you can be the person who points at the Kurapira. Like,
exactly, and criminals in particular hate to see this. Anarch, maybe you'll trash a Botulus or a Fermenter, you're not going to feel great about it. Shaper, you'll trash like an empty Palangi or an Egret. What do Shapers do? Something like that.
What?
But if you're a criminal, you're gonna cop it on one of your breakers. You don't have very many other programs sitting around. You really just got your breakers most of the time. Maybe like a bankroll if you're lucky.
Yeah, and we've talked about the bin breakers and how their rotation has affected runners' choice of cards and runners' breaker suites. But of course, yeah, something like SDS drone deployment also goes up in value with those cards gone. That meant program trashing just wasn't as relevant. Whereas now these are really powerful 5/3s.
Yeah, SDS is a very, very powerful effect. Trash program on score or steal.
Yeah, bin
it's
breakers
not-
should have been banned. Yeah.
Oh, I can't disagree. Yeah, cannot disagree at all. Very silly things. All right, we've seen an inside job, and it looks like CBUS is pretty likely to get away with this SDS drone deployment, but they're going to go to 0 to do it. You know what's Outfit is really good at? Coming back from 0 credits.
That's true. Just with that, too big to fail.
Too big to fail. Click for 10. Pretty good. And there goes the Kurapira into the bin, into the great carnival in the sky.
Yeah, too big to fail. Gain 7 credits. And as a penalty, gain 3 more credits.
Yeah, as a downside. It's balanced.
Stargate coming down.
And
No
here comes
credits to res.
Stargate with there we see an Atlas and a Magnet. Oh, devastating. Only no clicks left though.
Yeah, you
punish
gotta
that.
trash the Atlas, right?
You got to do it, otherwise they get it. But geez, 1 click earlier and you have a hell of a turn there. And even then, I'm not sure how CBUS is going to protect it without it too big to fail.
That's
Well.
yeah. The answer is just have the right card.
Like that too big to fail to
Mhm.
be, for example.
Just have it.
And they do have a magnet in hand, so they can protect the archives and keep that magnet out of the runner's hands for now, hopefully. And they should be able to res some ice over R&D and not get Stargated to death. So hopefully feeling pretty good about that. This Outfit Criminal matchup, who would you say is favored most of the time? I mean, I know it's a new meta, we don't know what's going on, but in your
Outfit.
experience, what do you think?
That's
Outfit?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Like criminal.
Oh, look at this line.
Yeah. I mean, what are you gonna do? Your programs are gone.
Yeah, what a
I
cool
now
line.
have the money to res this ice on R&D. That's probably either Valentau or Trebuchet.
Yeah, that's a really bold, and this is a very Whalen move going, well, there's an Atlas in the bin, but who cares because I have another one and I'm just going to get to 7 before you.
Yeah, that honestly, there are 4 cards in here that say too big to fail.
Exactly. I wonder if we're going to see another Stargate run from Z-Bag here, or if they're too spooked about the possibility of running into a Trebuchet, which is fair enough.
Yeah,
Let's see,
so
folks.
there's that all important Atlas counter, which will actually put them on game point now. Of course, 2 bad publicity still needing to come in before that reg capture becomes an instant score. But
Well-
with these breakers being so absent, instant scoring may not be required.
It doesn't
Yeah,
have
they
to
could-
be the red cap either. It can be the above the law.
Yeah,
Or
above the law and audacity.
yeah, if you have one,
Yeah,
you
of
do to
course.
the other. Or if you
they're
draw
relative-
one hostile takeover and then you can find the second. Plenty
Yeah,
of ways
exactly,
that this
so-
can just. I'm surprised that a lot of people don't like try to get 2 counters on Atlas.
Yeah, it's tough to do, isn't it? It feels very greedy, but man, when you do it, you basically just win the game. So I reckon we're on a pretty tight clock here. I think the game could very well be over as soon as next turn. And if Z-Bag gets through the next turn, almost certainly the turn afterwards. So they better get cracking with that Stargate, I think. Running archetypes. Okay, cheap Carmen to deal with a possible trebuchet. Nice.
Click for 2 credits, yeah. And once again, a last click Stargate run here.
So interestingly, if
oh no, there we go.
Jaguarundi. Whoa, cool.
That's a tag. That's gonna have to go.
That is a tag.
Carmen breaks us for 4, which is 2 with the bad pub.
Interesting. Now, unfortunately, for Zebas, Zebag actually has 4 cards in hand, so you
there's
are not
another
going
drone
to
deployment and a
jeez.
takeover.
So I reckon we're going to be atlasing for a spin doctor next turn. That's not what you want to be doing.
I mean, unless you can just win the game, right?
Sure, unless you have an audacity in hand or a 3/2. But Seabass taking a bit of time to think about it. Maybe it's not quite that simple.
I don't know. Maybe it's What if? All right. So I install. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I. Okay.
Yep, there it is. Atlas for Spin Doctor. Very much not a play you want to be making, but sometimes you just have to not lose.
Yeah.
And some pretty good Stargate hits here from the runner's side. And I wonder if Zebas is going to keep that hostile takeover or send it back into R&D here.
I think you have to keep it.
Yeah, I think so too.
Just because it puts you on, 1 point away. It makes reg capture. Well, actually, hang on. 15.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of good reasons to score it. It puts you on top deck hostile wins.
Is this stuff not on reg cap?
Surely. Yeah, I don't see why. Oh, actually, 2 SDS is interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, 2 SDS plus 3 Atlas is 12. We know there's hostiles. I assume that's 15. And then I guess above the law maybe, and the other SDS. Who knows?
We do see an end of the line in the bin.
I'm surprised that we haven't seen this card more.
End of the line? Yeah, I don't think we've seen any end of the line kills on stream today.
But no, I just mean I don't think we've seen it. This is the first time we've seen it, like going to the bin.
Yeah. First time we've been aware of its existence today. But end of the line, something you've got to watch out for. Very much a card of the moment. It's our only real meat damage kill option at the moment that Boom has rotated.
But, well, let's not get it twisted. I was fully aware of end of the line for the whole time. I'm sitting here like, are you dead to this? Are you dead to this? But yeah, and I'm surprised that this is the first time I'm hovering over it to APA Research Hedge Fund Valentau.
Interesting. So what do we trash here? All 3 are pretty good. If I see APA Research, yeah, I think that's a pretty fair move. Hedge Fund's a bit of a dead draw. Valentau would be a good one, but we're pretty confident they'll be scoring a hostile next turn, I imagine.
Mm-hmm.
Valentau as well. What a cracking card for outfit. This new code gate.
Yeah.
Looks sort of like Ballista's big brother, the art style kind of looks like.
Yeah, I mean, Scott Uminga having done the art for both of them, there you
go.
The way the Valentau, which I looked up, is Portuguese for bully, which is funny because this ice is taking your lunch money.
Yeah.
That this dome constructed of triangles, is that Hush that I'm thinking of? Is has art like that?
I'm not sure. Yeah, so I don't know. Hush is kind of like a
Hush has a dome,
like a
but it's not.
sunrise kind of thing. Yeah, it's got a dome for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not the one I'm thinking of. I know there's
Mm.
a new manga piece that looks like he's just stomping on, but
So we're seeing Seabass making a pretty good smart play here and just deciding, look, R&D is a bit too risky. If I score this hostile takeover, let's whack another piece of ice. And we saw a tree line was exposed going down. So really saying to Z-Bag, you better find another barrier breaker. And while we've got a scoring window that you could drive a bus through, unfortunately, the Corp hasn't been able to draw agendas to capitalize on it. Thanks to that Stargate pressure over on R&D. We love to see it. I had a few people coming over from startup recently, and they were kind of surprised that Stargate is the multi-axis of choice, and there's the Simul chip. Oh. But they were surprised that Stargate is the multi-axis of choice evening criminal over Wake implant, and yeah, Stargate's just that good.
here comes a bravado. I would almost want to do this on HQ. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I reckon it is.
Nope, on R&D.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's on
I think
top?
that makes
Do we
sense
know?
too. It's a tree line. Yeah, we saw the tree line exposed, so I think they're just forcing them to spend a bit of money on it,
Gotcha.
which makes sense. And then, but there's it's a bit tricky here because you kind of need something to feed to Simulchip, right? Because you need the Carmen to get past Jaguarundi. Oh no, sorry, that doesn't end the run. Okay, you don't. So you could potentially chuck your Carmen out here if you're willing to cop a couple of core damage on your Stargate run.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like Z-Bag might be gearing up to do just that. Shout out to the raffle spammers in chat.
Yep.
There's the hostile takeover.
There's at least one. I would imagine there's maybe 1 or 2 agendas already in HQ.
Yeah, I reckon so. HQ has been the safest place on the board for a while.
Like, I think we
So I
know
wouldn't be
a
surprised.
couple of the cards. I think we know there's a hedge fund. Did they draw the Valentine, or did that get...
Yeah, there should be a hedge and a Valentine in hand.
installing the
And,
shibboleth in order to...
that's our target. Sacrificial shibboleth.
Mm-hmm.
Code gates aren't real. We're not going to worry about them. And if you whiff here, you still have the option to go into HQ because we do suspect there's probably an agenda in there. And it's not cheap to get in here, but that bad pup certainly helps.
I was going to say before the agenda suite could be just the 2 hostile takeovers. So you have the 2 SDS, 2 hostile, 3 Atlas, 1 above the law, and then just 2 red cap. Because you don't actually need to see red
there's
cap
the red
early. Yeah.
Yep, there's that red cap. So that's going to go into the bin, no doubt. Pick that up. Both players now on game point.
Okay.
Wow, and this is tight because this is a 2-for-1.
Yeah.
So we've got 6-6 on a 2-for-1 game. Nail biter here. And Seabass again pausing, probably trying to work out if there's a line that they can win straight away from, maybe, or otherwise, if they need to shore up R&D more, what's the ways they can lose? Maybe there's a red cap in HQ that they can't quite score. Lots that could be going on in the Corp's head right now, and same from the runner side. Really, you've got the tools to get through R&D with Stargate, but it's very expensive for you to do it. We've got a question in the chat. What is a 2-for-1? It's when you both know that if you split, neither of you will make the cut. So if Seabass won, if both players won as Corp, neither of them would make the cut. So they agree whoever wins the first game takes both, because then someone is more likely to make it to the cut.
Yeah, 2-for-1 is like a formalized process. So like you have to run the 2-for-1 request by one of the judges, or by the judges, and one of them will process it just to make sure that it goes through like a Discord command that randomizes it. Just make sure there's no untoward behavior in which side is selected for whomst.
Yeah, and this is a relatively recent. I think this is a null signal, not invention but they formalize it, because in FFG days you weren't allowed to. People would do it all the time anyway, but we just made it. Null signals just made it, official.
Mm-hmm.
So we see Seabass going to the tank a bit here, likely considering whether they have any reason to not protect R&D, or any way to protect R&D from this Stargate run that has been undoing them so far.
Well, so Z-Bag, it costs 4 to get through the tree line with Kurupira, 4 to break the Jaguarundi, but that's optional. Like, what's the tag punishment on game point?
Yeah, especially with an end of the line in the bin. Already discarded to archives. So if Z-Bag has seen that end of the line and go, they probably don't have another one. Oh, and we see a Doof come. That's really good for them. Give them those resources. You also know the top card of R&D is not an agenda, because you've already seen it off the Stargate. I believe the top card is currently Opera Research. And Z-Bag also going into the tank a bit here. It's a tight game, and we're providoing back into HQ, maybe snag an access, but certainly make the money that you need to do that Stargate run next turn.
I think there is a hostile takeover in HQ, no, there can't be.
No, I think it would have been scored last turn, but I think there very well could be, a 3-2 that they're not comfortable jamming behind that magnet, or a 3-2 or a 4-2, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And we see a jam, last click. Could be a number of things. Could be an agenda. Could be a Rashida. Could be a spin doctor. Any of those is good.
Yeah. So this seems like a pretty safe play. You'd have to double boomerang the magnet, or have a simul chip for your shibboleth. Just because the border control is on the server.
Yeah, so a relatively safe bet here in serve 1. So that could very well be an agenda. Probably, as you said, the safest place to put it at the moment. HQ is borderline wide open at this point. We actually have 3 counters on the Kurapira, so we might even see that special ability that it's got used at some point. I'm not sure why. Maybe there's a sick combo with Capybara to de-res the border control. Could be.
I can only dream.
We can only dream. We see a pinhole to check that out. It is a Rashida, so that'll be going into the trash. And look at that, Miss Bones value. Z-Bag intentionally using Miss Bones and not their bad bug there, I think, just to make sure, got some value out of that install.
No one can say I didn't use this.
Exactly. She's a great friend. And here comes the Stargate.
Installing
Are we
Miss
going to see
Bones for
Ivana?
negative
It's
one
a
net credit.
magnet. We've got a hero magnet here.
And see this, yeah, this program destruction coming back into the meta. Like, imagine if these were all bin breakers.
Yeah, that paperclip would have, the amount of effort we had to go to get that Kurapira back. Paperclip just would have been, oh, yeah, nice speed bump. Here I am again.
Exactly. I think it is.
Oh,
It
there
obviously this is a
Oh, and we've seen a dirty launcher in the HQ, which is a misclick. Probably meant to go to archives, maybe?
don't know which part of that was the misclick.
Yeah, I feel like.
I think
good.
the Cooper
Oh, the
Barra
Kurapira. Oh,
ability.
yeah, they didn't want to use their bypass ability.
Cooper
But
Barra.
thanks, Z-Bag. We got to see the bypass
Kurapira.
ability on stream. It's very exciting.
Thanks.
Yeah, I did think that. I was like, that's cool.
Yeah.
Just dirty laundry for maximum money.
Mm-hmm. And it's an Oppo research. Not exciting. Z-Bag credit total looking reasonably healthy here at 10. And
Yeah, the
Seabass still
tables
digging for that
very
agenda.
much turned. Yeah, once again we see this outfit play of
Yes, there we go.
Okay, that's the magic number for bad publicity. And Red Cap is now live, the one that we suspect there's one more in the deck.
And at this point we suspect it could well be in HQ, right? Like, what have we seen in HQ now? We've seen the Oppo research. There's a Trebuchet that's not on the board.
Hedge fund still?
Hedge fund still.
Maybe the hedge fund got played, but yeah, I think we know for sure there's the Oppo and the Trebuchet. I don't know if we know much beyond that. And Oppo's looking pretty unlikely to hit. It does trigger off Stargate, but I don't know if that's what Seabass wants to be doing right now.
I'm seeing 10 influence in 2 Oppo research, 2 Jaguarundi, 2 magnet.
Jaguarundi's a really interesting shout here with that not unpreventable, but spending your flicks versus outfit is always a bit dicey. You're on the clock all the time. It's a rush matchup usually. This is a very unusually long outfit game. And I reckon that Jaguarundi ability is quite interesting. And here comes the Boomerang. We're going for that Stargate run.
Yeah. This just kind of decides the game.
Very possibly, yeah. And interestingly, the click left, so if they want to avoid taking a tag from Jaguarundi, they will have to lose their last click, which, if they do hit an agenda, potentially gives Seabass another turn to save it. We'll see.
I think they're taking that tag, right?
There's no reason not to. This is the second to last click. If you're gonna do anything else this turn, it's gonna be run archives to get the huh?
Seabag choosing to lose click. They're still scared of dying.
Huh? What? Okay.
They got respect. Spin Doctor pivot and hostile taker. Oh no!
Wow. Okay.
That's okay. So what do you do?
You gotta trash the hostile. You gotta make him use the Spin Doctor, I think.
Yeah, I guess you do.
Because this deck does not seem to be able to. It might have legwork in it, but
the hostile is the third card, right?
Yeah, it is. Look, I reckon I have to agree.
You could trash the spin. They don't draw the hostile off Mando. And then you know that the hostile is either going to be sitting in their hand or they have an audacity as well that we haven't seen somehow. But no, I just think
Bing Bunkle also brings up if this whiffs, you clear the tag with your last click.
Yeah, no, that's a really good point. You can just clear tags in this game. Going for the Spin Doctor trash, I think that's a pretty reasonable call, because then the hostile has to go into hand. But the thing is with pivot is you could do potentially, if they have an audacity in hand, they could pivot for the hostile takeover, install it, and audacity it.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think that might be what they're doing. Oh, with the red cap. Audacity.
There it
Nice.
is.
There it is.
GG. What a game.
Yeah, look at that. And I think that taking that tag, choosing not to take that tag from Z-Bag, unfortunately, lost in the game and probably kicked them out of the cut. Unfortunate.
Yeah.
Yeah, an incredibly tight game.
Really
Well
tight,
played
very
by
close,
both
right
players.
down to the wire. And just one little slip up at the end, and that's Netrunner, baby.
Yep.
Crazy games. Good. Well, we're still getting some fantastic games out of this APAC tournament. So
Yeah.
glad you're all still with us in the chat. Got about 120 people still here with us. Hope you're enjoying yourselves.
Yeah, and let's just be clear here. That kind of a play where it's like you do have to consider tags in a meta that's completely like you don't understand. It's 6-6. The game's been going on for half an hour. This is a 2-for-1.
Yeah.
Sometimes
tense.
it just like doesn't all get there, and that'll happen.
And look, we've all played full game days of Netrunner. Like we've just been sitting here staring at the screen, talking about everyone, and occasionally dropping in harmless Australianisms. But you play a full game of Netrunner, your brain melts into a little puddle. Even if you're playing, a relatively straightforward deck like the Outfit, just you get tired. You make mistakes. It's a tough game.
And I think that perception as well, that the Outfit is a straightforward game. I think the Outfit is easy to learn the bones of the deck, but like learning the breakpoints and like really learning what lines you have and where you can push more against each type of runner is really important. Like the deck does not play itself. There is
Totally.
skill expression within it, and a lot of that classic Netrunner sort of, maybe the skill expression doesn't come from assembling the biggest combos, but from knowing when you can just sit on like 4 agendas in hand and say, yeah, I'm playing the Outfit. I've got 4 great cards in my hand, like Oppo, end of the line, and I'm just waiting for the right time to play them. And your opponent just doesn't know what you're doing. Like there's so much in Outfit games that it's
Yeah, every matchup in Netrunner is it's complicated. There's so much to think about all the time, and with that when that fatigue sets in, you can make one little mistake. But yeah, fantastic game there, really tight, and congrats on the 2-for-1 win there, Seabass.
Let's see here. Sebastian. We haven't seen Sebastian play yet, have we? Or maybe we did. Arsana. I think maybe we saw the other Arsana. I'm not sure.
Yeah, sure.
I think we have not seen Sebastian play.
Cool. Let's see. Oh, looks like that one just ended. All right, let's.
Okay.
The answer's no.
We can jump into table 2.
I think
Which
that
one?
also just ended. Oh, there's multiple table 2s. Yeah, Cold Lava and Tuna. I would like to see. I'm not sure if they're there, but Cold Lava is the only odd player in the cut, and I would love to see their game if we get the chance.
Oh, well, this one. Well, it could be. It could be game 1. Nope. Oh. Game start 5:40. No, this is game 2.
Okay.
Um. Okay, cool. All right, let's go on to. Whoop. Just checking what's happening here. So we've got Tuno on Reality Plus and Cold Lava on Hoshiko. Tuno's in a pretty good position here, and it looks like the position is that it has won. Okay, well, the stream is welcome.
Damn, stream is welcome. And I see not yet in the chat. I'm playing a game of Sable against Sports. Last turn we both took 7 clicks. Hell yeah, love to see that. Sable games are so fun sometimes. I always say Sable versus Prav, when that was like the hotness in startup, was awesome because everyone's just getting like 5 clicks a turn. So much fun. Shout out to the dual 7-click turns.
All right. Who else do we got here?
Because those
Cold
table
lava.
14 has just started their game.
Table 14 did?
Yeah.
Cold lava and Tuno just hashing out, both making 6 a.m. decisions.
Fair enough.
All right. Whoop. Here we are in game 2 of table 14. We've got Arasana Rohanahu versus Ob.
We are Aubin.
That's spectacular pronunciation.
Hafrun. Oh,
Monday.
beautiful.
Thank you. My name is very hard to mispronounce, so I try very hard to do my best to pronounce other people's names. Hafrun. All right. Declines to use the trash because there's not really a point in using this ability on the SMC.
Excuse me.
Slap Vandals. Slappy.
Slap
We're
that
coming in
vandal
and
in there.
we're taking that clam and we're just giving it a big slap across the chops. And it's a Rashida. So this is something that we touched on before, seeing stuff go Hafrun in standard. And it looks like that's what Carbonara Vault wants to be doing.
Yeah, when you see that Hafren in Ob, you've got to imagine that there's a Stavka to go with it, and that you want that ability to line up in that way where you can trash multiple programs.
Yeah, and then we see extracting the Hafrun, getting some value, and an Ice Wall coming out. And the Slap Vandal goes to the bin.
And Space Ice. I'm expecting that to happen a lot.
Yeah, it's a rough one against Ob when you're installing things on their ice. On your ice, a lot of the time, if you put a Trojan on an ice and the corp trashes it, you're pretty happy with that exchange. You know, that's a parasite, but Ob is more than happy to do it.
I'm really enjoying the thematic nature of Arasana's, flavor coming from making art on like police trucks and whatnot, just basically like your vehicles, your property is going to serve as the conduit for our message, right? And then just being like, you gonna spray paint our truck? Whatever, we'll just throw it in the dump.
Just exactly.
I'll
chuck
just
it
get
into
rid of the
grinder.
truck. Duh.
I'll get another truck. Do you know who I am?
Yeah, it's like
very funny.
Like that meme, like you underestimate how many trucks I have and how disposable they are. Like
Someone who's good at the economy, please help.
So we
yeah.
have ripped and above the law. That's a
Sick
nice
rips.
Sick rips.
Hey, there you go.
And we've got the Vermissage. So that's why I was wondering why we saw the Cuban come down, but it looks like that Cuban is a to feed the urban art Vermissage. So that's some interesting art on there. It looks like Arasana's just, made some art and no one's interested in it. Very sad. And then she decided to go and hack into the biggest mining conglomerate on Earth.
Yeah, I mean that's explicitly called out in her story.
I know, it's great.
Because she says something along the lines of, I could pay, top dollar to have my work displayed in a gallery for nobody to see, or I could, spray paint a police van, and that's represented so well with this ability of you are able to just very quickly tag something, the program being your art, and if it stays on the corpse, cards, then it gets to stay there.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm seeing a really interesting line from Carbonara Revolt. A second advance and an install of an upgrade. I wonder what this could be.
This is it. This is the card I was thinking of. This texture on Raindrops cuts down.
Oh yeah, sure. The
I was
triangles in the time.
conflating
Yeah, I see it.
this Scott Uminga art with Hush, which is a dome Scott Uminga art, to create Valentau.
Sure. Well, see, this is a little known fact, but this is what's under the dome on Valentau. It's the same scene. It's very dramatic art, this one, isn't it? Looks kind of Diablo-y almost.
Yeah, I feel like maybe a Dark Souls boss or something. Like you
Yeah,
would
it is
walk
dark.
into the arena and like this boss would just be standing there and you're like, oh, is it like a statue? And then it's not a statue and you die. And
Yeah, and then just blood starts coming out of it everywhere. Yeah, it is a bit Soulsy.
yeah, envelopment, you're not going to get your Cuban money from that without a fractor installed.
All right, well, let's just get this Rashid out of here.
And
Makes
Rashida's
sense.
having a rough game.
Yeah, shit, it's
Found in the remote, found in HQ, just put her in the bin.
And there's a spin doctor in the bin. Oof.
Oh, those execs are just having a bad weekend.
We see another advancement slow rolled onto.
Oh, into
Project
no.
Atlas.
Oh, okay, cool. So a slow rolled Atlas into an Oaktown. Nice.
Okay.
And I guess, of course, they could have gone for the extra counter on Atlas, but that would have put them at what, $2? Whereas scoring that Atlas and then installing, upgrading the advancing the Oaktown gives them the refund.
Well, so long as you have the one credit that you need to pay the cost to advance, Oaktown always gives you money on advancement.
Oh, it's phenomenal agenda. Love Oaktown. And one of my favorite plays in the game is if I have an ice and an Oaktown in my hand on turn one, I'm doing it every time. Doesn't matter how bad the play is, every single time.
I love the other one as well, the 5/3
CityWorks project.
CityWorks project. Such a iconic Netrunner card in the way of like, I will install this and you can know what it is, but there will be
There will be
a
consequences. Okay, so regolith in the hand. I have to imagine that's going to stay there. And do we have a solution for this? What happened to that? So the Slap Vandal is in the bin, so it could potentially come out here with that Simmel chip, depending on what Space Ice does with this click. And it looks like just choosing not to challenge that Oaktown and let Carbonara Revolt get that money, get those points. So do we reckon that could even potentially be like a Zato grid in the remote, maybe? Since we've already got stuff, we've already seen a Huff run, and we're sort of thinking, look, maybe this is a rig shooter type deck.
Yeah, I think that's not a bad call. I was also thinking before it could be something like Managam or something like that, where they can just build up that glacier. But I feel like there's a much better one for Ob, those run-ending upgrades.
Yeah, well, Zato Grid is not a card we saw a ton of in Standard. We saw, obviously, Nanocevic Grid, which did something kind of similar, firing subroutines unconditionally, and that was so strong that it got banned. But Zato Grid never really had as much of an effect, whether that's because it's remote only, whether it's because of the bin breakers, whatever it is. But would it be? I'd be interested to see if that comes out maybe today, maybe in the new meta at some point. Oh, when we see a hostile ripped out of HQ, you hate to see that as the corp. This envelopment on R&D is about to become a liability, but luckily you can just extract it, feed it to something else, and pull out a border control. And it looks like the Arasana engine is really starting to hum now. We've got the Urbanite Vermissage to pay for everything, Lilypad to draw you more programs. Just keep bouncing those Cubans. It's really fantastic style. Have either of you played Arasana at all yet yourselves, or just watched?
No, I've only watched. I love this idea, as I've said earlier in the day, about this sort of these, not just a big efficient Doom rig, but all these moving parts, the Trojans that you attach to the ice. I love to see the interactions between the new archetype that they've created, these Trojans, and then the existing cards that we've known for a long time, like Botulus, like Hush to a lesser degree, even like Egret, things like that. Like I love seeing that sort of trajectory of those cards coming into like a new life. So I'm really excited to get to play her, but yeah, haven't done it yet.
Yeah, it's a tough one to deck build for as well, like figuring out what kind of permanent breakers do I need versus the Trojan related ones. How many do I put? It's a very delicate dance. How do I get my exclamation mark ratios correct?
Was that an extract
Yeah.
used explicitly to also to gain money, but to get rid of the Cuban?
Yeah, I think it was a spite extract.
Extract for 6 credits and spite.
Yeah, and then icing up that R&D because that development is about to become not particularly challenging to deal with. Only got one end the run and then the trash this ice. Development also a fantastic extract target. Get a 4-cost ice out, and that border control is really one of the best reasons to play Ob. It's such a fantastic card in that ID and everywhere, but border control in Ob is just another level of incredible.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I love to I would love to know the process of designing Ob and playtesting it with some cards in mind. Like obviously NSG, like I feel like they were inspired by some of those stable cards like border control that trash themselves in Wayland, and thinking like, what can we do with this? Like how can we turn this into a really unique, really fun ID that is like this big puzzle for people to solve. And if you speak to Ob players, like they love it, right? Like it's just the best card in the game to them, the ID and the puzzle of finding those res costs that align so that you can trash and search and trash and search. It's really rewarding.
It's so fun. It's so much fun to play Ob. Just finding those like weird sidelines and strange things you can do to pull out wins. It's just the most fun idea. I think it's one of the best IDs ever printed. Just so cool. We got Rorik 2 raiding with a party of 5. Thanks for the raid, Rorik.
Yeah, I have to imagine that's someone who's like also playing Netrunner independently and then is like, you know what, I'll take my people over to this stream that's also playing Netrunner.
Let's go on the Netrunner.
Maybe unlikely.
And I love the theming on Ob as well, where you're just sort of like this completely unsustainable mining everything to its very last breath, like getting every scrap of value out of every little bit of ore that you have, and eventually you have nothing left and lose on R&D because you pulled everything out. It's full of agendas. We see another Hafrun in hand. That sucks. That's not what you want to see on the corp side. Hafrun in HQ is just useless, more or less. Like you want to be comboing that off with it is a Zato grid. There you go.
There you go. Good pick. And Creative Commission. What a great card.
What a great card. Shepherd's Sure Gamble. Ending on a very healthy 15, going up to 17 at the start of the next turn with a self-modifying code on the table. Got to be feeling pretty good about that, I reckon. Your space ice.
So what are we thinking that Carbonara Revolt's scoring strategy is going to be for these last agendas?
Well, it looks to me a lot like a rushy rig shooty type of, right? Like Oaktown is a card you typically see in hyper rush aggressive whale index. So I think the overall scoring strategy is probably get some gear checks, dare them to come in with a town, and just punish them when they do, right? And try and score out behind gear checks. And unfortunately, Shaper is pretty bloody good at dealing with that strategy. So I'm hoping that, or I'm hoping, I guess Carbonara is probably hoping that either they can DIY border control with Zato Grid, or maybe they can pull out some nonsense with former carry Skunkworks interaction.
Yeah. I think something like they need to find those glacier pieces that hold up those rush strategies where you're getting to the end of the game and there's no way to keep someone out forever, but you just need to hold them out for that one turn to get that score in.
Yeah, that's
But
exactly right.
But they are still 3 points away, and like if they don't find a hostile before that, then yeah, I imagine it's going to be pretty tricky.
I love this ice setup as well. This is such a classic rush deck ice placement where you just go, everything I draw is going straight into the remote. I
Yeah.
don't care if it's in HQ. We just need to not lose on R&D.
And of course, like not having the threat of doof, they've seen a good spread of influence. They know that diversion's not coming in really, so they can just leave that HQ entirely unprotected.
Yeah, it's not like the siphon chaos theory in ancient times. No one really does that anymore.
Mm.
Well,
Yeah,
shout
Rorik
outs to-
2's.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, you go, Monday.
No, I was all right. Well, sure. Yeah, shout outs to Rorik coming in from Vancouver with that raid. Wants to get more eyes on the game because it's your favorite it's your favorite card game. I think it might be ours as well.
I would say definitely mine.
Rogue, it's definitely my favorite card game and only card game, but I love it.
Yeah, I was in Philly last weekend. 60 to 70 people in the top floor of Red Caps. Just playing Netrunner, having a grand old time.
Oh, that's wonderful.
The game's still going strong. You just got to know where to look for it.
Yep, I absolutely agree, and it's so cool to see. I remember the night FFG, stopped it, the night it died, and I would never have thought that we'd be in such a healthy space. However many years later it is, 4 or 5 years later, still going really strong. Null Signal just doing a phenomenal job keeping our favorite game alive.
Yeah, so there was a regolith in that server 3 that has been hacked into and trashed with the aid of that new Trojan Picha Chow. Yeah. Which is, I don't know if anyone else saw this. I imagine a few people have talked about it today, but there's now an infinite click combo in Eternal that revolves around Pishikau and Diana's Hunt. Funnily
Really?
enough.
Diana's Hunt? Okay.
Yep, a truly terrible card.
Yeah, but apparently infinite. Okay, I'll have to look that up later. And right here we've got an incredibly Wayland push. 3 ice, one of which is more or less completely useless. Advancing behind it. Let's see what you can come up with. This is a very classic Wayland versus Shaper moment.
Sorry, I was muted there. It is, as my best approximation here, Pichasso. Something like that. That the C is a some. So I don't know. I switched my Duolingo to Portuguese. We'll see if I ever get the pronunciations right.
Good luck.
Yeah, I wish I had more time to familiarize myself with 1, the pronunciation guide, and 2, even just like the lore of this set before streaming. I do apologize that I've been butchering some of these card names just because I don't read. I'm really bad at
I honestly think it's great If only because like this is the kind of netrunner or the kind of netrunner. This is the kind of community where like, you know, you can just you can put words from all walks of life, right? All manner of inspirations go into these card names, and so sometimes it's just, yeah, this, here's a word, it's in a different language, and you know, you as a player have to be like, why is it named this? And hopefully some of that should be like, maybe I should try to respect the pronunciation, but I understand that for some people it's just not like, if you do your best, that's people will be grateful that you're trying to speak to them in something that's not, that is, you know, not your native language, right?
Yeah. And Netrunner's always been really uniquely great for this. So you always see, basically outside of Netrunner, the settings for Cyberpunk are LA and Tokyo, right? And that's basically it. But here from FFG, we had Cyberpunk India. We've had lots of South America. It's really just great to see that difference in the representation. And a lot of this new cycle feels to me like Mumbad 2.0. Did anyone else get that impression? It's all about bioroid rights and clone rights. We've got a lot of assets. We've got Jeeves. So it sort of feels like Mumbad V2.
I admit,
Yeah, having not
go ahead.
having not played in Mumbad, I'll have to trust you on that one.
Sure.
And then another Picasso coming down, or I guess the same Picasso coming down on the envelopment there.
That's an interesting one because that envelopment is about to trash itself.
Oh.
We're going to see the border control come out and... Oh, they were going to break. Okay, so we've gone a little bit too excited there. Click the button too quickly. And again, just JNet things.
Yeah, someone announced that there was skateboard tricks incoming.
Oh yeah, we are in Skateboard Central. So Picasso coming down, and Space Ice now paying essentially $4 for a click, 4 credits for a click here to get that Picasso on, unless there's some more combos that we're not sure about.
Luberoli in the chat says, Pisha sound in English sounds like Pisha sound. Pisha sound.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Luberoli.
The problem is that sound or soup? Is that
Sure.
Is it sousaphone? This is the problem with pronunciation guides. Like there is the one, I can't remember its name, that, you know, does try to codify it as much as possible, but then you got to remember what all the symbols mean.
Oh, and we've got Deep Dive, and Space Ice is ripping those agendas out. And it is going to be a GG.
Yeah, so that is the one disadvantage of those rush ice structures, is that your archives and HQ are often incredibly unprotected for those deep dive turns.
Yeah, and look, Carbonara putting up a really good fight there. Looks like a pretty tough matchup to navigate, but did really well. And yeah, well played on both sides.
Yeah, well played players.
Mm-hmm. Let's see here.
Looks like a lot of these games are wrapping up or have wrapped up now.
Yeah, we must be getting to the end of the round timer, if I'm not mistaken. Round 5 ends just a moment ago.
Time would have just been called 20 seconds ago.
Yeah. So sorry. Didn't hit the mute in time for that sneeze.
That's okay.
Yeah, that really came out of nowhere. Sorry, stream.
Oh, it's all right.
Round 5 is over.
Looks like we have
Alright,
3 more games wrapping up here. So it is going to be 7 rounds, so we have another 2 left to go. And
It's been a fantastic afternoon.
underestimated how long this was going to be, because I didn't expect 95 players.
I don't think anyone expected 95 players, but geez, I'm happy to see it.
Who
What
could
a
have
cool
expected?
thing.
Yeah,
What
it
a
makes me
fantastic turnout.
wonder how many players there will be for the Euros as well. Like, maybe people will like the meta more or less by then. Maybe it'll be at an overall less or more suitable time frame for more people.
Well,
yeah.
I don't know what's weird about this. Obviously, we've only had our little view. We've gone and watched, a couple of games per round, but it's really hard to see like what the meta is. Like APAC Continentals, it was boat meta, right? Where everyone's going, all right, it's boat and Drago meta, and you could tell pretty quickly. But we've really seen everything here.
Yeah, it seems like, and the decks that have sort of floated to the top, at least from what we've seen, do appear to be pretty diverse as well. Of course, we have the diverse field overall, but then it's not just like 2 or 3 IDs floating to the top consistently. It's yeah, seems like a really diverse field.
Yeah, we need a, and you know what warms my little heart, and I'm sorry to all the PE appreciators out there, but there's only 2 PE in this tournament. I've got to say, I'm pretty happy to see that.
Yeah, well, look, we can't all be winners. Some of us just aren't as developed as others mentally and can't appreciate PE. Like,
That's true. We can't all appreciate. Just scrolling through. So it looks like I'm sorry. It's a shame that Whiteblade dropped because he was on Epiphany Analytica, but had to drop out unfortunately. Yeah, we got a nice bit of diversity at the top here. This top 12 or so. Anarchs is still looking pretty good. So one of the big discussions around the ban list that came out recently was, obviously they banned Tithonium and Bogolta, and there was a lot of question, well, why didn't you ban any Anarch Econ? Because everyone was saying Anarch Econ's insane. And it was basically, let's see how impactful this rotation is. Let's see how impactful getting rid of the bin breakers are before we start punching out pieces of the Anarch Econ package and trying to knock down a pick. And it does look like they're still pretty strong, but we're not seeing results like we were just before in the last AMT, or in the US Nats where it was like 15 of the top 16 were Hashiko or something crazy like that.
yeah, I think it was 19 of the top 25 were Hashiko.
Yeah, so it's good. They're definitely seeing a lot of Anarch still, but it looks like it's balancing out a bit more.
Yeah, and the Anarchs we're seeing aren't just steamrolling constantly. There are actual decisions to be made and, challenges for their game plans with these new cards and this new ban list.
Mm. And it looks like I think we should be getting pairings soon, but it looks to me like Yan Tuno at the top of the table is probably going to be IDing from here on out, having gone, I believe, undefeated in the tournament so far. I might be wrong about that, but I believe so. And a lot of people still playing to get into that top cut bubble.
Yeah, no, Tuno is currently undefeated, I believe. 24
Very
points, and
impressive.
then got the sweep over Cold Lava. Yeah.
Yeah, great. Very impressive to see going undefeated in such a huge and competitive field.
Yeah. Once again, Tuno, member of famed and renowned worldwide sweetheart, querying the message, podcast
Well, where can I read more about?
.net, and and it is far and away our best player. I am constantly astounded at just how the like how critical, how thoughtful, right? All of its play patterns, all of its like practices are.
Yeah, very, 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 very strong player. A very constant presence on the GLC Discord, a very constant presence on JNet. Not sure how long it's been playing for, but has been rapidly become a real force in the meta.
Yeah.
Very well-known player very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's not to just stay on the like really saying nice things about it train, but it's also very humble and very
No, it's
like
fine. You can.
down to earth.
Very beautiful and handsome.
Very powerful, very beautiful, very powerful. No, but it's great. It's something that I don't think there's any lack of in the Netrunner community. But yeah, like there's a few players in QTM and particularly in the Australian scene as well that are yeah, like really just if you ask them about their play, they'll tell you. They might not share their, their most secret lists or whatever, but they'll be very helpful. And like as a newer player, I find it so great that people are willing to do that and willing to, yeah, just like help people get better at the game and not think that they have all the answers at the same time. It's great. It's just yeah, it's a good time.
Yeah, I more than any other card game, and I think that a lot of it has to do with just the absence of um of the forbidden, secondary market, right? Just by virtue of decks not being restricted to players, both like in terms of who has access to what cards. Um, Means that like deck lists, net decking very strongly encouraged compared to a lot of most card games, I'd say. And with that comes just a desire, I guess, to like to help people understand like how it can be fun, right? And how you can play it to make it fun, because it's not fun to lose all the time, but there's some very difficult things to grasp immediately, and it takes, I think, a gentle guiding hand to really not drive you up a wall.
Yeah, and I think
Sure.
in line with that as well, like the idea that if you go and sit down at a game night for Magic the Gathering or,
What?
Yu-Gi-Oh
What's
or
that? Huh?
other card games
What?
and you
Other?
lose to a deck, um, it's sometimes I feel like it's very easy for the other person to say like, oh well, like my deck's better because I got these cards and these are really powerful cards and I've been playing for a long time, so I know how to use them. But of course, they're expensive cards, and if you want them, you have to go, buy them at a secondary market, or you have to go, buy a bunch of packs. Whereas in Netrunner, you can literally just sit there and be like, if you want to play with this card, like, just flip one of your cards over, write it on the back, like, and I'll teach you how to play this deck. Like, you can just start right now where I am at. I can teach you exactly how to play what I'm playing. No barrier to entry or very little barrier to entry. And I think that just means the whole experience is a lot easier and a lot more like equal.
Yes.
But I don't know.
Yeah, and I think because
just
it's
waxing.
it might just be the nature of a community-driven project like this as well. It's volunteer-driven. Everyone's found this game through like different ways and is attached to it for very I don't know, strong emotional reasons for a lot of people, I suppose. So you're really invested in just wanting new people to be involved and keep them involved. You want to be nice because it's a tiny game held alive by volunteers. So we really want to have a good scene, a positive scene.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess as we wait for round 5, obviously there's going to be more people in the stream. Sorry, round 5, round 6. There's going to
round
be
5
more
to
people in this
finish.
stream as people sort of finish up if they've decided to drop or anything like that. Please, if people want to share like their favorite cards from the new set, or if people want to share their favorite plays from today, please send them in the chat. We'll talk about them.
I
Yeah.
already have my answer.
What's your favorite play of the day?
My favorite play is trash the hostile architecture so that you can res the second hostile architecture, and in the same window, trash that so you can res the third hostile architecture so that you're at low enough credits to do 1 damage with Bladderwort, which is enough for you to fast advance out an Najef for lethal.
Incredibly
Yeah.
baller move.
What a play.
Yeah.
And we talked about that at the time, of course, but like thinking back over it, like those hostiles had to be on the board for a while, and like one of the skills in that deck is pre-planning those Bladderwort windows and like how will I lose money to get the Bladderwort damage when I need it. And of course, like it's funny when you think of like, oh, that's a hostile, and then there's another hostile, and then there's another hostile. But even if those weren't the exact same card, it still takes amazing foresight and planning and like even just like mental muscle memory to be like, I'm going to install these cards, even if I'm not going to use them right away, because later I want to be able to dump my money to get this damage. Like, it's the sort of thing as a new player, you're often in that position and you're like, oh, I have no way to lose money. I should have installed those extra hostiles 3 turns ago, but I just didn't think to. Yeah.
All right. We've got pairings up. I am looking at tables 3 and 4. Which one are y'all thinking?
Let me have a look.
It looks like we are prepping for round 6 to kick off in about 4 minutes.
Yeah, look, I'm happy with either of those tables. I think they'll be fantastic games. I think you can just pick one and tell us, Mond.
Sure.
Yeah, we trust your judgment. That's why we let you go drive this stream, you know? It's not because we don't know how to do it.
It's not because the controls are on my side.
Yeah, definitely not.
Yeah. Let's go with...
And it looks like I reckon have we got some people that have like gone to sleep and woken up and started watching the channel again? I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know what time it is elsewhere.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Also, just a reminder to everyone, if you haven't bought your Worlds tickets and you want to go to Worlds or you're planning to go to Worlds, please think about purchasing your tickets. This morning there was only about 30 or 35 tickets left. And yeah, earlier in the day we were promoting that as well. Just because, yeah, some people will try and buy those tickets at the last minute and unfortunately be disappointed. So if you're thinking about it, now is the time to lock those in.
Yeah, if you're getting inspired by all of this high level net runner that we're seeing, all of these sick plays, sick rips, you too could be sick ripping at the biggest tournament in the world.
Sick rips is such an iconic netrunner phrase. I don't know. I thought for a while that it was like an Australian phrase, and I felt self-conscious using it around non-Australian netrunner players. But it's definitely a netrunner phrase, right?
Oh yeah, the people get it. They understand. They know what a sick rip is.
When in doubt, sick rips off R&D. That's what I always say.
Yep, that's right. When in doubt, just rip an Atlas.
Simply steal the agendas.
Simply steal them. All right, team. It looks like we have a minute to go for round 6. Looks like pairings are just about done. Everyone's joining their tables. All right.
I see a lot of people in some of the Discord servers, particularly the Australian Discord server, talking about the Bloop deck box, and it's incredible. Like, what a card to make into a deck box. Like,
oh yeah, we love blue.
Some of the prizes for these Continentals are absolutely beautiful. Obviously, the Savarina playmat, and yeah, but that bloop deck box, I can see it's really taken the eye of some people, and I understand why. It's a good looking piece of prizing. I didn't realize as well until last night when I had, definitely missed my window to actually play in this tournament. I didn't realize that everyone gets the ballonas.
Oh,
I
cool.
was devastated.
Damn.
Like, I could have just signed up and played one game.
Okay.
Yeah, Draven in the chat saying, I think it's worth mentioning that Worlds is much more than a championship tournament. It's a celebration of Netrunner and a gathering of the community. If you are able to go and nervous about playing in the tournament, maybe just go anyway. It'll be an amazing time. Yeah, I cannot agree more. And I haven't been to Worlds. I've had friends that have been. And I unfortunately I can't go this year because I had just a few little things happen, like getting married.
Oh, congratulations.
A couple
Thanks.
of things, just nothing.
Yeah, nothing major, but um, yeah, but I cannot wait until next year being able to go probably, and yeah, the few events that like I guess I travel for work, so I'm very excited to get to go to lots of events within Australia. So
Yeah, that's great. Whereabouts are you in Australia?
I'm in Sydney and I travel sort of all over. So I'm traveling over to Perth for Perth Nats, and then yeah, we'll be back for East Coast Nats as well.
Very cool. So we have here a stable at the top tables, getting into info bounty and what looks to be a similar asset spam R plus to what we've seen in previous rounds from Jai.
Yeah, and that info bounty coming down so early for Headmoths is just fantastic. I know we talked about it a lot in their previous game where they were constantly sitting on sort of 18 to 19 credits, sometimes even above 20. Um, and yeah, we didn't talk about why that was. And I think it's really easy to forget that Info Bounty is just an absolutely bonkers economy card. If you can proc that every turn, which Sable is known to do, and she's getting that click for free as well, it's just, it builds up.
Yeah,
Builds up
absolutely.
really quickly.
Stacking up that value. I mean, whatever your mark was this turn, you were going to get some value out of it. Bit of a shame it was archives in a way. And now we've got Jai with this reasonably strong Bladderwort daily business show opening and going into the tank a little bit, it looks like, as to which of these cards to pull out. Both a couple of really good options potentially. We see the first card go to the bottom, and are we going to see perhaps an Aries score here, or are we just going to spam out a few more remotes here? It looks like no score yet, but we're going to put a lot of cards on the table and say, look, come deal with this.
Yeah, and I guess this is a bit of a tension for a Sable deck that's got the info bounty down early. That's great. But then having to deal with running your centrals, which is sort of your obligation, your game plan to get those central accesses, get those sick rips, but then also have to put all of your other clicks into running these assets and cleaning up this board state as you go. Obviously, Sable's very equipped to run centrals a lot, but when she has to be stretched to run remotes as well, she'll be looking for an early Hannah or I guess an early Hannah or an early Hermes as well, to get some of these cards bounced back to hand and get those free remote checks will just be really important for Headmoths.
Absolutely. And the Bladderwort's gone in the bin, doing 1 net damage and 1 emotional damage at the start of every turn. A couple of Maryland campaigns, really, really strong economy for Jai there. It's not cheap to deal with those Marylands, even though you're getting a lot of clickless econ. Server 4 is still a mystery. That was there since early in the game. And yes, both players looking pretty good. Both players with a fairly decent board state here going into turn 3.
Yes. Draven asking in the chat, is there a date for East Coast Oz Nats? There is not, as far as I know, Draven. I really want there to be, but of course I'm in Sydney a lot of the time anyway, so I'm not too worried. But yeah, as soon as that's announced, I'm sure someone will tell you because we're all so excited, obviously, for there to be two Nats. And yeah, particularly I think the East Coast Nats will be easier for more people to get to, but it's great to have that West Coast Nats for Perth players to get to as well. Headmoth's just clearing some tags that were from a tempo oppo, just for 2 tags at the end of the previous turn, but still on 11 credits. And see, that's that info bounty just doing that work.
It's doing a lot. We saw a Carpe Diem last round as well, which was just an extra bit of value on top of that free run. So really putting a lot of click per click in each of Sable's actions here. You know, there's a lot of value happening in each click, which is great to see.
It's like Sable just slapping the top of a click. This bad boy can fit so many clicks in it.
Exactly. We are seeing that core board state start to snowball a bit. We've got the federal fundraising here now to start controlling the draw. We've got Maryland's ticking away. We've got a daily business show, and it's getting to the point where if Headmoths does not start dealing with its assets, it's going to get out of control.
Of course, Sable being in criminal means she does have access to Miss Bones, which I think is in this list. Oof, do we see the triple ice central turn, which will
No more
slow
free mark.
Sable down a lot.
No more free money for you.
That's enough of that.
Yeah, you can't let that go on.
What is this? What is in server 4?
What is server 4? It's a spin doctor. That's not very exciting. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think Sable was not unplayable in previous standard, but of course suffered in the way that a lot of runners did that weren't orange, of not being orange. But now that orange is less powerful, I think Sable's in a really interesting spot, and maybe won't be top tier still, but definitely a viable pick for any of your local tournaments, anything where you're not sort of worried about playing the absolute best deck. Although it may be too early to say that too.
It could be, and you never do know. It's a new meta. You never know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
But apparently, as you were saying, Diana's hunt is apparently tearing up Eternal. So who knows?
I mean, I don't know if that
quote unquote, direct quote from River. Diana's hunt is tearing up Eternal. We're seeing an iced push now in server 7. Something is going down on the board, and yet another install. Lots of stuff going down onto this board, and with the Hermes down, we could start to see some of that board start coming apart. So Headmoth says, no, thank you. What's in server 7? We don't do this for free. 14 Yukon 41 says, I'm a bit surprised Mercury hasn't made more of an appearance. Well, unfortunately not from the top tables. I can say that much. I think it was only 1 or 2 Mercuries in the whole competition, and
yeah, only
unfortunately we didn't really see one on stream today.
I expected there
people
to be
a bit
more,
underwhelmed.
but
yeah, I did too, but I guess people are a bit underwhelmed at this new the new Crim ID. We haven't seen many epiphanies either. I think only a couple of those. Possibly in a tournament like this, people are more keen on what they know. Epiphany, in particular, one of the new identities, the new NBN identity, is incredibly cool, but it's really hard to figure out if and why and if it's good, because you're installing from the bottom of the stack, which from down the deck, which is good, but it's not just like, well, I get 2 credits per tag.
Yeah,
a very cool ID.
I just had a look at the standings. Currently, the Mercuries there's 2 Mercuries, and they're both in the bottom sort of 20 players. But yeah, some wins, some game wins for sure.
It also saw
to them.
seven Ateyas. So I think Ateya on the corp side and Arasana on the runner side were the most represented new IDs, although at a pretty small percentage of the field. I suppose Arasana's 10% of the field, Ateya a hair under that. And it looks as though Soccer is, perhaps unsurprisingly, the most successful Ateya player. Soccer, of course, a very, very strong player. And a few more Ateyas sort of scattered throughout the standings.
Yeah. So what we did just see in the game on stream is that bravado run ending in the discovery of a Lady Liberty, which Headmoss trashed immediately, knowing that they would get the bravado money back, and then they cleared a tag from the ping and then have just run that bravado into the ping again to get back up to sort of 10 credits, which is definitely respectable.
Bravado wildcard. Absolutely wild. So the Lady Liberty suggests that we might have an AR in hand, potentially, or even Jai's just icing it up because it's going to be a lot of value for them.
Yeah, and yeah, if I was playing this deck and I wanted to protect that's going to be a hard thing to come back from, because you need to find it again, install it again, and now you won't get the tag off the ping as well. But it is just so essential to get that AR scored.
Yeah, it really turns the whole deck on once that AR is online, and it looks like Jai is pushing something else out in server 7. Could be an AR enhanced security, could be something else, and could be a little castle move, so we're putting the AR out in server 9. But plenty of assets in this deck to spam out. Well above Bladderwort range too, if one of these is a Bladderwort. And I'm surprised we don't see more players trashing this federal fundraising, because that card just gives you so much control over what you're going to draw. So Headmont's drawing up, deciding how they're going to approach this situation. The old click to draw problem of Crim. Draven saying, I think Mercury's ability is too conditional. We'll have to build around bypass and derez effects compared to IDs like Sable and 419, which always provide value. Yeah, 100%. And even Sable compared to 419 is a lot more conditional. The corp's always going to be installing things. But Sable, it always needs to be accessing the essentials, and we can see how Sable's game plan is just slowed right down. The second that some ice went on Central, suddenly Sable just kind of grinds to a halt. And,
yeah, I wonder. Oh, sorry, go on.
No, go.
Yeah, I wonder if Headmoss could be being more brave here and just checking some of this ice. Like, they checked the ping and that wasn't too bad. Perhaps some of these will be things that they could be running through to get those marks, to get those info bounty activations. But the emotional damage, as you say, of 3 ice coming down at once when you've had free access before, just really hits your mental game, particularly this late in the day, and just turns off that confidence.
Yeah, definitely. And I think we've seen in these decks that we've seen other people. I don't know if Jai is also good. Install double advance and Sand, and we are scoring an AR enhanced security off that Sand City grid. We are live from the R+ side.
Yeah,
and is online.
I've got to say, in the words of, to paraphrase Rick and Morty, that just seems like Lady Liberty with extra steps.
Yep, that's it. But the threat is well and truly alive now. But we bounced the ice from HQ, and I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a diversion of funds come down the pipe right now.
Yes.
What else is happening? So I think we've seen, there it is. The diversion of funds straight up the guts. Absolutely stitching up Jai with that diversion. But I think still, even then, a trade that Jai is probably not going to be too upset about.
Very polite Headmoths.
Yeah.
Reminding Jai they might be able to res server 9.
So we probably very possibly have like another federal fundraising and maybe a spin doctor on the board.
Okay, yeah, that makes more sense.
I think they might be scared because in these other decks you've seen Drafter. Oh, ripping a Malona. Oh, another bounce with Hermes because of that. And you go back up to 11. Pretty good.
And you get another click because this was your mark.
Oh, geez. All right. This is a pretty good turn for head moths.
And just taking up that ice on R&D, just saying, you can ice it back up if you want. That'll be another click.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I said this is a good turn for Jai, a good trade, but suddenly it's not looking like that at all. Suddenly, Headmots has really capitalized on it. Huge punish, taking out 2 pieces of ice and getting the diversion of funds off. We're installing a shibboleth here. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I think in that situation, the courage would have taken over and I would have just checked R&D again, but the chance of finding another agenda, like, it's pretty low.
We've got Sky Blue saying Mercury is very promising, can see things to suggest that decks well built for Merc can be competitive, but it's a very hard thing to discover and shake out. Yeah, look, I totally agree with that. I've run into some like Banhar and Bypass type decks and with Hermes that just absolutely rolled me because Mercury can snowball really hard with that inbuilt multi-access. Yeah, I don't think you're wrong at all. I think there's potential for a really just balls to the wall aggro criminal where you're bypassing centrals and using Banhar and boomerangs and whatever to just smash accesses and try and win on turn 4.
Jai just doing some math. Headmoths politely take your time. No one's worried about going to time at the moment. Everyone understands it's been a long day.
We have a Rashida for recovery on the board. Nice.
Of course, Rashida synergizing with DPS and any other draw effects as well, like federal fundraising.
I am sequencing these things correctly. Rashida before federal fundraising. Not much point doing it the other way around.
Yep.
And still drawing it and deciding not to draw. Fair enough. So we've got 10 cards in hand, 3 credits. Probably going to re-ice and get something else down, hopefully.
Yeah, I think Jai would be really looking for your digital life right now, right? Like,
Oh,
with
Jai
all
would
these
love
cards in
it.
hand.
This
But
would
given
be
that we haven't seen it instantly clicked, I imagine he hasn't found it.
Yeah, interesting. What do you think of your digital life? What do you think of that?
I think it's really good. I think like a situational economy card that obviously rewards NBN for doing NBN things. But it's also just like, even if you just play it with like 5 cards in hand, like that's okay, or 4 cards in hand, like that's okay. Like it's got a really solid mid efficiency, if that makes sense. Like the B tier play is still really good.
Yeah, nice.
Obviously, when you're getting to those low hand sizes, if you've been playing above tempo and like dropping your hand size, then it can be not so good. But generally, it's good to have cards in HQ, and then this rewards you for that. I think it'll fit in a lot of NBN decks, and I think it'll be one of those cards that is just sort of middle to good almost all the time.
Bit of a workhorse.
Yeah.
It's not blowing anyone's head off, but it's there when you need it.
Yeah. I think that was a great design choice.
Yeah, reverse sweeps week. So we have an Ormakua coming down now to start maybe checking these remotes. Start getting some counters. Server 9 and server 11 still unknown. I think server 9 maybe Headmoths thinks could be a spin doctor because it didn't get rezzed to duck the doof. And server 11 just came down this turn, so we don't know. But yeah, maybe you're going to get a bit more value up checking those now.
Something that could be really nasty for Jai is if Headmoss plays a pinhole threading into one of the open remotes, because then there's the sand that you want to protect, there's the spin that you want to protect, and of course you have to make those choices before before the pinhole is resolved.
Yeah, true. It's always a fun way to flush out a spin doctor, that little mind game. You're in this quantum
Mm.
state. And we have another unprotected Rashida going off. Wow, that's great for Jai.
Yeah, I
Boy,
think
aiming
this
this-
is the disadvantage of an unprotected DBS is it's just going to be free Amakua counters, and then I think we'll see Headmoth's confidence start to spike again, and probably see her start to check these centrals a bit now that she has a breaker down.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised to see even a Jai might be sitting on like a tomorrow's headline or a Beal in hand right now, but maybe he doesn't want to score it because he's worried about getting doofed again.
Yeah, definitely. Hashtag Duffel in the chat.
Duffel. Letting the Rashida fire as part of a mill win plan. Yeah, could be, maybe.
Yep. I
Could
mean,
be.
we're down to 15 cards. We did see it before. And notably, that was also before lunch that we saw that. So it could have been a little bit of Tuno and Headmoths having a bit of team time in QTM HQ, talking about ways to play against Reality Plus.
Yeah, and it looks as though that mill plan does work out because obviously Jai a very long way away from scoring out, and to sort of a big chunk of the deck now gone through, 2/3 of the deck gone. So yeah, better step on it, I think. And now we've got the bankroll down to get even more value from checking those remotes. But straight into R&D here. If there's a drafter here, Headmoths won't be able to break it. So we'll see what we hit.
Yeah, 2 is a pretty good breakpoint for NBN Ice at the moment. Of course, there is the stronger NBN Ice.
And there it is. There's the drafter. So we're going to see a drafter fire, which is pretty devastating in a deck like this. Oh, okay.
Rip.
Well, so we might be seeing there's quite a few juicy targets in archives. There's Rashida, there's Bladderwort, Spin Doctor, Oppo Research, all very good targets in archives right now. So draft are going to do some work.
I think when I read those OKs, it's when you see an ice and you read the strength on it in the little box and you're like, okay, it's 3. I can't break it. And then you read the subroutines and you're like, oh, it doesn't kill me and it doesn't end the run. You're like, look, fine. You can have it.
Oh, fine. Yeah, okay.
There are some decks where letting a drafter fire is guaranteed. Just like, if you don't immediately lose the game, you're going to have a bad time.
Yeah, and to be honest, I would argue this is one of them.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know if it's game losing at this point, just because Jai's on very low money, but it's a massive tempo hit to get that drafter off in an asset spam ID. And now, we've got a couple of Bladder Awards going. 3 Bladder Awards, ping.
Triple Bladder Award bonus.
Now that's emotional damage, ladies and gentlemen. What are we going to lose?
Oh no!
Oh no! I like that. Emotes in the chat, and we're going to ping out a few cards.
Dive.
A few cards lost.
Notably, no deep dive.
Look, you probably don't need any of those cards, to be honest, but still, you're sad to see him go.
Definitely.
So now, Clusterwort. Ooh. What's on a Bladderwort art? It's like plants. Is that what they are? They're carnivorous plants.
Yeah, the carnivorous plants sub theme of Jinteki.
Yeah, that's right. They had a little under the sea thing going on, didn't they?
Yeah, and you look back at cards like Sunju, I want to say.
Yeah, Sundu, that's true. The plant, the famously good plant. And we see another AR enhanced security scored off the top. So, it's looking pretty bloody unpleasant for Headmoths to challenge those AR enhanced securities right now.
I think, look, as much as Jai has made a big comeback here, I think Headmoths could very easily take this game at this point, depending if they have that deep dive in hand or if they can just find some multi-access.
Yeah, so right now, they need to be their clicks are very compressed now, right? Because they need to make some decisions. So if they're going to kill the bladder warts, they can't kill them all and clear a tag, clear the resulting tag, right? Oh no, they can, sorry. But it looks like they're not going to do that. No, they marked HQ. I'm sorry, there's too many things going off. And it looks like we are going for the deep dive here.
Surely.
Nothing in archives. Oh, missed the deep dive with the 3 bladder warts. Gotta feel bad about that. Nothing off the top. Here comes the deep dive.
Rip.
And there it is.
There
That's
it
5
is.
points.
That's
it.
game.
GG. Deep dive gets it
Good
done.
work, Headmots. Someone who has
Wow.
really been putting in the hours of practice. They've been talking in our testing server constantly for the past week, really trying to practice for this event, and yeah, showing up.
It looks like it's really paying off. Really well played there. Headmoths smashing a really close back and forth there, going back each way. Yeah, really well done.
Hell yeah, you love to see it. All right.
Yeah, missing that deep dive with the bladderwort hits is a huge.
Yeah, that is
Absolutely. That's a huge one. Missing that net damage. So
Yeah.
very close game. Very cool. Still fantastic games happening here on APAC Continentals.
Yeah, I've got to say, that's been one of my favorite games all day. Obviously, cheering for both players, Jai as a fellow APAC player and then Headmoths as a team member. I was really behind both players there, and great to see some incredible little combos going off on both sides.
Yeah, a really good, and I think a lot of good indication as to how strong Hermes can be, right? Like just the opportunities that you afford the runner when you're saying, okay, I'm going to score this with no clicks left. You're going to determine what my board looks like at the start of your turn. Like you get to make a decision here, but it's a pretty big one. And sometimes you just gotta slow your roll a little bit, right? And just say like, I'll score this next turn just so I can reinstall the ice.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay.
I believe they're playing a second game, are they not?
Should be, yeah.
They may well be, yeah.
Is there a table? Not yet. They probably. Table 3, yeah, still waiting.
Okay, they're leaving now, so game should be up in just a second here.
I've got to say, I'm getting a lot of channel points with null signal netrunner from just sitting here and occasionally clicking the little the little button. The stream open in the background, this watching the game in real time, and then 30 seconds later.
Yep, watching the chat. We're getting some good stuff out of the chat here. We got a Tau. Jai with Tau. Come on, let's go.
Yes, I've
2
wanted
towers.
to see all day. I actually didn't know Jai was on Tau.
I knew
because
someone
don't
was
pay-
on Tau.
Yeah.
All right, let's see this Tau happen, Jai. I'm excited. Let's see this go. Very cool. And we're going to see a hostile takeover straight out of the gate. No mucking about here. We are off to the bloody races.
Off to the races, mate.
Trojan Tail, Pikachu. Yeah, Pikachu. Probably. Dirty Laundry's coming down.
Tau on
Pizza Tao
Hermes.
is a
Yes.
pretty good name.
Pikachu, yeah. Tau and Hermes would be really interesting.
Although Taojin is also pretty good.
Oof, rips an
Oh,
Atlas out of the
Taujin
hand.
rips an Atlas. Oof, I don't know if I would have done the hostile advance if I had the Atlas in hand, but
And was that a mull or a keep? That was a keep on that hand. So maybe they top deck the Atlas. Maybe they just figured, look, what's the chances?
what are the chances?
Apparently 100%.
Mate, tell them they're dreaming.
Tell him he's dreaming, exactly.
Yeah.
Tell Headmots they're dreaming. All right, and now we're icing up. No more of this nonsense, says Headmots.
All right, that's that. You get one.
Yeah, you got your freebie.
Oh, Tau on Hermes.
Oh, I've heard rumors of this, and I'm really keen to see how it plays. Hermes just such a powerful effect, and so now I guess we're just swapping the ice around, and we're pulling the ice back. We've got what looks like it could be an STS drone deployment going down in server 2. How's Dry going to deal with it?
Inside job.
Hermes. Sick rips and sick drips from this Tau.
I think that may not be an STS drone deployment. I think that may be the Atlas
Oh yeah, just
wanting the counter and then wanting to reinstall the ice after scoring as well.
oh, that's a great point. Yeah, just going for the yeah, it's still going to be a 4 Atlas. Oh, okay, now we're overclocking in with an Angola here.
All right. Well, that's one way.
That
If
makes
this
a lot of
is
sense. That's going to break.
Is border control in this deck? I don't remember.
Surely border control. And that is an archer.
Oh,
Jesus, this
no.
game is just hit after hit. So let's see. It costs 2 to paint. So I think they can just get through. I think Jack can just get through this.
Mm-hmm.
Costs 6. Costs 10 all up, which is exactly what they have.
Oh my goodness, that's crazy.
But it still might be an SDS, in which case you're a bit sad.
Yeah, I mean, paying 5 for the Angolo.
And it looks like 3 from their credit pool, apparently.
Oh
Wait,
no.
what? Okay.
Oh, there's the Atlas.
Oh, sorry, it's 8 to it's 8. It is the Atlas. Wow, good call. Good call, River. You called that one exactly right.
I've played a lot of Outfit. It's definitely something that I think is, maybe you heard it coming out in my wax before, but like, I think it's something that a lot of people are like, oh yeah, Outfit, it's easy. I'll just take it to a tournament. And like, you can do that. But if you play it 100 times, like, there's a lot more to it in some ways. And there's a lot of, there's a lot of opportunities for fun lines.
Oh yeah, I mean, I feel like I've given you the impression I think Outfit is easy. I don't think Outfit is easy, but yeah, I think we've got an interesting line here. Look, Jai swapping that archer onto HQ, going, look, I'm not going in there. I don't care about this. And we see here the power of Hermes and Tau working together. And Tau's always has been an idea I thought was great when it came out. It's never really seen a ton of competitive play, but it is a really strong ability. Potentially very disruptive.
Yeah, that's a reasonable response by Mots there.
Yeah, I would say so. Block off R&D. And Jai's just going to take this opportunity to build up a little bit of board, it looks like. In a great spot, having chosen stolen 2 Atlases already. We were saying before how important that Atlas counter is for the outfit. Losing 2 is pretty backbreaking this early in the game.
Yeah, Angolo is really good against a lot of the strong ice that you're running are 6 strength here, right? Trebuchet, Archer, Valentau. Like, 6 is right there, and Angolo makes it happen.
Angola loves 6.
Yum,
Just
yum,
like
6.
Adrian. No, Adrian 6, the clone, because it's pronounced. It's yeah.
Oh yeah, well, he is 6. I don't know if he loves 6, but you might be right.
I'm
That's
just
a
assuming he has a healthy amount of self-love.
No, you know what? That's really positive. That's what I like about this community. Good, very positive, very self-loving. All right, we've got a too big to fail, and this is a fast tower, isn't it? We've got diesels, we've got nukers. We just aren't mucking about. We're trying to get what looks like a minimal and powerful rig down and disrupt the corp as much as possible. I like this. Ngolo, Hermes, and Tao's ability is actually really going to be frustrating. And what do we think this could be in this server then? That we've decided to play a too big to fail rather than score it or do whatever, do something with it.
Tucana, almost assuredly.
Oh, Tucana, you think?
Yeah. Part of the in response to Hermes and just all of the real ways in which like ice is a lot more interactive, a lot more permeable, right? After rotation, right? Tucana helps you really quickly, like absurdly quickly bolster your defenses.
Yeah, interesting.
And because like when you score it, it's installed and rezzed. Like it's not gonna be a target for Hermes.
No, that makes a lot of sense. So Tucana, for those on stream, if you haven't seen it, it's an upgrade, remote server only, and whenever an agenda is scored or stolen from the root of this server, you can search R&D for one piece of ice, install and res that ice, paying a total of 3 credits less. So it's pure gas for a rushy deck like the outfit.
Yeah, I saw some of Yesengren's stream earlier this week with him playing Tucana out of, I want to say outfit, but it may have been something else, and just really getting some interesting value and some interesting lines out of it. Seems like a very fun, very powerful card.
Yeah, that we've really leaned into Wayland's idea as the search faction in the last couple of sets, with Ob, Tucana, and Pivot, cards like that.
So we see Jai in a pretty comfortable position here, just trashing that last telework contract and then immediately installing another one, keeping on top of his economy.
Yeah, getting a strong economy base. We've got Ngolo, we've got Carmen, so we're getting through ice pretty comfortably here. It's only really 2 barriers that's going to stop Jai at this point. And Headmoth's drawing because it looks like Headmoth has a scoring remote set up and is looking for something to put in it. And we see something going to server 2 now that could well be an Above the Law or an Atlas.
Considering what to discard down to hand size here.
Yeah, some tricky decisions on this discard. Fair enough. So do you think if you were Jai, you would be challenging this remote straight away?
I don't necessarily think so. I think it looks pretty safe, but I also don't know if I'd take that risk. I think I might just spend more time setting up or even probe R&D, probe archives.
Well, it looks like Jai has found their Kuroda and is now overclocking straight into this remote through a sandstone. And I think I quite like this shaper deck, I've got to say. I think this is really cool. It's just it's sort of bare bones. It's just a ton of draw and money. We've got like 2 or 3, I think 3 nukers, probably 3 diesel. You can see it's turn 8. There's only 11 cards left in stack. And it looks like it's all about just drawing through your deck as quickly as possible, getting those breakers out, and just messing up the Cork's plans with your ID and the Hermes.
Yeah, and look, it seems like that'll be a strong shell in anyone, but having that additional Tau trigger to move ice around and just add that extra layer of disruption. Yeah, and that 40 card deck size as well. When you're not worried about overcutters.
That's it. Just a nice small deck and a lot of in-faction draw. You're just getting set up and challenging. So there was a Marvaris in that server, not doing a ton, and a Rashida. And you're happy to get rid of those.
Yeah.
Very minor interaction with Sandstone recovering its strength there.
I think the most interesting thing about that run is it afforded Headmoths the ability to get another bad pub from resing Von Tau.
True.
That was like the one thing I was thinking of when I was considering, like, if I were Jai, would I try to contest that server? And I'm thinking, would I want to give the Corp another bad pub right now? The answer is probably. Huh? I don't know.
Maybe.
Where are all the hostiles? What's going on here?
Yeah, we haven't seen any hostiles yet. We're just seeing jams in this remote, and this is not the biggest, not the best remote server I've ever seen.
I think when you've got an Ngolo, a Carmen, and a Kuroda on the board, it's pretty hard to build a good remote server.
It's pretty tough, and I mean, Valentau is a beast, but Ngolo kind of laughs at it. It's like you were saying earlier, Monda, the strength 6s everywhere is just Ngolo goes, yeah, nice.
Yeah, and look at that, you've got the 3 strength 6 ice on the board.
Yeah, 666. This is the runner of the beast. I mean, the corp of the beast.
Here we go with another overclock. You're right, go overclocking again.
I don't know if I would have overclocked there. It's like a very, I guess, what could be in server 2, like, but it's hard to imagine a reality where he needs more than exactly the amount to break and then struggles to trash.
This is more of a playing it. It's basically you're playing a sure gamble, basically. Not trying to get like a surprise factor overclock. You just like, yeah, I'll just play this money card.
Yeah.
And it's another Rashida goes down, and you're not going to be feeling good as the outfit now. You don't want to be playing a Glacier game as the outfit against the Shaper. That is not your plan.
And I just keep looking at this, like, this is getting towards the end of, I'll just wait for the, turn 9.
It's turn 10 and the outfit hasn't scored. Whoa,
yeah, that's like, Headmoth scored that hostile takeover turn 1. But I think,
Oh, right, there was
one hostile that's been sacrificed.
Yeah, and I just have to wonder if they had the ice in hand, if it wouldn't have been better just to slow roll that turn 1. Asking for reaction for...
politely asking for a clot, because there is an SMC in the bin, so that makes sense.
Yeah.
You give them the option. There we go. We've got a hostile takeover out, but that gets a Hermes trigger. It gets it. Yeah, 4 bad pub. The magic number has been reached.
The game is on.
But guess what? Game is on now. You can fast advance out those 2/2s. But what Jai can do now is he can bounce one of those R&D ice back to hand. And if he suspects that Headmoth has regulatory captures in hand, which I think would be a pretty reasonable thing to assume that there might be one in hand right now, given how this game's gone, you can put that Sandstone on HQ and just go in there.
Well, why not move the Archer to R&D and then bounce the ice in front of HQ?
That's an even better play. See, I'm glad one of us is paying attention.
I don't know if it would have been the best. This is probably the better play, if only because, like, well, no,
Oh, look, he's
no.
yeah,
I think I still would have, if only because, like, now it's possible to have 2 ice on HQ if that's what we need. But who knows? Hidden information.
Yeah.
So
yeah. I think maybe keeping the option to like potentially bounce another ice on R&D here and get a cheaper access might be what Jai's got in mind. Oh, DJ Fenris coming down.
DJ Fenris.
Oof, and we're getting through this sandstone for free, I think. Yeah, pretty comfortably. And I wonder if we're going to see a quote-unquote win con come down soon, like a Stargate or a even a Conduit, yeah, something like that. Maybe even a Maker's Eye in this deck. I wouldn't be surprised.
Ooh.
And there it is, the red cap in hand, just as we were talking about. And we're going to try and open up that R&D for another dig. A lot of runners have been going low on cards. Probably should be thinking of some minor net damage, maybe Corrupt Drop Bear, and I guess Draven in chat, trying to get runners milled out. Yeah, I guess people haven't been that keen on PE. We haven't seen a lot of damage this tournament, at least on stream. Mostly kind of fast corps trying to score at the moment. As apart from, of course, all the asset spam decks who we've seen have been doing that incidental net damage via Bladderwort. And I think, yeah, we've gone for that unres dice, and I think we might be going for some kind of huge R&D hit here, like a Maker's Eye, or there is the Conduit, straight in. And this is looking mighty grim for the outfit.
Still only going to access the 1 card, but...
And
oh, there goes Tucana.
Down. So with this much bad pub, you're getting through anything that the corp can res next turn. And you've probably got a pretty good chance of snagging a win here. I need to start putting in random snares. Yeah, put in random snares, you can get random wins.
Yeah, I think it looks like a pretty dire spot for Headmoss here.
And we've got an answer. Wow, that is a wild splash.
Yeah, that's 3 influence.
And
but of course, just 5 credits to break.
Just breeze through that, and you've got 4 bad pubs, so it only costs you 1 real credit to break it, and 1 real credit to break this sandstone. So Jai's going to be getting into R&D for 2 credits only, and I think we're going to see a pretty big dig this turn.
You could go back, see 2 more cards.
Yeah, I reckon you would, because there's nothing that they score that you're really worried about here. The worst that could happen is they trash your DJ Fenris, and at which point you still just go, okay, I'll just conduit you to death anyway.
Mm. There is one option that we haven't talked about for Headmoss, is the polite concede.
Yeah. That can get you out of this jam.
Yeah.
And we're seeing a couple more conduit runs come down. Protocon says, I don't think I can ever quit putting 3 snare in every single corp deck. That is dedication to the bit. Hey, so we're missing on R&D. We've got a creative commission. So where are the agendas? Or they could be in hand.
They could be in the bin.
They could be in the bin. We've got there's a Mavirus in the bin, which we know there's a Mavirus in the bin, and Jai definitely doesn't want to check that because they've got a conduit and a sandstone.
Wow.
So there could well be agendas in the bin, and there's like a Spin Doctor in server 1 ready to rescue them or something. Digging a bit deeper and icing up R&D.
Yeah, there is every chance that Headmoths is playing this ultimate mind game of just slipping the agendas into archives.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, no purge, but I don't think it matters. Like,
A purge. Oh no, we're going in last click on that conduit run. I could see a purge here because just the sandstone probably is
last
enough value.
click.
The last click conduit run, and it's a border control.
Well,
Very good card. A defining card of the Wayland faction since its release in Magnum Opus. And I think we're pretty likely to see that border control popped at the end of this run.
oh yeah.
I'd like to redo my break. Probably wants to give the outfit the money.
Yeah, wants to keep all credits related to breaking ETRs, right?
Yeah, keep that credit. And funnily enough, there's also a very slight utility in giving the outfit that extra credit because then they can't play too big to fail. So
Yeah.
there's also a very, very small potential benefit there.
Yeah, for our listeners in Sydney or our viewers in Sydney, how about this rain? It's just kicked off a few hours ago. Pretty nice.
Beautiful. Love a bit of rain. It's lovely down in Melbourne, you know. Serene.
Yeah, our weather today has been perfect for streaming and playing Netrunner. Just sort of overcast, cloudy, but still, still nice and a sort of clear air, no wind. But yeah, this nice evening rainstorm to tail out the day.
All right, and we'll probably see, that border control
There's
pop
the
there.
VC.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
We've got a negative strength, and we might see a purge here. Yeah.
Oh my god.
And I wonder if you're right. And although if the ultimate mind game is the agendas are in the bin, this might be when Jai goes and checks it out.
I think surely, like, Jai does only have 11 money at this point. He's used the vast majority of his economy cards. I don't know.
Yeah.
Did he just start clicking up and say, well, one day you'll have to try and score?
Yeah, it could be maybe check archives if you're hey, look at that. It is, it's the spin in the archive save. Wow. River on point with the reads.
I really feel for Headmoths. Sometimes outfit games just do go like this. You get some great early scores, or like a great early score, a great early archer, but none of it seems to connect. And then your opponent just gets all this free time where you're not really interacting with them and they can just build up these big piles of money until you start pressuring the end game. But if you can't turn on that clock, then
Yeah, you really want to be pushing them hard as an outfit so they don't have time to find their feet and be able to set themselves up and react.
yeah.
And the next score, unless Headmoths takes quite a bit of time to build up those protected servers, the next score that they get is going to open up HQ R&D in a fairly disastrous way.
Yeah.
Because if they score, no, we're going in with the conduit here, but we could see that line that you brought up before, Mondo, where they swap the unresed ice on HQ with the Ansel and R&D and bounce the ice on the next score, giving them very, very free conduit access. So still tough for our outfit player, but out's looking maybe a bit more likely.
Wait, why would Why would Jai want to bounce an ice if that trigger happens? It's because he's won the game.
No, if Headmoth scores.
If it's okay, never mind. I'm sorry.
No, you're
I'm-
right.
I thought the same thing,
I
Mons.
was like, hang on, what?
I only just got there in time to not ask it on stream, but I feel for you that you asked it on stream.
I don't remember anything of that. I don't think this VOD's going up.
Yeah, I certainly don't remember anything.
I
But
mean, you
think
can
we're-
just cut that out.
9 hours long? Who's going to watch this? Come on. Where can you find 130 people who are going to watch this for 9 hours? I ask you.
Yeah, shout out to everyone who's been here in stream. If you've been here the whole time, thanks very much. If you're just joining us, thanks very much. If you were with us before, but now you're asleep and you're just hearing our voices echoing in your dreams, then, sleep well. Go checking HQ.
Any access could just be this game at this point.
This pause feels like... Oh, okay.
We got the short gamble back. Spin doctor out of HQ.
Let me
back
try
down.
again.
Audacity.
Oh, the audacity.
Throwing up and making some money, preparing for if there's a score here, how you're going to punish that score. Hostile, yeah, okay. 5 bad publicity.
Oof.
That's so rough.
Yeah, that is a score to get it off the table.
Yeah, just get it out of the game.
You need
Um,
for that to not be touchable.
Is Jai going to run out of steam before they take the win? Look, maybe, but getting 5 extra credits on every run is pretty significant in helping them not run out of steam too. And I think Headmoths is trying to maybe play to that out of hopefully running Jai out of steam, hoping that they're too greedy on R&D and they're able to somehow sneak some agendas into this huge remote.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, we see that ice on R&D going back, probably just forcing to pay that 2 install cost if they want to keep R&D safe against the Conduit menace.
Putting the
We have
Onsel in
2
front.
unresed ice. 2 unresed ice on R&D. Yeah, nice. So we're forcing Headmoth to spend some money here if she wants to keep R&D protected. If they want to keep R&D protected here.
Well, Onsel is now on HQ. That's free at 5 bad pub. That's what you need to break it with Carmen. So
Yeah, so this is also going to greatly help with DJ Fenris in helping Jai keep that foot on the gas pedal, able to pick up gambles, laundries, run events, creative commissions, plenty of things in the bin that are going to be helpful right now.
I actually think this game may, like, obviously this access is important, but if the agendas aren't in HQ, Headmoths could really have a chance here. Because
Too big to fail.
there's 2 red caps left, which are out of hand.
And there's presumably an above the law, and we're seeing the Conduit one run now into a fairly chunky R&D.
this is going to see
Yeah, the
2
conduit
cards.
runs the problem.
Drawing a hostile is such a misfortune that you have to score it to deny your opponent. Yeah, very good point there. It doesn't really matter to you. It's amazing for your opponent, and now you're just giving them extra value. And Jai just breaking the relevant subroutines on Continental, who we're seeing the downside of this ice now. And the run, if you have more credits than the runner outfit often does, but in a situation like this, it's not working out quite as well as you would hope. And Magnet actually a fantastic ice against Angola.
Yeah. Yep. Magnet just being a hero continuously throughout the day.
Oh, Magnet's the ice at the moment, especially with all these Trojans floating around.
Mm.
So we're seeing what does this cost? 1, 2. So it's 4, 7. So this is a 10 credit run, and there it is. There's the red cap
There's
off
the
the
red
top.
cap.
Yeah, very well
Good
played.
game.
Headmoth's doing their best to stem the bleeding, but ultimately Jai are probably too far ahead on that snowball.
Yeah, runner
Yeah.
split there. Good job to Headmoss. Like, honestly, for being able to stave that off from being on the back foot immediately, right? The
3 agendas in hand.
Yeah, not surprised at all, unfortunately. And you see here, runner with 163 credits gained and 0 by click. So that's an efficient run, efficient
Wow.
played game there from Jai. So very nice, very well played. Just runner split for those players in the second to last round of this tournament, and we have 5 minutes left in the round.
Can Jai still make the cut? I don't know. I would have to look at the
I think Jai
standings.
Jai is, so there's a lot of 21s. So it's possible.
Yeah.
I think our top 3 is certainly pretty locked. Top number 4 is a maybe, but there's a lot of people on 21 and 18 right now.
Yeah, let's see. Electricoon and Sebastian at 3 and 4 are still deciding their last game. I'm sorry?
Do we know Send Me Spirals? Because that's not a name I've seen before, but they're doing extremely well in this tournament.
I do, no, I think I do. Hang on. I saw in... Is that the 2 for 1? It's an ID.
Someone just scored an 8-point Beal. Hell yeah. Love to see that.
It's worth 10. That's so insane.
Beautiful. So we were saying before that 11-3 is the safe cut, and 10-4 is maybe cut. So 11-3 should be good, we think.
We got 2 minutes left before the round. I'm gonna step away for just a few while they wrap this round up. We're not gonna, I don't think, catch much of the other games, so I'll be back in just a moment. And you know what? I'm just gonna swap on over to there we go. Think about Worlds for a while, guys. Yeah, y'all think about Worlds? Going to Worlds?
Tickets still available to Worlds. Pick yours up. I'm gonna take a quick break as well. Just take 5. We've got 5 minutes left in the round. We'll be joining very soon for the 7th and final round of APAC Swiss. And we'll hope to see you all soon.
Yeah, so I'll do a little riffing. I put it in the chat earlier. I'll just see if I can still copy paste that link. There we go. Null Signal posted a blog earlier just about the American Continental Championship at Cascadia. Useful information. So this article tells you a little bit about Cascadia, the American Continental Championship. And has the date and location, a little bit of clarification there that you shouldn't go to the Seattle Mock Sporting House because the Seattle Mox Boarding House is not where it is. It is at the Mox Boarding House in Bellevue, the Bellevue location. And it's got a map there. It's got your deck lists, requirements, 10 rounds of single-sided Swiss, cutting to top 8, and some schedules there for the 2-day event. So the standard event is going to be all day on Saturday, and then the top cut on Sunday, the 13th of August. And then there's also going to be a startup side event on Sunday, the 13th of August. So, yeah, Sam and Eric do sound like a comedy cop duo. I feel like I would watch that duo. Yeah, so there's a lot of great information in that article if you're going to Cascadia, or if you're just keen to watch any of it that will be streamed. I don't know if there will be a stream, but there's also some really cool information in this article about some extra prizes. So obviously the Continental prize kit is going to be used for the American Continental Championship, but then there's Tranquility Home Grid promo and a Ob Super Heavy Logistics promo by Emilio Rodriguez and Kat Shen respectively, and the art on those is just fantastic. So if you feel like clicking into that article and having a look at those promos, you can. Oh, and they have that beautiful steel skin scarring promo as well that I think is going to be for their they're doing it for the standard event and for the startup event. So Bink Bonkle says there will be a stream. I'm so keen. That'll be a really chill weekend for me next weekend. So I'll be watching a lot of Netrunner, probably playing a lot of Netrunner. I'm excited. But yeah, I'm gonna hop off for a little bit just while we set up the next round as well. Everyone send your favorite animals in chat. I'll start. My favorite animal is an octopus. There you go. That's what I'll leave you with before we go to our last round of Swiss for APAC Continentals. Don't go anywhere, folks. It's going to get started in just a few minutes.
All right. Round 7. We are coming into 9 hours and 20 minutes of the stream, 115 of y'all. And I just got to say thank you for coming out to watch some Netrunner. Some really good Netrunner at APAC Continentals 2023. Just want to go give a quick shout out to the judges, to Cror and to Luke and NB Kelly. Thank you very much for putting on a fantastic event for us. Let's move this out of the way.
Oh yeah, thanks everyone for joining. It's been a great day. I'm really glad you could join. This has been my first stream with Null Signal, and I've really enjoyed it doing it for you guys. So thanks for joining us this whole day. It's been a great day. Some proper Netrunner going on, some serious Netrunner, a lot of really fantastic players exploring this Wild West meta, and we've made it all the way to the 7th and final round of this APAC Continental 2023.
Yeah,
so pairings are up, and we'll be seeing some games very soon. Exciting times.
Okay, table 1 is IDing. Table 2, not able to stream. Table 3 now. Who is Santa? Table 4 is not. Maybe they'll 2 for 1. Let's see. Oh, Jeff's also here. Shout out to Jeff.
What's up, Jeff?
That was from last round. Oh, okay. Let me swap over to JNet and see if they've got a table up and are getting ready to go.
So we've had a request for table 3, but I think some of those players don't like being streamed.
Yeah,
which is totally fair enough. I'm going to force anyone to be on stream if they don't want to. So we're going for
table 4 is the one that I'm eyeing.
line of table 4, which is encoder. And
and Santa.
Santa, Charlie McBee. Okay, cool. Debating 2-for-1s and IDs. Some of these top tables now. As we were saying before, we think 11-3 is safe, but 10-4 is a very dicey zone, and there's a lot of people that could be on 10-4 at this stage. So if anyone's in the bubble, there's still a lot to play for a lot of these pairings. It's still very uncertain if an ID or 2-for-1 will get you there.
We've had Hoshiko on stream at least once, which is a really nice sentence to say. To not be sure, did we see Hoshiko multiple times? I don't know.
I don't think so. I think there's been one Hosh. I think we've seen a Freedom. We've seen probably more criminals than anything, a couple of shapers. We've had a pretty even runner split today. I think the least represented has been Jinteki. We've only seen the one Atea deck, and that's because there's only really that one Jinteki deck that's been represented at the top tables. All right, so we're just waiting for table 4 to start up. They've decided to do a 2-for-1, so we're going to have a nice tense game here, all on the line, sudden death mode for Encoder and Charlie DMCB.
Okay, we got our roll in. Santa will be corping. Cody will be running. Which means we're seeing Let versus the outfit. Let's...
Excellent.
Alright, looks like we've got our go ahead to start up this game, so let's pull back the curtain and...
Oh, and it's 5 a.m. where these guys are. They've been playing all night. Would have started at 8 p.m. or something, like pretty early on.
Yeah, 8 p.m. is
8 p.m. Long night for these guys. So big shout out, well done, pushing through a long night of Netrunner. I'm very impressed. I wouldn't be able to do it. Good job, you. And still playing well enough to be at the top tables. Yeah.
right out the gate.
Here we have a hostile score, the classic outfit opening against a 46 card lat. Looking for some answers, and it looks like we saw keep on lat side or a keep on both sides. We'll see what lat does with this kept hand. Final round here, kicking off after a great day of Netrunner.
See Cody coming down here with a Nuka and a draw. And a telework and a grab from that, ending at 5 to match the corp.
Just chilling, we are drawing cards and we're getting money. Nothing wrong with that.
Chat had somehow not scrolled. Yeah, thanks for the catch. I don't know why it does that sometimes. I might have accidentally scrolled it up a bit when I was moving off of the screen.
I'm also back.
River's
Welcome.
back. Welcome back, River.
All right.
Hey, lily pad.
Lily pad lat. We are drawing.
Yeah, I feel like Lilypad is such a good console with cards like SMC and Simulchip. Just anything that lets you get these once per turn triggers on the corpse turn, on your opponent's turn. It's just wonderful. It makes you feel like, you know, it makes you feel good when you play correctly, when you're rewarded for making the most out of your cards, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's often been a theme with Shaper going way back to Kate in the original core set where you try and install things on a corpse turn to get maximum value. Anacam more recently was something that would let you draw first time each turn that an event is trashed. So you could occasionally get that done with some damage, but a lot harder to do. But with Lilypad with SMC, yeah, you can get that corpse side draw as well, which is a great feeling when you're really squeezing every last drop of value out of your cards. Lilypad, of course, a brand new console that's just come out in the Automata initiative.
Yeah, Lilypad looks really fun. I think just being able to reward that program installation in such a tempo positive way.
Yeah, you can install programs so you can draw more programs.
Again, like what I was saying and what I have been saying throughout the day, like one of the reasons I'm excited for Arasana and for this Lilypad Trojan package. Just so many programs, but not in a way that's just Doomrig. Like I think it'll be really good for the game. And I think a lot of Shaper players that haven't experienced that since, you know, back in the day of like prepaid Kate and stuff, like I think they'll appreciate having that skill expression and that new space to explore as opposed to just endurance go burr or
Real
And
quick.
speaking of Doom rigs, sorry, Mon, go off.
Oh, I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Vesper in chat. Vesper was the one who ran the stream for the very first AMT back in February, I believe. And well, first one and second one, maybe the second one. The first one I was on, perhaps the one before that. But yeah, glad to have you join us. Hope you're enjoying the end of this stream, and hope you get to catch tomorrow when we do the games for top 8. That'll be at 3 a.m. UTC, if I remember. If I'm doing my math correctly. Somebody can fact check me on that.
yeah, I think it sounds right to me. I don't know when these times are.
And speaking of Doom rig, we have an early turbine on the runner side. I think a lot easier to get into these big ice servers, although that Valentine face check did a lot of work.
Yeah, now you see the start of this game very different to Headmoth's game against Jai, having those two hostiles scored and then getting to play those gambles getting to play some other money cards as well. And just putting themselves in that position of being on 25 credits, 2 ice resed, and an upgrade installed on HQ. Like, we are on the go fast plan. We have our defenses set up. Looks like a much better start.
Does indeed, and we've got a new remote coming down, and it looks like it's going to be a third hostile possibly here, unless Encoder decides to pull a clot.
Yeah, SMC on board, threatening clot.
And if you do take that, I think it's probably quite a good move to clot this one, just because the outfit's already on 4 bad pub, which is pretty wild. And it looks like they might have a Mavarus on HQ potentially to stop those red caps. But I wonder if you do stop this just to make sure that you're not on threat 3 and you're not quite as vulnerable to that Oppo research if that happens to be in this deck.
Yeah, I mean, it's also really important to res Mavarus.
Let me see it. It is the Mavarus. Yeah, okay. So we're using that Mavarus, and it isn't a red cap, so we are blazingly fast start from the outfit here. It's
wow.
turn 5. They're on their turn 5. They're already 4 points up with 4 bad pub, so they're able to score those red caps out of hand. So just an incredibly fast up. We've got the Parisha and ready to feed to the symbol chip and get that clock back out. So as outfit, you're going to need to find another Mavarus pretty smart if you want to ever score again. You might be able to get away with jamming behind a Valentau here if you're lucky.
No, I think that window is that's closing so quickly.
Rapidly closing, yeah. With 4 bad pub in the bank for the runner there.
But look, Simulchip also isn't free, like, I guess.
Yeah, sure.
Just trash Parisha, that's what that's out there for, right?
That's what it's there for. And actually, even better, they get the card draw off it because of Lily Pad, so pulling double duty. But that certainly looks like a sacrificial Parisha to me.
something sacrificial construct?
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of the reverse sacrificial construct. You're trashing it to resummon something, man. I don't know. Been a long day. It's certainly a sacrificial Parisha. But we've got something going down. Maybe we are going to try and do a Valentau push. Who knows? Maybe we're even going to get some actual Parisha value. Trash something in server 4. It's a big deal.
Big
deal.
Oh my god, it's a big deal.
Oh my god, it's a big deal on and above the law. Gave them the clock window.
Big deal bonus.
Awesome. Well done. And the outfit's on 6 points to 0 on turn 6. Huge play. Our first big deal on stream of the day.
Yeah, that's kind of an answer of what do you do with all these credits? How do you get back down to too big to fail range?
That's it. You make something big.
Oh, and we just saw another too big to fail trashed off the top. Oh, sorry, the first too big to fail trashed off the top.
Got deer in the headlights saying they'd 100% do Atlas if they had it, so HQ is pretty clean. Yeah, I'd agree with that. You would certainly go for the Atlas over the above the law there if you had the option. So I reckon outfit, and you might still have a red cap in hand, I suppose. Maybe. Certainly more likely than an Atlas. Because if you have an above the law and a red cap, at least the above the law, does something.
Yeah, I mean, that daily casts was important.
Yeah, so you probably have in hand, you maybe have an agenda, and you're really looking to get that combination of Mavarus on the board and just pull that agenda. But definitely it's not an easy step to go through to get to that point at this stage, really, against this kind of shape of lock. Because as soon as an upgrade comes down, they'll probably challenge that. There's also probably one interesting play you could do, which would be like install a Mavarus, install a red cap, and Audacity the red cap. That would let you get away with it as well. But either way, Charlie D McB is certainly going to be trying to find themselves a Mavarus sooner rather than later.
Something I've wondered about in like my musings on the future of Netrunner is something like an agenda subtype that allows an agenda to be installed in the root of a central server, like an upgrade agenda. I don't know.
Sure, yeah.
Hmm.
That'd
think
be a
it's-
really interesting space, yeah.
Yeah, it's obviously not something that exists at the moment, but
Maybe agendas installed as ice. That's fun.
yeah, woofed.
We've just gotten operation agendas, sort of.
Yeah,
In the form, the new Wayland expendables are essentially
yeah.
operations stapled to agendas. So that's, you never know.
We've got NYK Ride, Nike Ride in the chat saying, shout out to Encoder for the commitment. It's 5 a.m. for him. Yeah, no shortage of players playing all night, like frying their brains to play an APAC. And yeah, power to them.
Absolutely. These guys were talking about it at the start of this game. Both of these guys are in the same time zone, 5 a.m. for both of them, which means they've been playing since 8 p.m. last night for them. And that's just unbelievable. Really, really impressive. I certainly wouldn't be able to play Netrunner all night.
Yeah.
I can barely, you can barely play for a few hours, let alone for 9. So very, very impressive stuff.
Yeah.
Draven, big rig shaper. Yeah, this is absolutely a shaper lock right here. Control shaper, not running, just sitting there going, "Hey, your onus is trying to score right now." And we got a new remote coming down.
And there's an advance.
Advance, and here we go. It is.
Please pause. Hang on.
Whoa. Smacking
now
that
you
pause
stop
button. And here comes the Clod. So I wonder if this is maybe a sacrificial hostile takeover or something to give you a purge turn.
Yeah, when you're playing a fast advance deck and the runner has Clot, at some point you just have to make them pop it.
Advancing again anyway.
Is this like the NGO front
NGO?
bait?
Somehow? Is it an Erdica cyber? Interesting. Surely this doesn't look like it would have NGO in it. This looks like a pretty pure Ice Centrals only. Oh, yep, there's the symbol chip. It is an NGO. Wow.
What?
Huge. That's really funny.
I love that that's real.
That is so funny. We got big unit 3000. Interesting waiting until first advance. That would be pretty worried about Audacity. Yeah, I would be too. I think Encoder maybe that 5 a.m. might be getting to him because you probably should be playing around Audacity at this point. Yeah, the NGO bluff, that's great. And then, yeah, like we said, there's the purge turn. We're going to be forcing, or Charlie's going to be forcing Encoder to use that symbol chip if they want that clock back.
Yeah, and this is such a dance. If you're new to Netrunner and you've tuned in and you're still learning about the clot and clot virus interactions, like definitely go give that Sanjay video a look, or just ask someone to send it to you because it's such a good video about the intricacies of when you can stop people scoring agendas and when you can keep scoring your agendas when you have a virus versus a simul chip and things like that. All right, we see
Maybe
break a
some
sub.
misclicking going on. Jai in chat, man, my last 2 for 1. Blood pressure is through the roof. Congratulations.
Good job, Jai.
Doomrat, welcome. Great to see you. And it's 10 credit HQ run. It's not the cheapest.
Accessing pivot, that does have a trash cost.
Yeah, I think you want to trash that. Protocon asking what's a 2-for-1. I've had a few questions about that one, but it's basically when you're both in a position, you and your opponent in a position where if you split your game, if you both win one, then neither of you will make the cut. So you agree to play only one game, and the winner of that the winner of that one goes all the way. The winner of that one counts as winning both. So rather than both of you definitely not making the cut, you put yourself in a position where one of you might make the cut, basically. So you agree that the one game will count for two.
Yeah, Deer points out, it is 5 a.m. for Cody. By no stretch of the imagination is he. I mean, like from this board state, like he's still not doing badly. He is still playing very well considering the circumstances. He's got a very strong setup. He's got 2 simul chips ready to go, saying no, fast advance is not going to happen.
Yeah, and Doomrad also pointing out that on that board state, he needs the encoder needs the fermenter as a target for the symbol chip to get clock back. You don't want to get rid of any of those permanent programs. So yeah, and of course these players' brains well and truly fried after a huge day of Netrunner. And Lat almost through this stack now. Turn 13, we're getting a Lat draw pretty much every turn. We're getting a lily pad draw on turn most turns and off turn quite often. So I'm really burning through this stack. And DJ Fenris here with Steve, able to get you another 2 symbol chips over the course of the game. So this clock lock is not going away.
Thank you, Vesper, for getting that link.
Thanks, Vesper. I was just also doing some chatting. I put the link in for any new players wanting to understand Clot better and paid ability windows generally.
Yes, but it got censored. It doesn't show you that it gets censored, but it got censored.
Damn.
And it looks like we do have Cody respecting Audacity here. Continuing to Ice HQ. And it's a spin. We're still going. So HQ and R&D starting to get really dense here. 4 agendas out of the game, but we're expecting quite a few more, I would imagine. I don't know exactly how these fast advanced decks are usually their agenda sweep, but I assume it's kind of all 2-pointers and hostiles. So we're looking at quite a number of agendas left in the deck.
Using the fermenter, do we have a... Yep, we got something to replace it. We
Okay,
got a little something to replace it.
So the Doom rig's up. You got 5 bad publicity. And Cody's saying, look, I'm just going to hammer this R&D now. It's going to cost the Shaper very few dollary dues to get through this server, I would say. Ablative barrier wins, Gronkov. Yeah, you might be right. If they're running ablative barrier, I don't know. Big deal's 5 influence, so it might be tough to slot. But it does let you install the
another pivot.
The Mavarus clicklessly. That's good. Doomrat saying there should be an SDS. I think 3 hostile, 7 2-pointers in an SDS. Yeah, sure.
All right, so that's the s- the second purge. So there's only one simul chip remaining, which is on the board.
Uh-huh.
But the problem is that DJ Steve is going to get you back a couple more if you want to make it through. But Cody's starting to look like he's having some money issues here, even with the bad pub. It's still a pretty expensive run into HQ.
I
And it
thought
looks,
Steve only got events.
yeah.
Oh my
You would think
goodness.
that. I know. That's all you usually see. And yeah, it looks like there probably is one SDS in this list. Yeah, this player has posted this deck before. It looks like it's obviously changed a little bit with the new cards, but yeah, I would guess one SDS in this. But we're going deep. Yeah, I think NGO for extra money to play big deal. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And also just like that bluff that we saw before. What a hilarious double duty for NGO front, pretending to be a hostile takeover. Nothing.
Yeah, so the Spin Doctor trash considered that was 5 cards on the top of R&D. We saw the Purge last turn, so we probably have to work under the assumption that there's something to score in HQ.
I reckon you do. I reckon it really might be time to, maybe it is just sacrifice an agenda to the simul chip and try and purge your way through the hard way. Because the runner is now running out of sacrificial programs.
Yeah, and that's another thing to consider, right? The economy for this runner isn't huge, right? Obviously, they're very efficient using their bad pub, but coins on the table, they've got 12 one card in the stack and no like inherent money ability on their ID or their console.
And there's no ASOPs as well, which is what you would usually expect to see in a list like this.
Exactly. I think feeding them something like even potentially feeding them the SDS, right? If this in server 7 is the SDS, they run, they score it, but they've got to trash something to take it. That's another program for them. And it's another clot window for you. And then you're doing much better to score out any of your 2-pointers off the board.
It looks that way. So, Talasan in chat's mentioned 6 face downs. We might be seeing a repeat of the last game. Okay, there's the Atlas. We might be seeing a repeat of the last game with the Mavirus in archives dissuading the runner from checking. Oh, the Mavirus has been shuffled back. Sorry, I thought maybe we were trying to scare the runner from checking archives. Could be some points in archives. We've seen the sacrificial Atlas now. Probably we see a purge next turn and force them to come and use DJ Steve to get themselves another simul chip. Sending it into HQ. Thinking about the res here, even with 30 credits, might be a bit of a tough res.
Yeah, there's kind of this strange, like, what do you want to say, like double-edged sword of once you get to the mid to late game with the outfit, you're thinking to yourself like, do I actually need to res this ice, or is it just making it easier for the runner to get through?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Because it's probably a bad pub granting ice of some kind, and he's Charlie D might be counting sort of the long-term benefit of that extra credit over time. And I reckon, okay, we've seen an Audacity, and there it is, the simul chip coming back from DJ Steve to keep that clot thread alive.
Oh, wow.
But the next one, it gets harder every time. We've already churned through 2 of the sacrificial Parishas. We've lost the conduit to the symbol chip. It gets harder and harder.
Mm.
Well,
Thinking
after
about
this
opposers.
simulchip, we have one more that Steve can get back for us guaranteed.
That's right. One
And then
more.
one more
and then
potentially.
and then I wouldn't be surprised if the final one was like symbol chip and clot and then just hard install. But you can't keep chipping this back because what do you chuck next? There might be something in hand that you can feed to it, but next time it's got to be like the cleaver or the turbine or something, and then that's pretty tough. Now you're starting to make some really hard decisions about what you lose.
Yeah, because boosting the strength on these breakers is not cheap either. Like, again, Encoder only sitting on 9 credits. It's very possible that he will just run out of steam if he has to keep doing these skateboard tricks to stop the score out of hand from 6 to 7. Like,
Yeah, and Charlie trying to actually drawing up here, which is interesting. I wonder he might be drawing for them a virus here, so that they can just stop mucking around with these purge games. I'm not sure.
with clot on the table, drawing the Mo virus is not important this turn. Right?
Yeah, because most likely because Cody can come and just trash it.
Yeah.
But I wonder if that's the logic behind the drawing here, because
Right, yeah,
I'm sure.
You want to install it on HQ or something this turn.
Yeah, exactly, on HQ or something like that, and possibly there's like a border control or I don't know, something to help prevent. But we're drawing hard throughout R&D here to try and find an answer, and I'm sure Charlie considered purging this turn, so I'd be interested in what they're drawing for. And a lot of the deck is in archives now, 10 face downs. I wonder if that's worth investigating. Poking R&D here.
I see you're posting links again.
Did that get censored?
Yes.
Damn.
Censored again. You got to type your part. You got to type Hunter 2 in chat.
Just copy these asterisks together.
I can only see stars there, River. I'm not sure what you're typing. Thinking hard about their next move here. I gotta say, this game's not this on about turn 5 or something. Turn 5 or 6, the outfit was on 6 points. It's now turned 16. And both sides have just kind of been sitting there glaring angrily at each other and wiggling their eyebrows as we purge this blood clot back and forth. And keep in mind as well, this is a 2-for-1. So lots to play for in this game. Yeah, Rustrat is saying if you have Mavirus in hand, they can extol Mavirus Audacity Purge. We were definitely talking about that line a little while ago. And I think that's more than likely what Charlie's been digging for. Rust Rider.
Well, how long has it been since we last saw what the top card of R&D was?
Wasn't it last turn?
Was it? I don't know.
Yeah. Before. Yeah, Encoder checked them, but it's been a long time since then. They've checked the hand once. So not many runs happening. And we're drawing again. I think Charlie is going for that Mavirus plus Agenda plus Audacity play. I think that is the intent here.
Shout out to Toll Lesson using their mod powers to post the link.
Draven says, run archives. maybe.
Yeah, I mean, 10 cards face down.
That's a lot.
It could even be a boat.
Um, Run Archives is asked to purge. Yeah, maybe. But I think it depends. I don't know if you're throwing Anima Virus right now, but I can see why they might be spooked about one being there. I think given the drawing, the line of holding my virus in hand to install at the same turn is very likely what Charlie's trying to do. I've got to say one thing. We've after the very first game, disappointing number of spiders in this stream, considering this has been the APAC tournament. We've only had a couple of Jinteki games, so not many spiders after the memorable Anansi PD kill in in round 1.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. I think there's a really good joke there about that Australian phrase of "we're not here to do things to spiders." On this stream, the spiders were here to do things to us. It was 2 flatlines, right? Two Anansi flatlines.
2 Anansi flatlines turn round 1. That's right. D asking if they have Clot out in your big deal. Do you have a window to res and purge? You actually don't, because your turn ends before you can score.
Well, it's more that you put that would also happen, but you put the advancement counters on, and then as part of the resolution, you are allowed to score.
Oh, true.
Like
Also,
outside
that the way
of a
it's
paidability
worded.
window, so it is all part of that one resolution.
Yeah, good point. So there's 2 reasons why you can't do it, unfortunately. And someone asking about influence. We've actually only seen there's only 7 influence showing. There's 1 big deal up here. There's a spin doctor in the bin, and there's 1 popped spin doctor. So there's only 7, 8 now influence that's visible. So there very well could be another big deal in hand, and I'd be surprised if there wasn't. And we've seen 1 Mavirus as well. So if this list is the same as their previous list, it's probably 2 big deal, 3 spin doctor, 1 Mavirus, and a magnet.
There is 2 chips. There is 1 chip in the bin and 1 chip removed from game. Just to clarify for chat.
So after this one pops, Steve could guaranteed fetch 1 more, but we'll see how much that's necessary.
But yeah, as someone said earlier, you can hold priority with a virus. And so you can install, play Audacity, then purge, then score in the same paidability window.
Yeah, so the way that it would have to work is that assume that we're working with hostile or regular reg capture here. The install happens, and then if Charlie plays an Audacity, then the priority remains on the corpse side, and you could score it. But before that, you have to pass priority back to Cody, who can then simul chip out a clot. So what happens in that instance is you install, the clock gets simul chipped out, you play the Audacity, and then you install the Mavirus Resit Purge score.
Yeah.
And we are still digging. 6 cards only left in R&D, 10 cards in hand, and 11 face downs in archives. Those agendas have to be. Well, they have to be somewhere, and I reckon either in hand or in archives, there's enough to get the win pretty soon. Because I would be pretty shocked if there was a Mavirus in archives at this point. So I think you do want to be checking archives now. We have another last click install. Very, very possibly the third spin doctor.
All the face-up cards in archives are money cards except one pivot.
And pivot could be anything. It could even be a money card.
The jokes just write themselves.
Look, drawing cards is economy. Okay, in this game,
It is. Not
searching
wrong.
for cards is economy. Installing ice, kind of economy.
Racing ice, reverse economy.
Reverse economy, which is part of the economy.
Hmm.
Not my favorite part, but certainly a part.
Hmm.
And deciding which of their enormous hand to put into the bin, because I reckon they've got more than a few agendas that they are not wanting to pitch here. Not Yeti, this is a 2-for-1. It's very tense 2-for-1.
Yeah, we are at
Yeah, it's
40
archives.
minutes
We're
in.
checking archives.
Oh, it's time.
15 face downs. Spin comes out. It is the third spin.
Let's see what we've had in archives this whole time.
Oh my goodness. This is so tense.
I see 2 face downs and
Show us the cards.
nothing.
There's the big deal.
Just
Wow.
a huge pile. Okay, we've got a bunch of envelopments that don't do anything. Valentine's and Winchester's just ice that doesn't do anything. A border control is interesting. Pivots that presumably don't do anything because you've got the audacity already. Big deal does do something, so that's interesting, but it's trashable, and that's probably why. Why we've seen it go into the bin, but surely your hand is like 7 agendas now. Oh, there's the Atlas up R&D.
Yep.
Oh, are we deep diving?
Oh.
I think
Yeah.
Charlie thinks we're deep diving.
Oof.
Now, hang on. How are we supposed to resolve a deep dive if there's only 5 cards in R&D?
You gotta go. You gotta
Judge?
get someone else's
Judge?
deck.
You set aside as many as you can. Imagine
You
if
set aside the 5 and then you shuffle archives back to form R&D.
Yeah, exactly.
You draw the
It's,
cards
yeah,
you wrote.
it loops. It turns into its Dominion rules.
then you take one horror because
Yeah.
it's Arkham horror rules. I
Then
don't
take
know.
that card and tear it up. You won't be using it again.
All right, into HQ. Are we? Slowly we see a border control pop. Yeah. We go back in.
No way. I don't.
Hang on.
Yeah. Okay.
Something that just occurred
Oof.
to me. Thank you for pointing out the Mavirus wasn't in archives. Clot's still on the board.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I think the reason that Charlie's been digging so hard is to try and get the Mavirus plus Audacity play in hand. I think that's a better move than just purging the clot over and over again, which is fair enough.
So my question is, I guess you shuffle one back such that you can have a chance at drawing one of 2?
So I'm pretty sure there's only one in the deck, just from counting the influence, or maybe 2. But yeah, I think there's only one, and he's just been drawing for it like a madman for the last few turns.
Well, because 2 big deals is 10, plus the
Yeah.
Spin Doctors is 13, plus Mavirus is 14.
Yeah.
I would imagine that in a deck such as this, you'd want
This could be the game.
Oh,
yeah,
here
I
we
think
go.
it is.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well played. I reckon Encoder got extremely unlucky on their accesses there.
Yeah.
That was an incredible game.
Yeah.
What a way to finish the day.
Wow. For honestly, like 4 cards in R&D left. Turn 19. Like let
drawing.
nobody say that Cody was like, at all like losing that game. Like on the back foot, maybe, but he was not lost until the end of that game.
Yeah, and props to Charlie for recognizing their best out and just drawing 3 cards a turn looking for it.
Yeah.
Congrats
Incredible.
to those players. Amazing game. Encoder, good. Now I can make my dinner party today. Yep.
Yeah, that's it. Wow, great game, great play, good work, guys. Love to see it on stream for the end of today. And we've got 20 minutes left in the round, 2 deep dives in hand. Yeah, but Charlie very, very, very cleverly kept that border control unresed, so that Cody didn't know that was an option to stop the deep dive. Could have suspected it, but couldn't know for sure.
Yeah, at some point you have to suspect it. You have to prepare for that. And I think Encoder's saying I sat around for too long on those deep dives. Yeah, I think he's probably spot on there.
Yeah, very fair.
You got to put that pressure on early, because R&D would have been stacked. Even if there's a few agendas in HQ, seeing 8 cards from R&D, you wouldn't have missed.
So wild final game there, those two. And that should be Charlie making the cut, I believe, off the back of that one.
Yeah.
So congratulations.
I'm seeing if we've got any more from these last couple games that are wrapping up. Let's see here.
Yeah, it looks like we've still got a few games going.
So that I can't remember what turn that ended up finishing on, but yeah, like we were saying
19.
before, 19, and it was 6.6 to none on turn 4, and it went another 15 turns. That's pretty incredible.
I think we've all had that situation of saying to someone like, yeah, I'm playing some Netrunner, but look at I'm on 6 points. I'm gonna win soon.
I've done any time.
Woofed.
Yeah, I remember actually looking at the timer. There was like 9 minutes left in the round, or the round had gone for 9 minutes at that point, and I was like, oh, we're going to see heaps of games.
Yeah, we're going to go all across the tables.
Yeah.
We're managing to sneak in a little bit of footage from Server 5. We've got my boy Az McCaffrey.
Oh, we got Az.
We've got a prognostic Q loop in here. All right, forget the board state. Let me zoom in on this beautiful. Yeah. Oh, yes. No, wait, where'd it go? Yes.
Oh, whoa, Jesus.
Oh, it's getting late in the day.
That's quality streaming.
It doesn't matter what time it is. I'll always do it for Q loop.
Love to loop them Qs. Yeah, I think it's the one ads of the tournament.
Yeah, I think so.
Cool.
And real talk, we do see a huge amount of remote servers down here on the R+ side. We've got a DBS, a federal fundraising, a Bladderwort, another DBS, a Maryland, and then 4 unresed cards.
Yeah, and this is the R+ that we've seen really sort of kicking up a bit of a storm today. We've seen it quite a few times on chat, or on stream, sorry. Looks good. Looks like a good deck. Sticks, who we haven't seen on stream, but he's an Aussie guy in the same sort of testing group, and he's been playing a similar type of thing out of Epiphany Analytica, which we didn't get a chance to check out today. But yeah, this kind of asset spam NBN got a couple of new tools in federal fundraising and Oppo research, so no surprise to see people experimenting with it. We see a toll booth in the bin, a shipment from Vlad, and a virtual service agent, and a scored AR enhanced security, really making it hard for us to deal with these remotes here.
And we do see a Bologna's already been scored. And that's going to be a full value Oppo research.
Yeah.
To give the 4 tags.
Oh, we're getting the gun out.
Hey, the gun.
Ah, Kushuk, right.
Kushik.
Oh, we are.
Kushik alert.
Here we go.
Oh my, who is Lucifer? What happened? How did you just build this deck before I could, put it to paper? How did you just build a deck that I would have built?
Hell yeah, it's Matryoshka, Kushuk, Poison Vial, as legend.
We have 6 2-costers installed. That's a full Kushik. I swear with this chat log, Jai, I appreciate you so much.
It's going to be 6 cards, but going to be... they're going to have exact credits to steal a Bologna, it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
After shooting this drafter, quick drive-by on this architect, and then they'll be in and hopefully stealing some Bologna or a Beal, maybe. We'll see. And once again, we've got a very small deck left here. We've seen this a few times with these R+ lists, is they burn through the deck pretty quickly before scoring out or getting a kill, and yeah, we're definitely seeing that now.
Ten cards left. This is gonna see over half the deck.
Yeah, I think we're putting a Toll Booth and Bladder Ward back in just to pad the deck with some non-agendas.
Oh,
we're
exactly
gonna see
half.
a 1-pointer only.
Oof.
That's grim.
Yeah. I mean, Tony Hop, thank you for the gift subs.
Thanks,
Tony
Tony Hawk. Love
was
it.
at ECC this past weekend, I believe. Gotta remember faces and screen names and whatnot. But yeah, honestly, the 1-point steal is kind of rough, but at the same time, it's kind of all you need because you're also looking to steal the other Bologna here.
Oh yeah. And have we even figured out what the agenda suite is in these decks? We don't seem to see them get scored very often. Is it freedom of information?
I believe so.
Yeah, okay.
And this will be the shipment.
Yep, there you go.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no.
And there it is. It's guys, we found the agenda suite.
There
it's
it
freedom of
is.
information. JJ, there you go. Caught the last little bit.
Yeah.
Nice.
I'm glad to see
okay.
FOI getting played. I like that card a lot. Scaling tag punishment.
Yeah.
Just something.
And I think it works really nicely with Oppo research, actually, because Oppo works in a way that hard-hitting news didn't, obviously, in that you can't beat it with money. You can still fork them with the tags because they have to clear it. That you can't just beat the trace. So it kind of worked really well with that.
Yeah. All right. Do we have any other Netrunner left? That one's done. That one's done. Table.
Yeah, I'm logged into table 8. Oh my goodness. That's certainly a board.
Oh my goodness, that is a board indeed. Sorry, I was 1 second behind you. We what do we got there? Formicary. So we're just going, well, it works in Ob. Let's do it here too. Formicary skunk works. And this looks like it might be... Wow, front company. Yeah, an MCA austerity policy front company deck. Wow, what a spicy deck. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We've got 12 isolated on the board. Most of it's rezzed. Wage Workers on the board. Skunk Works over here. This game looks like it would have been wild. Ablative Barrier probably doing some work. Cursed deck chart? Yeah, maybe. Front company and MCA austerity policy with double ice on archives. Yeah, it's a bit cursed. Okay, former carries that we just sail through with this Hashiko Reek. We got Aeneas Informant and more. Oh yeah, this looks like it's a big Hosh. This is the first big Hashiko we've seen.
Yeah, this one looks like it's pushing 60 or so cards.
And it's an
Ikawa, you don't have the
unscalable
click
Ikawa
to pay for
project.
that. Oh no.
Oh, that looks like a GG.
That's GG. Acertus has decided to not pay to steal Ikawa project. And I don't agree with that decision. I think that he should have simply chosen to steal it.
Yeah, decided is a very strong word there. And I think Acertus probably kicking themselves right now for accessing it without that click. But
I mean, there were 2 Ikawas out and only one send a message, so it was the 1 and 3. Maybe it was the only play they could have made, but anything else?
There's actually going to be a game 2 of that game that we were just in.
No.
Oh, it's gonna be short.
Yeah, there's 8 minutes left in the round.
All right, yeah, I'm all about it.
All right, let's watch it up then.
Bink Bonkle has made the table, but they've made it in the casual lobby, I think, because they're in a little bit of a ruche. Just gonna...
I mean, game 2 of round 7. Yeah, don't you feel a little bit casual? I see you're itching to play, River.
Yeah, I thought the little chat window would come up so that I could tell them, hey, this is in casual, but it did not. Okay, there we go. I think they've moved over.
What?
Oh, no, maybe not.
Nothing to see here?
All right, let's get into this 6-minute game 2.
All right. Tried to zoom in too far. We got Isha versus Atea.
All right, we're going to see a very short Atea game here, but I'm excited.
So the results of the previous game were that Bink Bonkle won. Yeah, Bink Bonkle won by scoring.
Yep,
so
2
Acertus
FLIs for
hoping
free.
Yeah. No, it was the Equa Project game, right?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Yeah.
There,
That's
we,
all right.
we came in just like on the last run of that basically, and
Yeah.
you're right.
So Acertus just hoping to get ahead here so that they can claim the three points each.
Yep.
Rather
just
than
hope.
the
And Bing Bonkel, similar logic, just going straight for the Justushka turn 1, just try and get enough points straight away that they're going to be ahead, because they know they've only got a few minutes left in the round.
6 from the top of R&D. That's
Oof.
okay.
Oh my god.
All right. Okay.
That's a lot
all
of
right.
sabotage turn 1.
There's something
Just
spicy in HQ, huh?
Just a casual 20% of the deck going in the bin on turn 1.
Double Chastushka is it's kind of a beater.
Scoring a Yagiuta. Will it be enough?
Well, sorry.
The stream is not going. Sorry.
Yeah, you're right. That's all right. What do you need to see for? You can just hear us go, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Yeah, this is a radio show now.
If you're gonna want to see the visuals, you can't do the spectator. You're gonna have to Discord and watch me screen share.
Yeah. We're going exclusive for this last game. Yeah, so for those who missed out because we had a technical hiccup, we saw on turn 1 we saw 2 Chastushkas and a Ghost Tongue come down, resulting in 10 sabotages. And Yagi Uda scored on turn 2. So very exciting, fast game here. A lot going on.
Advance coming down on server 1. Certus is up 2 points, and how long do we have until time on the round? Just
4 minutes.
Just a few minutes.
Not even 4, yeah, just a couple of minutes now. Very close.
right at the end of the hour, it looks
2
like.
minutes. Yeah, 2 minutes until the end. And here we see a spin saving the day, maybe.
It's got to save something.
I wonder if Acertus is just playing full heart of the cards and hadn't looked at those cards until they had to shuffle them away.
Yeah, NGO front, unsurprisingly. Oh, maybe a punishing res here? Oh, it's a magnet. Why are we resing this magnet? This might be an end of day res.
Yeah, we call those Friday 5 p.m. reses.
Yeah.
It's to prevent the en passant play.
True.
I trust that Bink Bonkel is a true believer and a connoisseur of fine cards.
For those of you following along at home, I just got up to 5k channel points from watching 9 hours of this stream today.
Dang, what are you gonna redeem it on?
I don't
highlight a
actually
message?
think Null Signal has those options.
We'll have to pressure them to get on that. Hello, Finality.
All right, finale coming down. We've got 1 minute left in the round, and both players just really want to be ahead when time in the round is called. And geez, finality is a pretty good way to get there. Oh, that's
No.
good rips. Oh,
Sick rips. Oh, and the Chestushka as well. And then one more. There'll be one more click to check archives after 4 more cards go in.
And nothing in archives, but so if that's an agenda, then potentially Assertus can tie it up.
And take the one point. Okay.
Yep, looks like it. All right, tied it up.
Nice,
1 point
tied
each.
it
Yeah,
up.
cool.
Yeah, because time was called on
On
the runner's
Bink
turn.
Uncle's
So
turn.
yeah, that was it.
It's a tie.
Yeah, ended up being able to score out the last one on the last turn. If the runner had played just a tiny bit faster there,
who knows what could have happened? Yeah.
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
that's time around for that.
I've had my attention distracted away because someone's redeemed their channel points to highlight a message. All right.
All right. Jeff's here. Says yes, this is a tie. Thank you, Jeff.
Thanks, Jeff. Is this one done? I don't know. This one's still got Jay Foley on the. Nope.
All right, so that's
And I think that's our day.
pretty much it.
Yeah. Just taking a look at table 9. Is this, I believe, that is finishing up their final turn. I'm not streaming it just because it's the last turn, whatever. But okay, whatever.
Oh, thank goodness, some spiders to round out the Australian stream.
Yeah. We've got what, 3 Resda Nazis?
No, these 2 of these are Athene.
2 Anansis, 2 Athenes, and a thimble rig.
And 2 Magnet. Did you say Magnet?
Thimble rig
Whatever.
is. I didn't say magnet.
All right, well.
But it is there.
I can take 4 damage. What if I simply take 4 damage? Unless it's there.
So time was called at the start of the corpse last turn. And this is Headmoth's last click, sending it into R&D to grab the win after stealing the bacterial programming of.
And looks like just realizing the rearrange R&D sub exists on Anansi, so no top decking and wrecking here.
Yeah.
Unless literally the top 5 cards are
I don't
agendas,
know.
yeah, so that's a tie.
I think Jay Foley might just be a really nice guy about it.
It'd be funny if they went
there
through and
must
then
not
they
have
just
been
put
any
a snare on
agendas in
top.
the top 5. It's the
Yeah.
only reason that would have happened.
Yeah, I think yeah, exactly. There was possibility you could just die to snare there, which would be a pretty silly way to lose your last game.
Yeah.
But that's all right.
All right. Wow. That's 10.5 hours of streaming. What did I say in the chat? Did I say I estimated 7 or 8?
Yeah, I definitely. I didn't realize this would go for this long, but I have loved every minute of it. And yeah, thanks for being such a great stream team. Goins.
Yeah, thanks guys, and thanks so much all of these people who've been watching. I think we've had a pretty constant 100 plus people in here all day, so fantastic. Thanks so much for watching. Thanks for joining us, and the cuts on tomorrow. It's going to be great.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll be back again for the cut?
I'm sadly not going to be back again for the cut. I've got I won't be able to make it, but you guys have done a great job. You're going to hold it down. It's going to be awesome.
All
Great.
right. Any last thoughts from either of you before we hop off?
No, come back tomorrow. Tune in if you ever see me live on Twitch, River ANR. And yeah, we'll have more great Netrunner for you tomorrow.
Always be running.
Always be running. We'll see you tomorrow. At a bright and early time zone.
Yeah, thanks so much for tuning in, everybody. Have a great night or great day, depending where you are.